Linos called his manager, announcing his resignation, feeling exhausted and overwhelmed by endless work, deadlines. He learned his entire team, including T-san and S-san, would resign, leaving projects incomplete. Alone, Linos collapsed briefly, reflecting on overwork and the impossibility of meeting the delivery deadline. Suddenly, he found himself in a carriage, startled by a stranger's voice, uncertain where he had gone. On the ground, Linos saw a wounded child, realizing he must protect the helpless and start anew. Linos, still a child, noticed strange surroundings and felt confused by sudden changes in his environment. He saw people offering food, realizing the landscape was real, unlike a dream, and felt cautious. A girl warned Linos he might have died if injured badly, emphasizing the danger he faced. Linos questioned where the carriage was heading, unsure how to survive or trust the stranger's guidance. The girl revealed they were heading to the capital, showing Linos a sprawling city ahead, awe-struck. Linos stood restrained with other captives, realizing they had arrived at a slave market, terrified and helpless. He watched the crowd eagerly gather, feeling fear as the auction for slaves was about to start. The auctioneer announced bids, starting with Linos, a 6-year-old boy, leaving him confused and anxious. Dealers discussed minimum prices, dismissing him as worthless. While Linos felt powerless and trapped by fate, bids increased, and Linos reflected on his new life, stranded, in a world unknown, facing slavery. Linos noticed 2 nobles watching him closely, while bidders lost interest during the auction. Just before proceedings ended, Lady Basim purchased Linos and ordered servants to bring him. Recognizing the woman from earlier, Linos wondered why she had specifically chosen him. The ownership transfer began, and Linos nervously extended his hand before the nobles. During the transfer, mysterious light appeared, breaking his shackles and revealing unexpected magical power. Linos noticed the auction crowd lost interest, but 2 nobles observed him, standing silently with intent. Lady Basim arrived, purchased Linos, and ordered servants to lead him carefully into her control immediately. Recognizing Lady Basim from before, Linos realized she had intentionally chosen him among all others present. The ownership transfer began. Linos extended his hand while nobles prepared the necessary formal procedures. During the transfer, magical light erupted, breaking his shackles and revealing unexpected powers within Linos unexpectedly. After the transfer ended, Falco asked Lady Basim what name should be given today. Lady Basim named him Rhinos, and the relieved boy believed his future seemed safer. Falco brought Rhinos to a well, washing away dirt gathered from hardship and slavery. To Rhino's surprise, magic cleaned his body instantly, leaving him amazed and excited. While discussing magic, Falco realized Rhinos lacked basic knowledge about the world's customs. Falco asked Lady Basim for a name for the boy, starting the official naming process. Lady Basim named him Rhinos, and the boy realized he had been rescued from slavery. Falco explained Rhino's potential to become a shield master, emphasizing the role's responsibility for protection. He described the appraisal magic, showing Rhinos that his ability could safeguard Lady Basim effectively. Rhinos agreed to walk back to the mansion, beginning his journey toward training as a shield master. Falco asked Lady Basim for Rhinos' official name, starting his formal introduction to the household. Lady Basim confirmed the name Rhinos, and the boy felt relief, knowing he was officially saved. Falco explained Rhinos' potential as a shield master, emphasizing his role in protecting Lady Basim. He warned about the mansion's security, explaining dangers for anyone entering without proper permission. Rhinos was introduced to Warsa, who would train him in barrier magic at the Basim residence. Warsa hit Rhinos lightly during training, introducing the boy to her strict but effective martial arts methods. Falco guided Rhinos to his room, while also showing him the mansion's dining area carefully. Rhinos was offered simple food, hesitant but understanding it was meant for nourishment and recovery. Warsa explained that the Basim family treated their slaves kindly, teaching Rhinos about respect and responsibility. Falco instructed Rhinos to remember his way through the mansion and eat well for future training. Warsa guided Rhinos through the mansion, explaining locations of guest rooms, kitchens, and Lady Urza's bedroom. She ensured Rhinos' room was suitable, preventing him from staying in the stables, and reassured him. Rhinos' room was dusty from disuse, but Warsa offered cleaning supplies and instructed him to help. Warsa explained his duties, meals, magic practice, household tasks, and learning proper manners to become responsible. Rhinos reflected on his luck, relieved to have food, his own room, and a chance to recover. That night, Rhinos reflected on his previous life and wondered whether returning was possible anymore. The next morning, Falco began training, teaching Rhinos how to create his first barrier. After concentrating carefully, Rhinos successfully formed a barrier, surprising himself with immediate magical progress. Falco explained that barrier masters were rare, valuable protectors requiring discipline, strength, and control. Rhinos learned mistakes could cost lives, realizing survival in this world demanded constant growth. Rhinos felt overwhelmed sleeping in a strange room, unsure if his new life would be safe. The next morning, Falco began teaching Rhinos magic control, starting with visualizing and feeling energy flow. Rhinos successfully performed his first magic, feeling pride and awe at his initial achievement. Falco explained the importance of barrier magic, emphasizing its rarity, difficulty, and necessity for protection. Rhinos realized mistakes could endanger everyone, understanding the deadly stakes of his training in this world. Linus is officially welcomed into the Basim household, gaining recognition and a sense of belonging. He resolves to work hard, learning about the world and how to become useful to everyone. The servants treat him kindly, providing new clothes and meals, showing care and warmth around him. While serving, he overhears gossip about royal affairs and growing political tensions in the kingdom. Linus learns about Prince Orlan's tutor and government officials, realizing he must navigate complex politics carefully. Linus learned the Basim family held royal trust while powerful nobles quietly opposed their influence. Understanding the danger, Linus carefully identified potential threats and focused on protecting his master. During preparations, Linus noticed a newly arrived visitor and became curious about her identity. The visitor was Errol, who returned home after training and warmly greeted her relatives. Linus learned Errol finished military training early, marking an important change within the household. Linus learned Errol married young but continued sword training after returning to the mansion. Errol proudly explained her training in the Jug Kingdom and vowed protecting the household. After hearing about Falco, Errol evaluated Linus and questioned his ability as guardian. Errol warned that magic alone could not protect people during dangerous times ahead. Determined to improve Linus, Errol decided harsh training would forge the strongest barrier master. Errol attacks with surprising power. Linus struggles. Elders watch cautiously, impressed yet worried about potential damage. Elders offer training, warning Linus of dangerous magic. He hesitates, fearing severe consequences of harsh practice. Training begins. Linus experiences strict lessons, balancing study, sword practice, and magical development under watchful supervision. 4 years later, Linus gains recognition, invited to the palace, now confident, his skills visibly improved and respected. Palace meeting unfolds, discussions about the Basim family and mansion welfare continue. Elders share news shaping Linus's future. Linus trains outside the mansion, sword in hand, focused under the watchful eyes of Errol and elders. Errol attacks fiercely during practice, testing Linus's reflexes and skills against her precise magical strikes. The duel intensifies. Linus parries, dodges, and counters, gradually matching Errol's speed and strategic movements effectively. Errol prepares another strike, but Linus reinforces his barrier mid-action, demonstrating growing magical control and confidence. Falco acknowledges Linus's progress, praising his increased magical power and skill after consistent rigorous training sessions. Falco announces Linus's graduation exam, recognizing his barrier mastery after years of dedicated training. Falco reveals the test, ordering Linus to hunt a powerful Renoa forest monster alone. Linus departs for the forest, but Errol accompanies him, claiming responsibility as his bodyguard. Excited by the mission, Errol eagerly advances, while Linus reminds her the hunt belongs to him. Deep inside the forest, Linus searches carefully, yet neither detection magic nor observation finds clues. Linus senses a hidden presence, eyes wide, as Errol attacks with her sword, anticipating a dangerous monster. The massive Charlet appears, roaring violently, forcing Linus and Errol to prepare for immediate combat. Linus attacks, but the monster's thick hide resists magic and sword, requiring strategic adjustments during battle. Errol joins the assault, striking fiercely while advising Linus about the monster's extreme toughness and danger. Despite repeated hits, the monster remains nearly indestructible, prompting Linus and Errol to rethink their attack approach. Linus insists on facing the monster himself, determined to test his skills despite Errol's protection. He uses a barrier to halt the Charlet's charge, demonstrating precise control over magical defenses. Linus explains he's extracting air from the barrier, immobilizing the monster without relying on attacks. The monster collapses with a heavy thud, revealing Linus's creative strategy successfully neutralizes its threat. Errol praises Linus, acknowledging his amazing magical skill as they celebrate completing the dangerous graduation challenge. Errol gives Linus a magical storage bag to carry the monster, explaining its special properties. She demonstrates that the bag can store items using magic, a valuable Basim family treasure. Linos tests the bag, chanting, apt to safely store the Karsh Harole inside, without difficulty. They discuss eating the monster, gathering ingredients along the way while laughing and preparing for the journey home. Both explore the forest further, discovering mushrooms and wild herbs, enjoying the environment and gathering food together. While gathering ingredients, Errol happily discusses food, enjoying the freedom to choose meals herself. Errol suggests combining training with food gathering, but Linos urges returning home immediately. Back at the mansion, Falco is shocked when Linos presents the defeated Karsh Harole. Errol explains Linos' strategy, and Falco officially declares that he passed the graduation exam. The Basim family welcomes Linos home, praises their success, and prepares a feast using the monster's meat. After returning safely, Urza calls Linos over while Errol happily enjoys the upcoming feast. Urza sincerely thanks Linos, surprising him because he believes he accomplished nothing extraordinary. Urza explains that Errol changed after meeting Linos, becoming happier and showing genuine smiles. Remembering Errol's difficult past, Urza expresses heartfelt gratitude for the positive influence Linos brought. Urza reassures Linos that he belongs to the Basim household and will always have their support. Linos, moved to tears, promises to always support the Basim household and their family endeavors. Surrounded by the family, he feels blessed and fortunate, receiving a handkerchief to dry his eyes. Falco reflects on pushing Errol hard during training, worried about her well-being but impressed with her growth. Urza and Falco recall Errol's past abuse and forced marriage, showing concern for her difficult history. Now, Errol supports Linos like a sister, bringing happiness and comfort, while Urza observes with heartfelt emotion. Wheaton is promoted to personal butler, earning praise from the Basim family for his capable service. During a formal gathering, Errol attends despite initial discomfort, with the family discussing her performance and reputation. Linos cleverly turns Errol's minor accident into a fable, impressing nobles and improving her social standing. The family laughs, realizing Linos tricked them skillfully, and they admire his quick thinking and cleverness. The gathering ends on a positive note, with everyone pleased and expressing gratitude toward Linos for his contributions. Falco looks out the window, reflecting on Linos' potential and the bright future awaiting the young boy. Errol excitedly calls Linos to continue training in Renoa Forest, and Linos responds with eager enthusiasm. Linos woke painfully as Ricolette hugged him tightly again, continuing her usual morning prank routine. Ricolette smiled innocently while Linos endured embarrassment, worried others might misunderstand their situation. A servant arrived with an urgent summons, forcing Linos to leave immediately and prepare. Linos entered the room and discovered important nobles waiting, making him suddenly nervous. The Crown Prince revealed his presence, and Linos quickly apologized before showing proper respect. The Crown Prince explained his coming regency and requested Linos' assistance for an important task. He revealed the mission: obtain 100 golden bird plumes for the inauguration banquet. Linos hesitated, but Ricolette and Urza confidently supported him while others lacked suitable abilities. Linos promised fresh plumes using the Basim family storage, surprising the Crown Prince. Given only 2 weeks, Linos accepted the challenging request, unable to refuse the atmosphere. Linos pledged his service with utmost devotion, hiding his true age while impressing the Crown Prince. He inspected the forest through the Basim family's 1,000-mile telescope, searching carefully for the elusive golden bird. Linos prepared for the difficult task, determined to succeed despite its challenges and potential dangers. Ricolette arrived to assist him, easing his tension as they planned their strategy together. Linos began erecting a protective barrier, ensuring their camp remained safe as night approached. Linos agreed with Ricolette to complete the mission, committing fully to the Crown Prince's request. Using detection magic, Linos identified a flock of golden birds, preparing to move carefully toward them. He and Ricolette observed from a safe spot, calculating their strategy while unsure how long the quest would take. Linos confirmed a large flock of the target birds, deciding to approach carefully to avoid alerting them. Ricolette and Linos discussed barriers, planning multiple small protective traps to secure the birds without capturing other creatures. Linos studied the scout bird carefully, seeking a method to collect plumes without alerting others. He scattered fruit nearby, observing the golden bird's feeding habits while forming a new plan. Linos activated his barrier magic, testing an unusual idea despite uncertainty about its success. He altered the barrier's environment, creating a comfortable space to convince the scout bird. The bird relaxed inside the barrier, and Linos continued adjusting conditions to gain its trust. Linos' barrier successfully calmed the scout bird, proving his unusual plan worked perfectly. Ricolette praised Linos, while helping manage captured birds as more targets approached the area. Their strategy succeeded beyond expectations, leaving numerous golden birds peacefully gathered together nearby. With the birds secured, Linos prepared to finish the mission and return home. Before leaving, Ricolette eagerly inspected and plucked feathers, treating the task with remarkable enthusiasm. Ricolette eagerly cooked the golden bird meat while Linos helped, both unable to hide anticipation. After tasting the meal, Linos and Ricolette were stunned by its incredible flavor. They continued eating enthusiastically, praising the meat's sweetness and rich taste. Despite simple seasoning, satisfied with their success, they prepared extra portions to share with everyone back home. Linos and Ricolette returned proudly, bringing the prized plumes and receiving a warm welcome. After returning home, Linos served tea while receiving praise for successfully acquiring the golden birds. Urza thanked Linos personally, explaining the banquet succeeded because of his efforts. Feeling responsible for the difficult mission, Urza presented Linos with a special reward. Linos discovered a large amount of gold, gifted to the Basim family by royalty. Urza then promised that Linos would eventually gain his freedom, leaving him deeply surprised. Urza assured Linos that he would someday leave service comfortably and live independently. While celebrating everyone's kindness, Linos learned Falco had not yet returned from hunting. Linos investigated strange noises during the night, then was urgently summoned inside the mansion halls. Entering a grand hall, Linos found many guests celebrating his long-awaited coming-of-age ceremony. Seated prominently among cheerful companions, Linos became confused as unexpected attention focused entirely on him. Warsa revealed the magnificent feast was prepared for months, leaving Linos shocked and grateful. Remembering his fragile childhood, Linos listened proudly as everyone acknowledged his growth into adulthood. Warsa became emotional seeing Linos grown, while he kindly offered her a handkerchief. Family members recalled Linos's difficult training years, remembering setbacks before witnessing his remarkable growth. During the celebration, Linos was surprised when an important relative unexpectedly arrived before him. Recognizing his great-uncle, Linos froze briefly as guests reacted to the unexpected reunion, nervous but respectful. Linos thanked the Basim family before being introduced to Urza Whiten. Linos respectfully thanked Arden, head of the Basim household, for attending his important celebration. Arden greeted everyone warmly before leaving, while Linos and Urza discussed the surprise. Urza reflected on Arden's usual letters, wondering why his sudden appearance seemed unusual. Away from the festivities, Arden apologized for recent silence and declined returning immediately. Arden revealed he would remain several days because an important matter had occurred nearby. While enjoying the celebration feast, Linos was suddenly summoned by Urza and Falco. Leaving the banquet briefly, Linos apologized to guests before entering a private meeting. Arden revealed an important matter, entrusting Linos with a confidential task requiring witnesses. As part of the assignment, Linos received a permit granting broader access throughout town. Falco then announced a visit to a familiar place, leaving Linos surprised and uneasy. Arden gathered everyone privately and announced he had an important new responsibility for Linos. He appointed Linos supervisor of the Basim treasury, which contained powerful national-class magical treasures. Although overwhelmed, Linos learned Arden trusted nobody else to handle the assignment properly. After hearing the explanation, Linos accepted the responsibility and promised to fulfill it. As the meeting ended, Urza wondered whether another person would also receive a special role. Arden informed Linos that a high-status visitor would arrive tomorrow, explaining the reason for his return. The visitor, grateful for Linos's past assistance with golden birds, came to personally congratulate him. Linos respectfully received the visitor's praise, acknowledging his role as benefactor with humility. The visitor recognized Linos's permit and supervision over the treasury, highlighting his newly granted responsibilities. Seeing Linos entrusted with freedom and trust, the visitor assured him the treasury would be safe under his barrier skills. The visitor explained his presence wasn't only for Linos, but also for the Basim family's benefit. Linos was shocked when the visitor requested he be released from servitude and formally adopted. Stunned, Linos could barely react, trying to comprehend the unexpected adoption announcement. The visitor described Linos's excellence and potential, confirming his skills during the Golden Birds incident. He revealed intentions to appoint Linos as a royal barrier master, overwhelming him with responsibility. Linos agreed to wait while the visitor's family considered the adoption request, trying to remain patient. Our report confirmed Linos's return, noting his appointment as barrier master and supervisor of the Basim treasury. It was revealed he would work directly in the royal palace, with plans to erase prior servitude records. After years of waiting, Linos learned he would finally serve the kingdom as royal barrier master. An elderly instructor began teaching palace etiquette, stressing appearances and proper conduct above all. Linus listened carefully as she explained that ability alone could not ensure success. She warned that palace factions constantly competed, making trust and reputation equally important. Linus realized every ally, possession, and connection would be examined before his royal appointment. The instructor warned Linus that failure to earn trust could isolate him within court. Before departure, she encouraged Linus and granted him the honored Basim family name. A noble girl requested Linus accompany her, and preparations quickly began afterward. Linus followed her through the bustling market district, observing merchants and unusual goods. While exploring shops, she reminded Linus that palace duties would keep him away. The noble girl insisted on celebrating, but Linus struggled to think of any request. Linus explained his life had improved greatly, surrounded by comfort, freedom, and support. After hearing his gratitude, the noble girl became frustrated and searched for alternatives. Linus introduced azuki beans and shared recipes, impressing both the merchant and girl. They enjoyed the snack together, then continued shopping for clothes and daily necessities. Linus revealed he would leave in November, feeling nervous but calm about the future. The noble girl suggested he call her Errol, surprising Linus and loosening formalities. She reminded him to practice treating names casually, while he felt awkward yet compliant. Linus observed her trying on outfits, evaluating each carefully for suitability and style. Multiple friends joined, showing various clothes that fit Linus, creating a lively, cheerful shopping moment. Linus praised every outfit Errol tried, leaving her amused by his honest reactions. Despite browsing many stores, Errol found nothing special enough to satisfy her standards. Remembering the azuki beans, Errol offered Linus a small gift from gratitude afterward. Linus revealed a ribbon he had found earlier while Errol was changing clothes. Errol happily accepted the ribbon, treasuring the thoughtful gift and smiling brightly thereafter. After receiving Errol's gratitude, Linus felt embarrassed, unaware danger was approaching suddenly nearby. A loud explosion interrupted the market visit, causing panic as everyone looked upward. Linus spotted numerous wyverns flying overhead and realized they were approaching the capital. Fearing for the royal family, Linus searched desperately for transportation toward the castle. Amid fleeing crowds, Linus noticed a mysterious armored figure calmly walking forward alone. Linus noticed a man approaching calmly through the chaos, smiling, catching his and Errol's attention. The man identified them and explained the royal army had taken control, requesting their presence immediately. In Renoa Forest, Lefi discovered a natural hot spring and relaxed comfortably, enjoying the warm water alone. Iruna found Lefi beside the spring and learned she had secretly visited the location repeatedly. While resting together, Lefi described customs from her homeland, surprising Iruna with unfamiliar habits. Interested by her stories, Lefi expressed curiosity about visiting Iruna's hometown and seeing it. Iruna hesitated because his hometown was unreachable, struggling to explain the complicated truth. Lefi encouraged Iruna to journey to his hometown while relaxing in the hot spring, excited for adventure. They playfully splashed water at each other, while Lefi promised not to break her newfound promise. Lefi gazed at the full moon above the forest, eagerly anticipating the journey they would take. Lefi and Iruna confronted Lukua Madison, a military member, questioning his role in the rebellion they discovered. Lukua explained their actions aimed to guide the kingdom, confirming their intentions were honorable and protective. Iruna questioned Lukua's intentions after learning both he and Lefi had been summoned unexpectedly. Lukua revealed his true objective, admitting he had no orders to keep Errol alive. Lefi felt uneasy, as Lukua calmly discussed threats, making his dangerous intentions seem even worse. Iruna firmly declared his loyalty to Lefi, refusing to abandon his duty of protection. Understanding Iruna's resolve, Lukua decided they would be escorted to the royal palace instead. Iruna demanded Lukua prove the master's location at the royal palace. Surprising Lefi and herself, Lukua dropped a heavy object to emphasize authority, startling both Iruna and Lefi with his action. Lukua revealed the master's protector was the powerful wizard Falco, shocking Iruna and Lefi immediately. Lefi launched an aggressive attack toward Lukua, showing her determination and anger at his presence. Lefi continued her relentless assault, refusing to hold back while Lukua prepared to counter carefully. Lefi unleashed a furious attack against Lukua, refusing to accept his threats or explanations. Lukua effortlessly avoided Lefi's assault, criticizing her emotional fighting while Iruna watched anxiously. Their weapons collided directly, but Lukua maintained control and prevented Lefi from advancing. Lefi realized a protective barrier surrounded her, confirming Lukua already understood her abilities. Lukua stopped the confrontation, reminding Iruna and Lefi their priorities extended beyond fighting. Lucia threatened to starve them, ignoring Lefi and Iruna's reliance on Linos' protective barrier. Iruna acknowledged the danger, realizing the barrier couldn't prevent starvation, and considered following Lucia's instructions. Iruna prioritized the safety of others, confirming Lefi agreed while checking the severed arms situation. Lucia arranged a carriage for travel, instructing them to follow carefully without unnecessary delay. Iruna requested permission to meet the master and teacher. Lucia agreed to guide them safely. Iruna worried about a possible traitor because the mansion's barrier didn't activate against soldiers. Iruna questioned why soldiers treated him better than Lefi while observing her trembling hand. Iruna offered to exchange himself for Lefi, insisting everyone should be released safely immediately. Lefi reassured Iruna, crying softly, while he comforted her and promised the situation was under control. Approaching the palace, Iruna noticed many soldiers and sensed the increasing smell of blood ahead. Shige Karugi, Marshal of Juka, declared himself to his army, rallying everyone for battle. He announced the royal army overthrew the kingdom, intending to establish a new powerful kingdom. The soldiers were ordered to kill Karugi's enemies, terrifying Lefi, Iruna, and Lucia. The rebels shouted commands to destroy traitors, preparing to attack anyone opposing their plans. A chained royal was pushed forward while soldiers followed Karugi's orders to execute immediately. Karugi shouted to his army, declaring himself Marshal of Juka, and commanding their attention immediately. He announced they seized the throne, establishing a new kingdom, demanding the old blood be purged. Iruna realized Karugi intended to eradicate the royal family, using wyverns, shocking Lefi and himself. Lefi and Iruna witnessed the wyverns attacking, terrified by the destruction and imminent danger. Iruna prepared to create a protective barrier, knowing even children were in immediate mortal danger. Lucia warned Iruna against interfering, calmly watching civilians panic as chaos spread further. Iruna spotted Linos near the main gate, surrounded by prisoners and heavily guarded. Falco appeared injured but alive, relieving Lefi and Iruna, despite his severe condition. Iruna blamed himself for being careless, finally realizing Linos' true identity and importance. Karugi revealed he knew Linos' abilities and intended exploiting them for future protection. Iruna agreed to act, demanding Karugi release his master, teacher, and other captives immediately. Karugi threatened Iruna, warning him his execution was inevitable if he disobeyed orders now. Iruna tried negotiating, asking Linos for advice to save the captives from certain death. He admitted being careless, realizing the teacher's warnings led him to underestimate the situation. Iruna promised to shield Lefi and others using his own arm, preparing for confrontation. Karugi rejected Iruna's demands, declaring he misunderstood his powerless position within the rebellion. Following Karugi's order, Shane stepped forward immediately, calmly accepting the command without hesitation. Iruna and Lefi were shocked when they recognized Shane, realizing he was someone familiar. Young Shige Karugi visited his grandfather, eager to hear battle stories and learn heroic achievements firsthand. Inspired by those tales, Shige dreamed of becoming a soldier and strengthening his country someday. His grandfather praised Shige's determination, reminding him that true soldiers must never accept defeat. Years later, Shige excelled in studies and training, earning admiration throughout the Karugi household. As others praised his leadership and kindness, Shige looked confidently toward a promising future. Shige Karugi studied closely, noticing Basem Fan Arden, a gifted student, potentially valuable to royal support. Shige considered military training, realizing both he and Basem could strengthen the kingdom's future stability. Oz Corps commander, Shigie received a wyvern egg, preparing to use it for strategic purposes. Shigie explained plans to subjugate demons, earning respect from his soldiers and peers around him. He reflected on royal corruption and noble obstacles, determined to protect the kingdom with unwavering leadership. Shige emphasized the royal army's duty, declaring even strong monsters must be defeated immediately. Soldiers acknowledged his authority, though concerns about Prime Minister Basem's approval remained tense. Shigega planned cautiously, considering potential war against Hidata while maintaining strategic patience. He advocated attacking enemy territory for expansion, debating with advisors about timing and opportunity. Shiga reminded leaders that citizens' welfare mattered more than power, insisting national strength prioritized people's safety. Shige argued passionately in court, insisting national power required immediate military strengthening. The crown prince intervened, instructing Shige to abandon the military plan and follow royal guidance. Shigea, frustrated with weak leadership, declared a strong, enduring country required decisive and destructive action. He resolved to purge corruption and weakness, believing unyielding force ensured the nation's survival. Shane Whiten, commander of royal intelligence, appeared, formally introducing himself to Linos after a long separation. Shigi pressured Linos to speak publicly, placing the barrier master under intense political scrutiny. Shane suddenly activated a magical device and ordered Linos to kneel before everyone. The spell took effect instantly, leaving Linos shocked while nearby witnesses watched in confusion. Under compulsion, Linos revealed painful memories about slavery and punishment from his former supervisor. A furious woman confronted the situation as another man demanded obedience, escalating tensions dramatically. Under questioning, Linos revealed hidden abilities, forbidden magic knowledge, and concerns about mansion security. Shane admitted, entering the barrier was painful, crediting Linos' skills while maintaining outside contact. Overwhelmed by guilt, Linos blamed himself and believed helping everyone was no longer possible. Shane disclosed brutal interrogations, where captives were burned to uncover passwords and secret locations. He explained the torture continued until information emerged, ultimately exposing Linos' whereabouts to enemies. Linos pleaded desperately while a determined woman vowed to protect their aunt despite danger. Ignoring their emotions, Shige demanded the barrier password and ordered Linos separated immediately. Linos struggled, refusing to reveal the forbidden password under intense pressure and threat from powerful nobles. His captors pressed harder, astonished at the strength of slavery magic and his unwavering resistance. Linos sank to his knees, determined not to betray his master's secret, holding on to memories. The surrounding nobles and guards grew furious, frustrated that he would not comply despite their dominance. The commanding officer gave the order to dissolve barriers and eliminate everyone within the area immediately. Chaos erupted as the barrier started to waver, and Linos' allies screamed, warning him of danger. The executioners moved to carry out the lethal command, prepared to kill without hesitation. In the midst of violence, Linos watched helplessly as enemies fell violently around him. He stood frozen, witnessing the destruction and feeling the weight of responsibility for his companions. The death of his great aunt shattered him emotionally, cementing his resolve for future vengeance and strategy. Linos examined the mysterious magic circle appearing in his hand, wondering about its true purpose. He struggled to control his body, desperate to act quickly and save those around him. The mark of the slave contract began to glow, signaling the activation of forbidden magic. The nobles were shocked as Linos moved unexpectedly, breaking their assumptions and control completely. A wounded ally apologized, sacrificing herself to protect others, and ensuring her actions supported Linos. Linos realized her sacrifice was a final gift, inspiring him to act with renewed determination. Family members screamed in despair, mourning the loss of loved ones amid chaos and violence. A wyvern appeared, threatening those who remained lying helplessly on the ground. Linos shouted in horror, witnessing the creature attacking those he could not save. His allies tried to calm the situation, but fear and urgency left no room for delay. Linos cried out desperately as the wyvern threatened his lady, preparing to intervene immediately. His companion leapt toward the wyvern, determined to protect everyone and shield the innocent. The lady shouted emotionally, urging the return of her precious people and safety for all. Linos realized he had to protect her directly, preparing a barrier to control the battlefield. The wyvern attacked, killing one ally as Linos and others tried to stop the creature. Linos faced the terrifying creature, his resolve strengthening despite witnessing the suffering around him. The wyvern continued its assault, breaking the earth and endangering everyone standing in its path. Miraculously, the lady survived, smiling faintly even in the chaos, inspiring courage in Linos. Linos activated his magic, determined not to forgive the perpetrators who caused such destruction. He vowed to make enemies regret their actions, focusing all energy on protecting allies relentlessly. Linos watched the ruined castle, confused why the nobles laughed despite devastating losses everywhere. Standing among rubble, Linos swore vengeance against those responsible for murdering his beloved companions. His barriers spread silently, surrounding enemies and wyverns while he selected his next targets. Linos explained the barrier's effect, trapping heat inside bodies and triggering deadly reactions. The wyvern screamed in agony as internal damage spread throughout its massive body. Linos remembered his loved one's suffering, believing the monster's pain remained insufficient punishment. Thinking of Greta's final moments, Linos coldly asked whether the creature feared death. Consumed by grief and rage, Linos delivered a merciless command and sentenced it. A violent explosion engulfed the wyvern while nearby nobles watched the terrifying destruction unfold. As dust settled, Linos confronted Marshall, determined to challenge everything they once believed. Linos pointed at Marshall, declaring the dream of rebuilding would end with his death. Surrounded by allies and enemies, Linos accused them of killing everyone supporting his future. His voice echoed across the ruins as he condemned them for destroying his family. A massive barrier covered the palace, preventing commands and control from reaching Linos anymore. Remembering Greta and his master, Linos manipulated rubble through barriers to attack relentlessly. Realizing the danger, Marshall ordered Whiten and the remaining forces to evacuate immediately. Whiten leapt through collapsing debris, rushing toward Marshall while searching for an escape. A blinding light erupted from the center, swallowing the battlefield and freezing everyone. From above, the city witnessed an enormous crystal-like formation rising from the palace. When the light faded, confused citizens checked survivors, wondering what unimaginable event occurred. Linos collapsed to the ground, exhausted and defeated, while villagers stared at the sky, witnessing the castle vanish without a trace. The enormous remnants of the castle rained down from the sky, and debris crashed around Linos as he struggled to comprehend the destruction. He approached the rubble and touched a fallen wall, feeling its cold, rough surface as if searching for answers to the sudden disaster. Linos lifted his head and saw fragments suspended in the air, recognizing the magical barrier holding the castle pieces intact, emanating powerful energy. Linus stared at the fallen creature, determined to intervene, refusing to leave the threat unresolved. Figures from the mansion and the royal family appeared, reminding Linus of those he must protect. Linus extended his hands, planning to conceal the entity before anyone could notice or interfere. He unleashed a sweeping barrier technique, dispersing energy across the battlefield to hide the creature completely. Linus realized time was short. He needed to vanish before the castle town discovered his actions. He ran past familiar streets, recalling faces of servants and allies from the mansion waving him goodbye. His steps quickened as he pushed forward, determined to uncover truths about the situation's dangerous developments. Linus paused, glancing at the fortified castle, remembering the lady who had been beside him earlier. He reflected on his first arrival in this world, tracing the path he had once walked carefully. Resolute, Linus continued forward, knowing only by moving ahead could he confront challenges and protect those important. Linus felt overwhelmed by his ignorance, realizing many things remained unknown and left him helplessly confused. He approached the mansion gates cautiously, observing the grand walls and empty courtyard surrounding the estate. Shock struck Linus as he discovered the estate entirely abandoned. Realizing those he sought were gone, he called out for Miss Warsa and everyone else, his voice echoing through the silent ruins. Kneeling, Linus attempted to use detection magic, hoping to locate even one surviving person inside. He repeated his desperate pleas, scanning the area, but no response answered back to his cries. Linus investigated carefully, noting every sound, aware it might be the wind or small animals moving. He entered the partially destroyed mansion, observing that no signs of fighting or blood were present. Linus walked through the halls, noting the servants' room had vanished, feeling responsible for its destruction. He encountered other servants still alive, but sorrow lingered. He reflected on losses and ongoing responsibilities. Linus cautiously checked the dining room fireplace, confirming it was secure and free of hidden threats. The elderly caretakers instructed Linus to take the treasures if anything unfortunate happened to them. He followed their guidance to access a hidden compartment, a stone reacting only with granted permission. Linus learned the secret password from the caretakers, a safeguard to protect the mansion's most valuable items. He struggled to understand the significance of the password, realizing the complexity of responsibilities placed upon him. Linus retrieved the heirloom he had seen during his training, feeling the weight of past teachings. He examined 2 swords and a piece of cloth, questioning whether preserving them justified everyone's previous sacrifices. Linus planned to clean up scattered debris from the battle, ensuring no signs of the conflict remained. He carefully inspected the kitchen and dining room, preparing to restore order in the aftermath of destruction. Upon encountering the servants, Linus was reassured. Though sorrow lingered for the lives lost protecting the estate, Linus entered the familiar room, noticing everything appeared normal, despite the mansion's devastating losses. While organizing supplies, Linus discovered an unfamiliar package that had appeared during his absence. Opening the package, he found bread and preserved food. Immediately recognizing someone's thoughtful preparation, he unfolded a carefully prepared outfit, sensing it carried a message from trusted companions. The clothing's ornament reminded Linus of a tailor appointment arranged by Master earlier. Realization struck him suddenly: the survivors had protected this area to deliver the package. Memories of the mansion staff surfaced, reminding Linus how kindly everyone had treated him. Unable to contain his emotions, Linus wept, wishing the servants had escaped safely instead. He concluded their sacrifice and memories were far more valuable than any treasure preserved. Remembering their smiles, Linus found strength again, determined to honor everyone moving forward. While strengthening a barrier around the mansion, Linus noticed several townspeople approaching cautiously nearby. The townspeople saw his injuries and moved closer, hoping to offer assistance and support. Their concern quickly turned into panic, causing them to retreat from Linus in fear. Confused, Linus watched them shout warnings, unable to understand why they feared him. The crowd insisted a monster stood before them, claiming danger hid beneath human appearance. Hearing their accusations, Linus froze in shock and questioned why they called him a monster. Linus sits under a massive tree, reflecting on being called a monster by terrified villagers. He examines his body and clothes, finding no physical transformation or blood despite his fears. Deep inside Lunoir Forest, he realizes no demons appeared. Yet he wonders why he survives alone. Memories of his family and friends fill him with longing. They are no longer present. Loneliness and sadness weigh on him, frustration building as he misses everyone he once cherished. He stares into a small fire, eventually succumbing to exhaustion and falling asleep quietly nearby. In sleep, he wishes the events were only a nightmare, avoiding the painful reality surrounding him. Awakening, Linus notices a group of familiar faces standing before him, their arrival unexpected but comforting. Shock hits him as he sees his master and companions alive, contradicting memories of destruction. Relief floods Linus as they celebrate his survival, laughter, and gratitude, replacing the dread from before. Linus hesitates, expressing concern. The others react warmly, relieved that he survived and returned safely. He bursts into tears, overwhelmed with relief seeing everyone alive. Finally confronting the fear inside himself. The group stands together beneath the trees, exchanging polite words, acknowledging the long journey and their tiredness. They sit around the fire, sharing a moment of rest, warmth, and camaraderie after their trials. Linus offers to prepare a treat from his homeland, surprising everyone with his thoughtfulness and care. His companions react with shock and curiosity, wondering about the unusual concoction he plans to cook. One of the elders calls Linus over, indicating a private conversation, creating a sense of tension. He faces gentle questioning about his worries, realizing his companions notice his unease, despite his calm. Linus explains his limitations, mentioning the ruined royal library, and they discuss possible ways to recover knowledge. Despite challenges, Linus finds encouragement from friends. Understanding his survival inspires hope for the entire kingdom. Linus listens as his companions laugh, discussing starting anew as an ordinary man, feeling relieved and excited. They remind him he is no longer a slave, embracing him warmly, affirming his new freedom. His master encourages him to live fully, assuring treasures and guidance will support him on his path. The group explains the hidden vault, its supplies safe, and how lucky coincidences protected them. Linus receives the treats personally prepared, feeling gratitude for their thoughtfulness and careful planning behind it. He prepares zenzei, the warm dish from his homeland, and everyone appreciates the comforting, familiar flavor. Linus receives playful guidance about remembering family flavors, sharing laughter while enjoying the meal with companions. He learns the significance of his name, given with love and intended as a lasting legacy. His adoptive family expresses hope he will carry both their name and identity proudly in life. Linus kneels respectfully, vowing to treasure the names and the love they symbolize forever in heart. Linus questions why his companions reveal such personal thoughts now, sensing their deep care and concern. They urge him to wake, guiding him gently toward action, as dawn begins to break nearby. The group expresses pride in his strength, encouraging him to live freely as he desires always. Linus protests, worried about his friend's safety, yet they reassure him about treasures and their protection. He learns about hidden supplies and safe food, appreciating their careful planning to ensure his survival. Errol emphasizes gratitude, reminding him the efforts reflect the faith and love they placed in him. He cries, unable to control his emotions, realizing the depth of care surrounding him constantly. Linus recalls moments of separation, understanding their presence watches over him, even when unseen guidance. Errol questions him about his abilities, reminding him that his skills reflect the love of others. He acknowledges the connection, realizing each act he performs carries pieces of everyone who protects him. Errol embraces Linus, reminding him to never forget their care and the promise they shared. She urges him to do his best, reassuring Linus she will always support and protect him. They promise to meet again, laughing and smiling, sealing a heartfelt bond that transcends distance. Errol explains a ritual for promises, linking their fingers, giving the act a meaningful tradition. The gesture feels romantic and warm, leaving Linus surprised yet deeply touched by Errol's sincerity. They cheer together, fired up, ready to face challenges, despite overwhelming odds and dangers ahead. Errol waves goodbye energetically, leaving Linus alone, but the warmth of her presence lingers. He awakens alone, realizing it was a dream, yet the emotions and memories remain vivid. Linos feels the warmth of the linked finger, reminding him of Errol's care and love. He contemplates living freely, inspired by her guidance, ready to face tomorrow with newfound resolve. Linos watches beasts, fighting, contemplating using minimal magic to intervene, unsure if half-asleep calculations affect his power. A sudden lightning strike surprises Linos, causing him to reconsider his own abilities while processing the chaotic scene. A small, joyful creature thanks Linos for saving it, highlighting the impact of his actions on others. Linos reacts with shock and curiosity, trying to understand the significance of the events and the creature's gratitude. Linos discovered a small fox speaking unexpectedly after he rescued it from danger nearby. The frightened fox misunderstood Linos's intentions and feared becoming a meal for him. Linos quickly explained that his magic accidentally caused trouble while helping the fox. After calming down, the fox allowed Linos to examine and heal its wound. Linos used healing magic carefully, restoring the fox's strength and earning trust. Grateful for help, the fox introduced an injured unicorn hidden among trees. As they traveled together, Linos learned animals in this world could speak. The fox revealed it was a 200-year-old spirit, blessed with human speech. Linos approached the wounded unicorn gently, recognizing its condition and preparing treatment. The unicorn panicked from pain, but the fox reassured it while Linos continued healing. Linos approached the unicorn carefully, apologizing for startling it and preparing healing magic. As his hands glowed, Linos imagined healing all those he had lost in his past life. Memories of his friend's encouragement reminded him of the joy of helping others selflessly. He instructed the unicorn to move slightly, confirming the wound no longer caused pain. The fox noticed Linos's emotional response, realizing he was crying quietly despite the calm scene. Memories of his family and friends cheered him onward, filling him with warmth and determination. The fox affectionately pressed against Linos's face, comforting him silently and lifting his spirits. Linos felt the fox's tiny heartbeat, appreciating its warmth and the connection they shared. Both Linos and the fox enjoyed a simple meal, made by the family that once cared for him. The unicorn acknowledged Linos's kindness, realizing the same man who saved them also carried a complex past. The fox explained that Linos's powers frightened others, creating accumulated curses over time. The curse manifested from the heavy burden of deaths he caused and guilt he carried. Linos reflected on the people in the castle town, realizing some may still fear him. The fox reminded Linos that his assumptions might not be true, encouraging hope and perspective. Linos hesitated, unsure if he could lift the curse or risk it returning. The fox offered to remove the curse using its spirit powers, showing trust in him. Linos acknowledged the offer, considering the weight of the fox's help carefully and respectfully. The fox assured Linos that despite grudges, his actions proved him a kind person. The fox encouraged Linos to lift the curse and start living for atonement now. Linos felt motivated, imagining a life where his deeds honor the people he cherishes. The fox asked whether Linos intended evil, and his sincere smile answered everything. Following the fox's instructions, Linos extended his hands and accepted the curse removal. Dark energy flowed from Linos's body, disappearing completely as the fox completed its ritual. Relieved and lighter, Linos thanked the fox, while the unicorn watched approvingly nearby. The fox requested names for itself and the unicorn as proof of friendship. After careful thought, Linos named the fox spirit Gon, delighting the small creature. Gon became emotional with happiness, proudly accepting the meaningful name Linos bestowed. Linos then named the unicorn Elimo, giving both companions identities for their future. Gon immediately declared that both he and Elimo would accompany Linos onward. Leaving the forest behind, Linos, Gon and Elimo began their journey toward Hydaita Kingdom. Elimo hesitated and revealed important information about nearby kingdoms beyond the forest. Gon explained that Elimo once belonged to Hydaita's royal family but escaped mistreatment. Linos learned Elimo was a rare unicorn Pegasus hybrid and understood why hunters captured him. Elimo promised to protect Linos during their travels, while Gon proudly agreed as well. Accepting their companionship, Linos decided the three of them should depart immediately together. Leaving the forest behind, Linos, Gon, and Elimo began their journey toward Hydaita Kingdom. Linos finally reached a fortified city after escaping danger, accompanied by his loyal beast companions. After crossing Renoa Forest and surviving hardships, Linos recalled narrowly escaping a dragon attack. City guards stopped Linos immediately and questioned his identity, origin, and purpose there. The guards were shocked, hearing Linos came through Renoa Forest from Juka Kingdom. Seono met Linos personally and carefully confirmed reports regarding Juka Kingdom's situation. Linos firmly confirmed the kingdom's collapse, leaving everyone inside the hall concerned. Officials questioned him further, gathering details about demons, attacks, and destroyed royal structures. Siono compared Linos's testimony with existing intelligence and found every detail consistent. Satisfied with the information, Siono requested Linos meet the Prime Minister soon. Though surprised, Linos accepted politely while arrangements were made for his temporary stay. Linos arrived at an extravagant residence and felt uneasy receiving hospitality far beyond expectations. After Sono departed, Linos entered his room and rested on the luxurious bed. While relaxing, Linos considered tomorrow's meeting and realized his appearance needed improvement. The next morning, Sono arrived and barely recognized Linos in elegant new clothing. A carriage carried Linos toward a massive castle, leaving him increasingly confused afterward. Escorted through grand halls, Linos learned an important official awaited him inside. Noticing guards and magical surveillance, Linos cautiously observed everything before entering the chamber. Inside, Linos met an elderly statesman who welcomed him with formal courtesy. The official recognized Linos immediately and referenced his unusual rise within House Basim. Linos introduced himself respectfully, beginning a serious discussion about his background and abilities. Linos informed the elder official about the Juka kingdom collapse and possible civil war. The elder explained that sending troops was unwise and highlighted the loss of talented leaders. Linos listened as the official described the Marquis's dedication, working without rest for 3 days. Linos revealed the Marquis was his master, emphasizing Falco's rigorous training and mentorship influence. The elder reflected that Falco lived a fulfilling life and praised his teaching, comparing him to a father figure. Recognizing the importance of the situation, the elder invited Linos to accompany him to meet His Highness. Linos entered the imperial throne room. He respectfully introduced himself as the barrier master of House Basim, before the emperor. While standing before the emperor, Linos sensed something unusual. The emperor studied him carefully, creating growing tension inside. The audience ended peacefully. Linos confirmed his thoughts, bowed respectfully, and departed after leaving a favorable impression there. Outside the palace, Linos relaxed immediately. Siono approached him and kindly offered to guide him around town. As they prepared to leave, Siono informed Linos about a dinner invitation from an important noble authority. Walking through the capital, Linos observed the city's layout. He noticed its districts differed from neighboring kingdoms. Siono explained important landmarks, including residences, the university, and the theater. Linos appreciated the organized environment during their tour. Linos considered local customs and governance. The kingdom appeared stable, prosperous, and carefully managed. They later visited shops together. While examining materials, Linos unexpectedly remembered Errol and wondered about meeting again. After shopping, Linos returned with many purchases. Seeing his supplies, he felt confident about remaining comfortably longer. Back in his room, Linos reviewed the day's events. He planned to discuss future employment opportunities during dinner tonight. While waiting, Linos considered possible discussion topics. He expected the Prime Minister might simply revisit connections from earlier. At Dida, Linos met Prince Vilas of Hitadida. The unexpected royal arrival immediately changed the atmosphere completely. Prince Vilas apologized for arriving late. His friendly attitude surprised Linos, who wondered about the prince's intentions. The Prime Minister explained their relationship and revealed a request. They wanted Linos to protect royal family members. Vilas described growing political tensions. Princess Ricolette's influence attracted ambitious nobles, seeking greater control over government affairs. The prince explained that several incidents had already occurred. Even people close to him suffered from conflicts. Wanting stability, Vilas asked for assistance. The Prime Minister clarified they hoped Linos would guard both princes. Linos felt honored but hesitated. He had only recently arrived and questioned whether he deserved such trust. The Prime Minister reassured him calmly. Linos's reputation, lineage, and connection to Falco made him highly qualified. The Prime Minister laughed warmly, showing passion for the kingdom. Linos noticed the atmosphere felt similar to Basim House. Linos firmly accepted the request. As Falco's disciple and Basim House member, he promised to protect the royal family. Excited, Linos arrived at his new house. His animal companions, Gon and Elimo, followed him eagerly, marveling at the mansion. The property offered space and resources. Linos reflected on nervousness while hoping to quickly start working as a bodyguard. Approaching the mansion, Linos explored the exterior. Nature surrounded the property, providing both beauty and practical defense against monsters. Inside, Linos discovered various amenities: bath, kitchen, stables, and a lounge. He marveled at the functionality and size. He counted bedrooms and guest rooms. Though not like Basim House, he felt satisfied with privacy and livability. Linos prepared to visit the imperial capital. He planned to shop for necessities, ensuring the house would be ready quickly. He explained his company plan to the Prime Minister. Linos intended to use barrier magic for practical business purposes. Excited, he asked about naming the company. He envisioned future workspaces in the imperial capital, combining magical skill with entrepreneurial ambition. Linos named his company, Date Company. He and Gon prepared to establish a business using his barrier powers immediately. He explored the imperial city streets. The lively environment featured shops, people, and vibrant energy from early morning activities. Princess Ricolat observed the red light district. She noted the area's surprising activity so early. Drawing concern from her two allies, discussed operational plans. They intended to arrest employees and control illegal establishments efficiently in an hour. Ricolat argued against immorality. She emphasized that the sale of bodies was unacceptable and needed to be eradicated completely. Her companions agreed. They reported potential disturbances at these locations and planned careful monitoring to preserve public order. Linos located the intersection for his business. He followed a map carefully, preparing for the official setup of Date Company. Arriving at the site, he identified the main entrance. He planned the first floor as reception and second as office space. He outlined his service plan. Linos intended to provide protection for both people and goods, with barrier magic and swordsmanship. With confidence, Linos readied the company. He prepared a bodyguard service leveraging training from Falco and Errol, ensuring full readiness. Linos prayed for Date Company's prosperity. Gon looked on confused, unsure about the purpose behind the ritual or prayer. A scream echoed suddenly. Linos was startled, signaling an urgent or dangerous event unfolding in the city nearby. He observed chaos outside. Soldiers attacked the brothel, causing violence despite being frequent customers, and citizens looked worried and helpless. Linos reflected. He realized he must act immediately for the country's safety, understanding the responsibility placed on him. Princess Ricolat coordinated the operation. She highlighted the moral and legal reasons for controlling illicit activities, reinforcing public order. Linos tried to stop the disturbance politely. He argued that brothels would naturally cease if customers and demand disappeared. He emphasized a practical perspective. Protecting people's choices would naturally lead to closure of immoral businesses without extreme force. Linos continued giving guidance. He instructed the customers to stop frequenting these establishments, reducing illegal activity without unnecessary punishment. He spoke firmly to ensure clarity. Linos aimed to balance enforcement with the rights of civilians and the kingdom's moral standards. Linos's approach showed strategy and fairness. Even during a crisis, he implemented long-term solutions to maintain order while respecting people. The angry soldiers surrounded Linos and threatened him. Calmly, he demonstrated barrier magic, bending metal and warning them. Intimidated by Linos's power, the soldiers retreated. They promised to report everything to Ricolat and Shooter afterward. The workers celebrated Linos's intervention. Grateful for his protection, they crowded around him and expressed heartfelt appreciation. Elsewhere, Shooter and Ricolat discussed the incident. Both agreed Linos was unusual and worth paying attention to. Ricolat questioned her actions briefly. Shooter reassured her, believing the people would eventually understand her intentions and decisions. Linos's barrier shop attracted a huge crowd. Visitors lined up outside, submitting requests while staff organized schedules and destinations. Inside the shop, satisfied customers thanked Linos for previous services. The growing reputation brought even more visitors daily. After the rush slowed, Linos finally rested and ate lunch. Despite exhaustion, he felt pleased with progress. A strange visitor arrived unexpectedly. The small cat-like figure demanded attention immediately, surprising Linos and nearby customers. The visitor introduced himself as Hero Willis. He complained loudly about receiving poor treatment despite his status. Willis presented an important request. His party wanted Linos's barrier abilities to help defeat the feared Demon King. After reviewing the proposal, Linos politely refused. He lacked interest in joining unknown adventurers on dangerous campaigns. Once Willis departed, Linos discussed recent events with companions. Conversation shifted toward politics and the imperial princess. The group analyzed rumors surrounding the princess. Linos learned about a scholar named Shooter influencing investigations. While considering the information carefully, Linos remained uncertain. He decided to seek the Prime Minister for answers. The imperial princess studied endlessly, hoping to become useful to her father. Recent events left her frustrated and uncertain. While walking through the palace, Lady Ricolet searched for her family. Their absence deepened her growing loneliness. Ricolet noticed her parents speaking privately with her older brother. Their serious expressions worried her greatly that day. Servants gently redirected Ricolette away from the meeting. Though obedient, she sensed important matters were being hidden. Feeling neglected, Ricolette wondered whether her family valued the future emperor more than they valued her. Later, news arrived that a personal tutor would teach her. Ricolette was surprised by the unexpected decision. The tutor introduced herself as Kurumu Fal. Ricolette immediately showed enthusiasm and eagerness to learn everything possible. Kurumu accepted the role and began lessons. She admired Ricolette's determination despite her young age and burdens. Day after day, Ricolette studied tirelessly. She believed knowledge and effort could make her truly valuable someday. Even when exhaustion brought tears, Ricolette continued learning. She hoped her achievements would eventually earn recognition and acceptance. Ricolette learned her value depended on perceptions. Discussions revealed nobles distrusted her, despite intelligence and strong potential. She realized interfering with unsuitable nobility drew attention. Her position could be jeopardized if she failed to gain trust. Observing the nobles celebrating their own privileges, Ricolette became determined to prove her worth beyond inherited status. She resolved to show her father that talented individuals exist among commoners, challenging assumptions about usefulness and power. Ricolette questioned whether her efforts would ever make her indispensable. Doubt and anxiety grew while she continued to study. Her determination intensified. Surrounded by books, she demanded more knowledge, eager to improve and contribute meaningfully to her family. She pleaded with Kurumu to teach more. The princess felt she was not yet recognized as capable enough. Kurumu encouraged Ricolette to convert thoughts and feelings into action. A plan to become truly effective began forming. Ricolette was introduced to Shooter, a skilled Imperial Guard member. His support promised to strengthen her capabilities and confidence. Shooter explained responsibilities honestly. He reassured her that dedicated effort would be recognized, offering guidance and protection for the challenges ahead. Shooter pledged unwavering loyalty to Ricolette. His sincere declaration shocked her, as few had supported her before. Overwhelmed by emotion, Ricolette burst into tears. Years of pressure and loneliness finally spilled out uncontrollably. Kurumu and Shooter stayed beside her patiently. They allowed Ricolette to release feelings she had hidden. After calming down, Ricolette tried making an important decision. Palace officials immediately objected to her authority. She worried that promoting talented commoners would anger her father and powerful nobles throughout the empire. Shooter acknowledged the risks but explained that Ricolette's knowledge could strengthen both the kingdom and royal family. He assured her that criticism would not last forever. Eventually, people would understand her intentions and efforts. Shooter repeated his promise of loyalty. His support remained unchanged, despite uncertainty surrounding the princess's future. Remembering her childhood, Ricolette wished her parents would recognize her hard work and praise her sincerely. While wiping away tears, Ricolette received news that Shooter requested an audience, bringing another important discussion ahead. Linos discovered an old shrine hidden among giant trees. Its Japanese-style design surprised him, and he carefully investigated the area back inside. Linos asked Gon about the shrine. While eating snacks, Gon listened and became noticeably concerned. The moment Linos mentioned the shrine, Gon's expression changed completely. Fear overtook him, leaving his body trembling uncontrollably. After calming slightly, Gon explained that the shrine related to White Fox traditions and a strict inspection ceremony. Linos learned the inspection was conducted by the princess, leader of the White Foxes, whose standards frightened Gon. Remembering his own stressful work experiences, Linos comforted Gon and tried easing the fox's growing anxiety. Linos reassured Gon that he had always been responsible. Gon listened quietly, though his worries remained strong. Determined not to avoid reality, Gon decided to attend. Linos encouraged him to complete the inspection quickly. Wanting to help, Linos prepared thoughtful gifts. The presents delighted Gon and strengthened his confidence considerably. With gifts ready, Linos and Gon returned to the shrine. Together, they prepared for the princess's inspection. Linos followed the small fox spirit through a quiet shrine path, trusting its guidance toward an unknown destination ahead. As he approached the gate, Linos felt nostalgic. The scenery briefly reminded him of Japan before reality returned. The shrine gates opened, revealing fox attendants. They welcomed Linos and escorted him toward the princess's residence. Inside the grand building, Linos waited respectfully, while the attendants informed him that the princess would summon him. A sudden bark echoed through the room. The attendants quickly controlled the disturbance while Linos remained silent. An overwhelming presence filled the air. Linos felt cold sweat running down his back and grew uneasy. A commanding voice instructed him to raise his head. Linos obeyed carefully, unsure of what awaited him. Before him sat an enormous divine fox. Linos knelt respectfully, realizing he faced a powerful being. The fox's immense size shocked Linos. He struggled to remain calm while processing the unbelievable sight. The princess finally appeared and introduced herself. Linos presented his name and accepted his role as companion. The divine fox asked Linos about the person who had given Gon his name and earned widespread respect. Linos defended Gon sincerely, explaining their long companionship and recalling how Gon supported him during difficult times. The fox questioned Linos's intentions. Realizing the misunderstanding, Linos hurriedly tried correcting his careless explanation immediately. Linos presented a gift box. The divine fox dismissed everyone else, choosing to inspect the offering privately. He explained the food came from his hometown and was traditionally offered to fox deities with respect. The divine fox tasted the snacks and became delighted. Linos watched nervously as her excitement rapidly grew. Impressed by the flavor, the fox granted Linos favor and allowed Gon to remain beside him afterward. The fox accepted the arrangement, but demanded future offerings, making clear that additional treats remained expected. The conversation shifted. The fox discussed Linos's curse, his growing power, and matters concerning the Demon King. The fox warned Linos never to misuse his strength. Accepting the advice, he vowed to remember it. Before Linos departed, the divine fox expressed gratitude for his offering and decided an appropriate reward was necessary. The fox granted divine protection and refinement. Linos was surprised, believing Gon remaining beside him was enough. Linos learned the blessing's effects. Excited by refinement, he hoped to speak with the unicorn again. As Linos prepared to leave, the fox reminded him not to forget future offerings and gifts. The meeting ended abruptly. Linos and Gon found themselves outside, still stunned by the sudden farewell. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Gon pledged lifelong loyalty. Linos noted he had somehow escaped punishment and demotion. After returning home, Linos reflected on the visit while noticing rumors that the princess seemed healthier recently. Linos arrived at the store, exhausted and panting, summoned urgently by the Prime Minister. He wondered what trouble awaited him next. The messenger, also out of breath, urged Linos to come immediately to the castle. He sensed the urgency could not be ignored. Inside the grand castle, Linos met the advisors. They warned him of a dangerous person who had suddenly appeared, threatening stability within the kingdom. The advisors explained they had captured a catman claiming to be a prince, insisting the Demon King needed subjugation. The situation appeared precarious. Linos learned that the catman had brought equipment and funds without consulting anyone, treating the subjugation task as a performance to impress his country. The Catman Prince had been violent during confiscation, injuring a maid, leading to his banishment, and a demand to return the equipment, complicating political matters. The imperial advisor lamented the unlucky assignment of Lady Ricolette to oversee the issue, increasing tension and concern for Linos about potential outcomes. The advisors explained that beheading the Catman Prince could destabilize surrounding nations, but if he truly was royalty, execution was required to maintain imperial authority. Linos was tasked to secretly remove the Catman Prince, balancing the threat to the empire while ensuring no royal blood was wrongly harmed. He debated whether to rely on the empire's knights or take action personally, knowing the delicate mission required careful strategy and discretion. Linos received instructions from the advisor, understanding he would need to act carefully. He acknowledged responsibility for the mission and its success. Walking through the castle corridors, Linos noticed a noblewoman approaching. Her presence calm yet commanding. He sensed importance in this meeting. The noblewoman was introduced as the first imperial Princess Ricolette. Linos observed her attentiveness and quiet authority, realizing her significance in the kingdom. Princess Ricolette examined Linos carefully, silently assessing his role. Her calm yet focused expression conveyed intelligence and discernment in her judgment. Linos bowed respectfully, but Ricolette immediately clarified that kneeling was unnecessary. Her demeanor reflected confidence and disregard for traditional ceremonial expectations. The princess explained that respect should be given to those truly worthy, not automatically to visitors, nobles, or even royal officials. Linos began to understand her reasoning, realizing the Prime Minister's concerns were rooted in her unconventional approach and independent judgment. Ricolette's perspective jeopardized traditional nobility expectations, but it also highlighted her capability to act decisively and fairly, even in tense circumstances. A commotion arose as the Catman Prince reacted violently. Linos prepared to escort him, balancing firmness with careful control of the situation. Linos mounted a limo, the winged horse, preparing to travel to the border. He appreciated the princess's understanding and the chance to communicate with animals. During the journey, Willis loudly protested his deportation. Linos listened calmly while questioning whether the self-proclaimed hero deserved recognition. Linos challenged Willis to prove his heroic status. Faced with difficult questions, Willis struggled to justify his reputation. To demonstrate his point, Linos revealed overwhelming power. Willis watched in shock, realizing strength alone could not define heroism. As Ilimo descended near the border, Willis finally introduced himself properly. The atmosphere became quieter and more reflective. Before reaching their destination, Willis suddenly spotted an elderly catman. Excitement replaced his complaints as he rushed forward. The elderly catman immediately struck Willis and scolded him. Linos quickly understood that this was a family matter. Willis received a stern lecture for stealing treasure and abandoning responsibilities. Even his grandfather had suffered consequences because of him. Linos offered supplies for the journey ahead. Willis accepted enthusiastically, though his reckless personality remained completely unchanged. After completing the mission, Linos finally returned home. The exhausting trip left him drained, despite using little power. While resting comfortably, Linos asked Gon about recent events. Hearing that everything remained peaceful, he relaxed at last. Linos woke suddenly, feeling the ground tremble. Both he and Willis sensed an unusual rumbling signaling potential danger nearby. Willis asked for guidance, unsure what to do next. Linos paused, considering strategy and the lessons he had learned on the journey. Linos reflected on priorities, visiting different countries, gaining experience, and ensuring his grandfather recognized Willis's strength, preparing for future challenges and responsibilities. Linus senses an unusual rumbling around the forest, recognizing it comes from the edge of his barrier, signaling approaching danger. He spots a swarm of demons advancing rapidly, shouting for Ilimo to descend, and position strategically to defend against the onslaught. Linus urges Ilimo and Gon to hide, preparing his barrier. Despite confidence, he realizes the incoming threat might surpass his strength. The first wave of demons crashes through the forest, forcing Linus to react immediately while shielding the area and allies. His barrier begins breaking under the enemy's attack. Fire and lightning spells prove risky, creating instability in the surrounding forest. The demons recognize Linus as human and underestimate him, planning to eliminate him quickly, but they fail to anticipate his magical skill. Linus counters with water magic, nullifying fire attacks. He maneuvers through debris and enemy strikes, demonstrating resourcefulness and growing power. He dodges attacks with precision, sending enemies reeling. The demons retreat, bewildered by his unexpected strength and coordinated defensive maneuvers. Linus takes a moment to ensure Ilimo and Gon are safe. He wonders whether to pursue or focus on strengthening his barrier. Thou wary of overexerting himself, Linus reflects on the incident, considering his barrier's limitations and the consequences of excessive magical combat. After the battle, Linus noticed movement inside a tree hollow, suspecting demon remnants. He carefully investigated the strange presence. A frightened small girl appeared instead. Startled by Linus and Gon, she panicked and desperately tried hiding herself. The girl burst into tears, repeatedly calling for her mother. Her fear showed she had been alone recently. Linus realized the crying figure was a young demon girl. He immediately brought her towards safety near his residence. After calming down, the girl introduced herself as Paris, princess of the Belial family. Linus listened attentively. Feeling responsible for earlier events, Paris bowed deeply and apologized for the actions committed by her family. Linus assured Paris he held no resentment. His calm response eased her worries and encouraged honest discussion. Paris explained her father had died. Afterwards, a succession dispute emerged, causing turmoil throughout the Belial family. She revealed an announcement promised marriage to whoever defeated the great demon king and became Belial's ruler. As Linus questioned the decision's fairness, Paris suddenly reacted. Her father unexpectedly appeared, interrupting their conversation immediately. Paris argued with her father, refusing to marry or become queen. She expressed frustration over the subjugation of the great demon lord. Her father acknowledged her concerns, patting her gently. He praised her love for learning, suggesting scholarly pursuits suit her more than rulership. Paris reacted with surprise, realizing her father valued her freedom. She asked why he encouraged her to understand the world independently. He explained his intention: to teach her to see things for herself, understanding responsibilities while gaining personal autonomy despite family expectations. Paris admitted relief and gratitude, questioning whether such freedom was appropriate for her role. Her father reassured her, clarifying his priorities. He emphasized strength and capability over mere bloodline, highlighting that her position should serve her growth rather than family politics or tradition. Paris pointed to her uncle, concerned about succession. Her father insisted the younger brother would succeed effectively, demonstrating trust in family judgment. He affectionately addressed Paris, calling her, "My sweet, cute Paris." reinforcing familial love and his wish for her independent happiness. He embraced Paris, expressing regret at missing her adult life, but assuring her freedom to live as she wished, Linus observed. Noting the wisdom of her father's guidance, Paris reflected on family support and felt empowered to make her own choices. Paris explained that after leaving her homeland, she traveled alone to secure necessities and begin a new independent life. When Linus asked about her future plans, Paris enthusiastically described her desire to travel, study, and experience unfamiliar things. She admitted lacking money for such dreams. Gon suggested offering her work and lodging at their residence instead. Linus hesitated. He wanted to help Paris, yet worried that inviting her to stay might limit her freedom. To understand her abilities, Linus asked about her training. Paris revealed extensive education in combat and magic. Linus proposed employment as his assistant and bodyguard. Through work, Paris could travel and broaden her perspective. He assured her the arrangement would remain flexible. Whenever she desired independence, she could leave without obligations. Deeply moved by the offer, Paris accepted immediately. The decision gave her direction and renewed confidence. Gon celebrated enthusiastically and suggested a welcome party. Paris appeared surprised but appreciated the warm reception. Paris eagerly declared she wanted to learn cooking as well. She believed preparing delicious meals was important. Linus encouraged her ambitions and promised support. Smiling brightly, Paris looked forward to her new journey ahead. Princess Ricolette spent another sleepless night. Lying awake in her chamber, she worried constantly about the Empire's uncertain future. The next morning, Quina visited her room. Ricolette hid her exhaustion, though concern continued occupying her thoughts completely. Ricolette prepared for an important council meeting. She believed women should contribute despite opposition from conservative nobles. While getting ready, Ricolette asked about Emperor Hito's health. Quina explained his condition had improved slightly recently. Hearing that the emperor drank alcohol despite illness, Ricolette reacted with shock and growing frustration toward him. The Imperial Council gathered. Emperor Hito announced discussions regarding preparations after reports of the Great Demon Lord's revival. Important figures assembled, including Crown Prince Virus and Princess Ricolette. The meeting would determine the Empire's future direction. The Prime Minister began presenting new developments. Everyone listened carefully, as reports from previous sessions were reviewed. Debate erupted across the chamber. Several nobles argued recent border incidents proved the Great Demon Lord remained nearby. Despite worsening health, Emperor Hito stayed calm. He cited reports from a barrier master and ordered stronger defenses. Princess Ricolette noticed Emperor Hito's exhaustion. She questioned why advisors and her brother failed to detect worsening health conditions. Hito's illness worsened. He used alcohol to hide his weakness, which deeply concerned both the princess and attending nobles. During the council, Hito reminded Crown Prince Hito not to avert his eyes. He emphasized the next emperor's responsibilities carefully. Discussion turned to defense funding. Hito feared excessive taxation could cause unrest. Though nobles suggested imposing it on citizens directly, the lords could not agree on fiscal or military strategies. Ricolette intervened to guide the council toward rational decisions. Hito instructed that generals and the prime minister would handle the military. Ricolette was urged to remain calm and avoid interfering. Ricolette learned from reports that the barrier master had fled Juka. She realized the empire needed urgent, decisive protective measures immediately. Hito emphasized the emperor alone must decide. He understood his failing health worried everyone, yet he insisted on leading for stability. The emperor resolved to protect the kingdom. Personally, he could not withdraw, fearing widespread panic and loss of morale across the nation. Hito questioned Ricolette about her loyalty despite his coldness. She affirmed unwavering care, giving him strength to continue guiding the empire decisively. Emperor Hito warned Ricolette that remaining involved in politics would create enemies. To protect her, he ordered departure. Ricolette froze after hearing the command. Though hurt, she understood her father believed distance would ensure safety. Unable to refuse an imperial order, Ricolette apologized respectfully. Hito accepted her response, despite the sadness between them. After leaving the chamber, Ricolette finally broke down. She cried alone, while the council meeting continued without interruption. Elsewhere, Linus walked through the city with Paris. She excitedly pointed at goods and requested more purchases. Paris happily gathered supplies for culinary training. Linus carried growing stacks of packages, while following behind her. Seeing Paris obsess over food reminded Linus of Errol. He suggested visiting the canteen as lunchtime approached. Upon arriving, they found the canteen unexpectedly closed. Linus looked confused while Paris loudly complained about their luck. A familiar woman hurried outside and greeted Linus. She explained the canteen was closed for the day. Linos immediately asked what happened. The woman revealed a slave market had appeared in town that very day. After hearing about the slave market, Linos considered visiting. His business needed workers, and skilled slaves might help. Linos remembered how harsh slave treatment could be. Thinking about suffering children strengthened his determination to investigate. Paris eagerly agreed to accompany him. Together, they changed plans and headed directly toward the slave market. Linos and Raftalia hurried through the town streets. While running, Raftalia revealed her painful past as a former slave. They continued toward their destination. Linos promised himself he would help if anything could improve slaves' futures. A woman suddenly caught their attention. Her unexpected question about purchasing slaves shocked Linos immediately and greatly. Inside the market, Linos saw chained slaves displayed publicly. An auctioneer loudly offered a human male slave. The woman explained many displayed slaves were criminals. Linos learned harsh punishments often forced them into slavery. Raftalia worried about unsold slaves. The woman explained traders often disposed of unwanted slaves after repeated auctions. Determined to prevent that outcome, Linos and Raftalia stayed. They watched auctions continue as prices changed rapidly. The final slave appeared, a sheep, beastwoman. Her tired expression drew attention, but few buyers seemed interested. The woman sensed something unusual. She explained the beastwoman carried a curse that caused others to avoid. When bidding nearly ended, Linos stepped forward. He offered the final price and purchased the beastwoman safely. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Soldiers announced a royal decree, immediately banning all slave markets across the empire. Linos checked his bid. The auctioneer and other buyers panicked, forced to leave the market quickly by soldiers. Raftalia marveled at the sudden arrival of soldiers. Linos noted the disruption ruined her purchase mood slightly. Despite the chaos, Linos successfully acquired the beastwoman. The woman at the market acknowledged the unexpected purchase outcome. The beastwoman stared quietly. Linos explained blood would be used instead of magic for the criminal slave contract. Her hand was pricked for the blood contract. The auctioneer confirmed the contract completion after the blood was given. Linos asked if the blood contract could be nullified. The auctioneer explained release required either owner's death or priest permission. The beastwoman realized she had been punished for past crimes. Linos understood releasing her legally would be extremely difficult. Raftalia asked if she was all right. Linos reassured the beastwoman, offering care and asking her name politely. Together, they left the slave market safely. The beastwoman remained cautious, but was now under Linos's protection, beginning a new chapter. The beastwoman revealed her original name was Marias. Linos encouraged her to keep it or choose another. Raftalia excitedly suggested visiting a restaurant. Marias looked confused as both companions immediately accepted the idea. When food arrived, Marias remained standing. She believed slaves should not eat alongside their masters publicly. Before they could continue, Princess Ricolette appeared. She recognized Linos and noticed Marias beside him immediately. Ricolette confirmed she ordered the slave market's closure. Linos agreed completely, believing the human trade was wrong. A knight revealed he informed the princess about military members attending the market. Ricolette listened carefully afterward. Ricolette questioned Linos's actions. She wondered why he purchased a slave while supporting the market's closure. Linos explained Marias was a criminal slave. He wanted to free her, but legal restrictions prevented it. Marias described how slaves lived in constant fear. Linos said nobody should have to endure that. Linos revealed he had once been a slave himself. Ricolette was stunned as they respectfully departed. Linos remained calm after meeting the princess. Raftalia trusted him completely, while Marias wondered why he seemed relaxed. At the restaurant, Linos invited Marias to sit comfortably. Raftalia eagerly examined the menu beside her happily. Marias finally asked why Linos treated her kindly. Linos explained their situations shared painful similarities from experience. Linos noticed Marias reacted strongly when her crimes were mentioned. He believed there was more behind her story. Overwhelmed by his concern, Marias cried. Nobody had listened before, and Linos promised to hear everything later. The first meal arrived steaming hot. Marias stared silently, surprised by the kindness and warmth surrounding her. After tasting the food, Marias smiled brightly. She admitted it had been years since a warm meal. Linos explained he would remove her curse. He also warned that freeing a criminal slave remained difficult. He offered Marias a place to stay. To help her, he needed to learn her past. Marias accepted the arrangement. For the first time in years, she felt safe and cautiously hopeful. Linos reassured Marias that her status as a slave would not affect how he treated her. Marias hesitated before speaking. Linos patiently encouraged her, promising she could share her feelings whenever ready. Linos introduced the people waiting at home. He wished for Marias to live a long, happy life. Raphtalia excitedly described their lively household. Her playful enthusiasm embarrassed Marias, while making the atmosphere feel welcoming. Raphtalia introduced their companions, including Ilimo and Paris. Marias listened carefully, surprised by their unusual friends. The introductions became increasingly amusing. Marias slowly relaxed, enjoying the cheerful energy surrounding Linos and Raphtalia. Unable to hold back her smile, Marias accepted Linos's care. Hope finally replaced some of her fear. Linos brought Marias to the Basim mansion. She stared at her new home in disbelief, struggling to accept the change. Inside the mansion, Paris warmly welcomed Marias. She quickly became attached and wished to remain close to her. Linos showed Marias available rooms and explained the household. Afterward, he invited her to discuss important matters. During their meeting, Linos asked Marias to honestly explain her past and the circumstances behind her enslavement. Marias revealed painful truths. She admitted causing many deaths and believed she deserved punishment rather than freedom. Linos listened carefully. Remembering his own struggles, he explained that despair once nearly controlled his life too. With Gon nearby, Linos encouraged Marias to consider those precious to her. She remembered her deceased parents. Marias began sharing her history. Her father worked as a blacksmith while her mother managed an apothecary. She described a happy childhood, supported by loving parents. She studied diligently and prepared for adulthood. Everything changed when a deadly epidemic spread across the kingdom. Despite desperate efforts, countless citizens continued dying. Marias described meeting a mage while collecting ingredients. Her family worked tirelessly, day and night, to create remedies during the epidemic. She regretted going to the forest where the mage appeared. She realized that encounter drastically changed the course of her life. The mage gave her a rare herb for her parents. Unsure why she accepted, she trusted the mage's guidance. Linos questioned her about unusual herbs. Marias explained that if not for the mage, her parents would have ignored it. The herb she received was poisonous and illegal. Her parents unknowingly completed a dangerous experiment and reported false success. The army seized their house and the poisonous herbs. Many medicines caused deaths, leading to their arrest and punishment. Marias became a slave under the court mages. Her parents were executed, leaving her underage, and forced to follow strict orders. She researched weapons, armor, and magic nullifying materials. She also experimented with drugs to extract users' full magical potential. Each project became harder as new requests appeared. Her magical knowledge and resources eventually reached their limits, with incomplete results. Failed experiments caused dangerous side effects. Marias discovered the army used her failed drugs, worsening her guilt and despair. Marias expressed terror over all lives lost because of her actions. Her guilt weighed heavily, leaving her panicked and emotional. She explained being made a criminal slave and sent to auction, unable to continue her research after discovering its consequences. Linos asked why she was punished for losing usefulness. He suggested her auction might have been intended to contain sensitive research. Marias struggled to answer Linos. Even with the logic, she could not understand the reasoning behind her cruel treatment. Linos reassured her. Her parents and she had been manipulated by the mage and court mages, not responsible for outcomes. He explained her proper disposal of dangerous drugs, even incomplete, justified removing the curse. Marias considered the possibility seriously. Linos emphasized choice. She could accept her criminal slave status or live and make amends. The decision was hers entirely. Marias listened, realizing Linos' intentions were to ease her suffering. He only wanted to provide her more control over life. She expressed doubt, claiming her life had been too harsh for mere curse removal to matter. Linos insisted on helping. Finally, she accepted. Tears streamed down her face as she reached out. Linos began the process to dispel her curse. Marias nervously held Linos' hands while Gon prepared the ritual. Embarrassment briefly interrupted the tense atmosphere between them. A mysterious light surrounded Marias. As Gon worked, her curse weakened, and her body gradually relaxed. The curse disappeared, but Gon sensed something unusual remained. Marias thanked them while Linos grew concerned. Gon admitted the remaining problem exceeded his abilities. He suggested consulting Ohai-sama, who possessed greater knowledge. Before they could continue, a sudden disturbance interrupted them. Linos immediately sensed something important happening outside. Hearing Ilimo's voice beyond the barrier, Linos rushed outside. Marias and Gon quickly followed behind him. Outside, a mysterious figure appeared. Marias recognized the visitor and called him sensei in shock. The rabbit-like mage confronted Marias calmly. He claimed her actions had forced him to personally intervene. Linos quickly understood the situation. He identified the mage as the one responsible for enslaving and selling Marias. Linos noticed Piu warning him about a dangerous Pusai. Marias became frightened when her former teacher suddenly appeared nearby. The Pusai introduced herself as Marias's teacher. Linos realized illusion magic was involved and carefully observed the situation. The teacher confirmed her suspicions about Marias. After learning secrets were exposed, she decided to eliminate both witnesses. Instead of attacking immediately, Linos requested answers. He pretended weakness and curiosity, hoping to uncover hidden truths. Amazed by his attitude, the teacher mocked Linos. She agreed to answer questions before carrying out plans. The teacher revealed experiments involving cursed equipment and immortality research. Marias became an unintended victim of failures. Linos questioned why Marias was enslaved. The teacher explained she expected Marias to die and exploited her. She admitted planning to sell Marias for influence. The scheme would expose weaknesses and strengthen political connections. When Linos asked about her goals, the teacher confessed overwhelming ambition. She desired control over everything beneath her. The teacher explained how outside interference ruined her operation. Linos purchasing Marias disrupted plans and exposed secrets. The teacher revealed she would exploit more children. She planned to manipulate and sell them like Marias for profit. Marias recognized the method. The teacher reminded her of the incomplete drug used before. Shock spread through her. The teacher appeared, fully cloaked, showing her true intent. She confirmed that her previous actions were deliberate and premeditated. Marias was forced to face her past. The teacher offered items that could be useful, twisting intentions into manipulation. Pao pointed out Marias's realization of betrayal. The teacher reminded Marias she had orchestrated everything since childhood. The teacher accused Marias of being dull and naive. She planned another illusion to sell Marias, prolonging her suffering. The teacher attacked surrounding allies first. Linos and Marias struggled to protect themselves while preparing counteractions. Linos defended Marias from the initial assault, trying to shield her with magic while evading lethal attacks. The teacher explained that barriers would not save them. Linos's protective spells were ineffective, and danger escalated further. Linos combined illusion and offensive magic. He disrupted the teacher's attacks, revealing that her fire was an illusion. Linos used spatial magic to bypass the teacher's barrier. She realized teleportation allowed him to exploit her weak points. Pao noticed an unusual smell. Linos quietly prepared, using magic to affect the surrounding environment subtly. The teacher attempted to put Pao to sleep. Linos countered, rendering her attempts ineffective against their defensive measures. Carnivorous bugs emerged nearby, attracted by scent. Linos quickly recognized the threat and positioned himself to protect Marias. Linos instructed Marias to use her magic to eliminate the bugs before they could attack. She complied cautiously. The teacher lost her flames and control over illusions. Linos exploited her weakened concentration to reduce her offensive pressure. Pao and Marias noticed the teacher behaving oddly. Linos took advantage, limiting her actions, preventing further manipulation or attack. The teacher prepared a final, strong illusion. Linos shielded Marias and braced for another intense magical attack. Linos held Marias safely as the teacher launched her illusion. Both focused on enduring the assault together. After defeating the immediate threats, Linos assured Marias that no one would harm her again. She could finally feel safe. Linos promised to help Marias find happiness. He reassured her that no one would make her suffer again. Marias nodded silently, tears in her eyes. She finally accepted the support and care offered by Linos. Linos took her hand, suggesting they return to Paris. They needed to reunite with allies and ensure safety. Marias noticed a sword. Linos explained it was his creation, kept instead of burying, containing powerful magic potential. He described how the sword was designed to grow stronger with magic. Soldiers had failed to use it effectively. Marias held the sword carefully. Linos reminded her it had never fully reached its potential, even in the past. Linos gripped the sword alongside Marias. They shared determination, understanding the weapon's power could be used responsibly. Patterns began appearing on the sword blade. Linos was surprised, and Marias admired its beauty and magical strength. Linos admitted he might have overdone it. Marias praised his magic as astonishing, realizing its full potential together. Marias and Linos prepared to return. They decided to eat with everyone, embracing normal life and a hopeful future. Linos walked through the bustling town, glancing at the tall buildings and narrow streets. He spotted his companions waving excitedly, beckoning him forward. The group gathered around him. Marias and Paris eagerly guided him to select new clothes. Linos felt both nervous and relieved, adjusting to their care. Linos reassured the girls about his past as a former slave. He smiled warmly, encouraging them to proceed without hesitation, easing their anxieties. Marius and Paris hurried to dress Linos in new attire. He watched quietly, observing their excitement as the girls carefully adjusted his outfit. Lenos carried a tall stack of supplies to their new living quarters. The girls offered suggestions, helping organize bedding and essentials for comfort. They discussed sleeping arrangements. Linos explained how beds for horned races differ from humans. The girls understood and helped stack pillows appropriately. The group celebrated finishing preparations. Linos smiled, feeling satisfied as everyone expressed joy over their progress and the comfort of their shared space. They visited the marketplace to gather ingredients. Linos observed the lively environment, noting the quality of produce and how the girls navigated the stalls confidently. Marius and Paris selected fresh ingredients from familiar vendors. Linos supported them, ensuring they acquired everything needed while remaining attentive to their reactions. Back home, the group enjoyed preparing and sharing their meal. Linos observed them smiling, grateful for the warmth, teamwork, and companionship surrounding him. After dinner, Marius happily carried the dishes away. Paris encouraged her warmly, and Marius felt increasingly accepted within the household. Linos asked about Marius's new clothes. She proudly showed them off, pleased with their comfort and grateful for choosing them. While cleaning together, Linos spoke. Honestly, he wanted companionship built on trust and cooperation, rather than service and obedience. Marius became overwhelmed by Linos's kindness. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled to express her gratitude and happiness. Later, Marius presented a handmade scabbard. She had worked carefully on it and hoped Linos would find it useful. The two examined the sword together. Linos noticed changes within the blade and listened carefully to Marius's observations. Marius explained that her mana had strengthened the weapon. The sword felt purer, sharper, and capable of harming evil spirits. Linos asked whether she truly enjoyed smithing and medicine making. Marius confidently answered that she had found purpose. Paris joined the discussion and eagerly embraced Marius. Both girls expressed interest in accompanying Linos on future trips. Remembering unfinished errands, Linos mentioned several gifts they still needed to purchase. The group prepared plans for tomorrow. Linos visited the shrine and spoke with the fox spirit. Curious about Marius, he sought answers regarding her unusual condition. The fox spirit examined the matter carefully. Linos waited patiently while Gon watched nervously, anticipating an important explanation. Using information gathered through Gon, the fox spirit identified the issue. Marius possessed a hidden power called self-restraint. The spirit explained that self-restraint suppressed personal growth. Marius unconsciously limited her own abilities by constantly denying herself. Linos listened seriously. Realizing the problem was emotional rather than physical, he understood helping Marius would require patience. The fox spirit then revealed another secret. Linos could eventually learn powerful teleportation magic through continued improvement of barrier techniques. The spirit explained that teleportation and barriers shared similar principles. Properly combining them would unlock entirely new possibilities. Following detailed instructions, Linos learned the basic process. Visualization, magical energy, and a destination were all required. Linos quickly understood the theory. However, the fox spirit warned that teleportation only worked for places already visited. Thanking the fox spirit for the guidance, Linos promised to return with more gifts. Afterwards, he headed toward the capital. Princess Ricolette was reviewing documents with Shooter when she noticed unusual noise outside. Both immediately sensed something serious. A maid rushed into the room in panic. She reported that the king's condition had suddenly worsened. The princess quickly prepared to leave for the king's chambers. Shooter silently followed, while observing the situation carefully. Elsewhere, Madame Crimful arrived after hearing the alarming news. Concern spread throughout the palace as uncertainty increased. Shooter closed the door and lowered his voice. Fearing hidden listeners, he insisted on discussing matters privately. Realizing events were moving faster than expected, Shooter began considering urgent plans while Madame Crimfall worried anxiously. After evaluating the crisis, Shooter concluded that immediate action was necessary. The princess listened nervously as the king's life hung in danger. Ricolette waited anxiously inside her room after receiving news about her father's condition. She thanked the maid for informing her. Left alone, Ricolette worried deeply. She wondered whether her past actions and political opinions had worsened her situation. As Ricolette struggled with her thoughts, a sudden knock interrupted her. She immediately turned her attention toward the door. A royal knight arrived outside her room. He respectfully approached Ricolette and requested permission to speak with her. Ricolette sensed something was wrong. She questioned the knight while desperately hoping to see her father soon. The knight explained that many important people were waiting. Ricolette's opportunity would come only after their visits. Overcome with emotion, Ricolette apologized for her selfish behavior. She pleaded for even a brief chance to meet him. Memories flooded her mind. Ricolette regretted their strained relationship and wished her father could acknowledge her once. She remembered wanting to express her love honestly. The possibility of losing him filled her with sorrow, seeing her distress. The knight remained calm. He revealed there was something important Ricolette needed to do first. The knight urged Ricolette to think beyond her father's final moments. A dangerous political crisis would begin immediately afterward. He warned that once the emperor died, Ricolette could lose influence. Many powerful nobles already opposed her position. The knight explained that the crown prince would inherit authority. Ricolette would lose the protection she depended upon. He described how supporters would abandon her. Without imperial backing, isolation inside the palace could become unavoidable. Another official revealed Prime Minister Greymont's growing influence. His schemes threatened to separate Ricolette from future power. The knight suspected Greymont desired Prince Virius upon the throne. Success would place tremendous authority under his control. Ricolette doubted such accusations. The knight responded that obstacles to the new regime could eventually disappear. The knight reminded Ricolette that many citizens respected her. Loyal attendants and allies remained concerned about her future. He urged Ricolette to compare competing futures carefully. The empire's direction depended upon choices made during crisis. Ricolette imagined a stronger empire based on merit. She wondered whether corrupt nobles truly needed removal afterward. The knight warned Ricolette that Prince Virius could be manipulated. Acting immediately might stabilize the empire under better leadership. The maid interrupted. She informed Ricolette that the emperor had just passed. Shock and grief swept over the princess. Ricolette collapsed in despair. The knight reminded her of urgency, insisting action must be taken before the succession chaos spread. He presented an official order. It authorized temporary imprisonment of corrupt nobles to stabilize the empire without resorting to killing them. Ricolette hesitated, struggling with moral conflict. The knight encouraged her, appealing to her sense of duty and care for citizens. Ricolette began to understand. The plan would protect the empire's future and preserve lives while removing immediate threats. Overcome by responsibility, she realized she must act. The knight offered reassurance that the plan was carefully designed. Ricolette signed the alternative approval, reluctantly accepting the temporary measures. She understood that inaction could worsen the empire's condition. The knight emphasized the importance of her decisions. Every choice she made could determine whether the country survived or fell into chaos. Ricolette acknowledged the need for vigilance. She promised to act decisively and personally intervene to protect citizens if danger arose. After receiving Ricolette's approval, the knight thanked her. He promised loyalty and left carrying the important document. Alone once again, Ricolette sat silently. Thoughts of her father filled her mind as grief slowly overwhelmed her. Unable to contain her sorrow, Ricolette broke down completely. She cried for the farewell she never received. Outside the room, the maid questioned the knight. She realized Ricolette had refused to sign the original order. The knight calmly revealed the document. He encouraged the maid to examine it carefully before making assumptions. A hidden magical alteration appeared on the paper. The maid suddenly realized the document had been changed. The knight admitted manipulating the order beforehand. Knowing Ricolette's character, he expected she would reject his proposal. With the forged approval secured, he ordered immediate action. His allies departed quickly to carry out the plan. Far away, Linos was relaxing at his residence. Unexpected visitors arrived and requested that he accompany them immediately. Linos noticed nobles instead of soldiers waiting outside. Suspicious of the unusual summons, he questioned their true purpose. The captured nobles attacked Linos with insults and threats. They accused him of serving Prime Minister Greymont blindly. Linos calmly questioned their motives. He explained that his death would only benefit corrupt figures seeking greater power. The nobles claimed Greymont intended to seize control through Prince Virius. Linos found their accusations difficult to believe. As he considered their words, Linos realized the emperor's death might already have changed the political situation completely. Linos wondered whether Ricolette had ordered the arrests. The possibility worried him more than the nobles expected. Pretending agreement, Linos kept the nobles talking. Meanwhile, they unknowingly fell asleep under one of his barriers. After securing the prisoners, Linos prepared to leave. His companions informed him about urgent developments at the castle. Linos armed himself and considered the situation carefully. Reports suggested Ricolette may have already taken decisive action. While heading toward the capital, Linos reflected on Ricolette's ideals. He doubted she would support ruthless political measures. Determined to uncover the truth, Linos rushed forward at full speed. He arrived ready to intervene immediately. As Linos arrived, several attackers rushed forward. He instantly overwhelmed them, preventing further violence and protecting everyone nearby. The rescued nobles thanked Linos. They explained assassins had targeted them and claimed the emperor had already passed away. The accusations against Grimont reached Crumfall. Rather than becoming angry, he dismissed the claims as completely absurd. Crumfall identified the captives as lesser noble sons. Their connection to Ricolet suggested deeper political motives behind everything. Analyzing the situation, Crumfall suspected a mastermind close to Ricolet. The captives appeared to be mere followers. Linos realized Crumfall had taught Ricolet since childhood. This relationship made the unfolding conspiracy even more troubling. When asked whether Ricolet knew about the plot, Crumfall admitted it was unlikely she remained unaware of events. Crumfall delivered a harsh conclusion. If responsibility reached Ricolet, political forces would likely demand her execution afterward. Linos attended a meeting about a recent attack. Officials discussed executing Ricoletta, but evidence remained incomplete and uncertain. The Prime Minister rejected assumptions about the princess. He believed another figure, Crumfall, stood much closer to events. Investigators discovered an arrest decree and a secret target list. Evidence suggested Crumfall's followers had planned operations. A witness explained that the guard captain questioned the suspicious list. Shortly afterward, attackers launched an organized assault. Linos examined inconsistencies carefully. The messenger lacked authority, and the decree never remained with the royal guards. The princess appeared unlikely to order violence directly. Her personality and position made such reckless actions improbable. Linos concluded someone manipulated the princess or trapped her within a larger conspiracy. The investigation continued immediately. The Prime Minister decided to investigate Crumfall personally. Linos agreed to strengthen castle security throughout the night. Determined to prevent injustice, the Prime Minister vowed to find proof. Ricoletta's innocence had to be established. Later, Linos rested uneasily in his room. Concern over Ricoletta's fate prevented him from finding peace. Linos lay awake, considering conspiracies. He realized some officials used forged evidence to justify removing the princess and consolidating power after. Touring the empire, Linos reflected on its people. Despite recent chaos, he recognized kindness and strength throughout the population. He pondered the Juka kingdom's lost potential. Even intelligent leadership could not prevent internal conspiracies, and corruption stained every nation. Exhausted, Linos drifted toward sleep, determined to protect allies. He feared losing more people amid ongoing political turmoil. Sasano arrived early, waking Linos. The young man quickly recovered, signaling readiness for urgent matters concerning imperial security and protection. Linos followed Sekino to meet the new emperor. Officials arranged his clothing, assuring privacy and formality during the crucial audience. Entering the throne room, Linos observed the emperor seated with advisors. All had awaited his arrival, signaling the urgency of their request. The emperor requested Linos's assistance in casting a protective barrier for Crown Prince Heath, emphasizing the growing threats and need for security. The Crown Prince, uneasy but obedient, questioned Ricoletta's motives. Linos reassured him of her innocence and the likelihood of manipulation by conspirators. The prince agreed reluctantly, trusting Linos's judgment. He began the protective barrier, taking cautious steps while officials observed, ensuring the empire's safety. Linos hurried through palace halls, completing the protective barrier quickly. Officials thanked him, noting urgency as the coronation approached. He explained a prior conspiracy. Crumfall's students had plotted an assassination, though it failed, highlighting dangers still hidden within the kingdom. The prince learned the princess's mansion was empty. Officials continued searching for Crumfall, needing to prevent further conspiracies or sudden attacks. The prince insisted on speaking with Ricoletta personally. Linos and aides tried to restrain him, citing her manipulative words as dangerous. He argued that with the barrier's protection, he would remain safe. His determination forced the aides to reluctantly allow his choice. Advisors warned of possible harmful words from Ricoletta. They emphasized the prince's vulnerability, though he felt compelled to understand her motives. Despite objections, the prince insisted on hearing Ricoletta. Linos asked him to keep the conversation confidential, balancing safety and information. He became impatient, demanding reassurance of the barrier's strength. Officials confirmed the protection, though tensions remained high regarding unforeseen dangers. Linos reassured the prince, explaining the barrier's reliability. The prince reluctantly stayed, understanding precautions, but anxious about pending confrontations. Finally, palace guards arrived with Ricoletta. The stage was set for a confrontation that could resolve the conspiracies and ensure the kingdom's stability. Ricoletta entered under guard and appeared exhausted. Linos observed her condition, wondering whether she truly supported the conspiracy. The Crown Prince confronted Ricoletta directly, shocked. She denied any intention of harming him and explained the rumors. When questioned about Krumfall's betrayal, Ricoletta admitted ignorance. She could not explain his actions after their father's death. The prince pressed further, suspecting resentment toward the empire. Ricoletta hesitated before admitting there might be another reason. Ricoletta revealed dissatisfaction with the empire's structure. She believed influential positions remained concentrated among nobles, despite educational reforms. She argued that talent, not birth, should determine authority. Allowing a small noble class to dominate seemed unfair. The prince interpreted her words as criticism of imperial traditions. He questioned whether she wanted to transform the empire. Ricoletta explained the burden of royal expectations. Since childhood, she endured pressure, failures, and constant judgment from others. She compared noble hardships with commoners' struggles. Ricoletta believed many nobles misunderstood ordinary people's lives and daily challenges. Continuing her explanation, Ricoletta reflected on freedom. Unlike commoners, royals sacrificed personal choices and carried responsibilities throughout life. Ricoletta asked whether the royals and advisors were mistaken. She questioned if serving the empire justified their actions and sacrifices. The prime minister explained that Lady Krumfall was discovered near her fief. A battle followed, and Krumfall and followers committed suicide. The crown prince decided to determine Ricoletta's fate personally. He ordered her capture and forbade her from leaving her room. Soldiers escorted Ricoletta, securing her room. She wondered what had occurred since her father's death and why the empire changed. Ricoletta realized her brother assumed she had participated in conspiracies. She worried about misunderstandings and the consequences of imperial suspicion. A palace guard, Shooter, arrived at her door. Ricoletta prepared to receive him, knowing his visit was crucial to the ongoing investigation. Princess Ricolette remained confined inside her room under guard. Linos arrived quietly, assuring her safety while observing unusual circumstances. Linos revealed troubling developments. The guards had been subdued with magic, and Krumfall's sudden death deepened suspicion surrounding. Ricolette became frightened as accusations spread throughout the palace. She realized investigators might consider her involved somehow. Linos considered the information carefully. Another suspect had vanished, worsening the crisis and placing Ricolette in danger. Recognizing events were accelerating rapidly, Linos requested Ricolette's assistance. His calm demeanor concealed a serious intention. Linos suddenly presented a shocking proposal. Ricolette stared at him, unable to immediately understand his true meaning. The princess hesitated in confusion. She clasped her hands tightly, struggling to process Linos's unexpected request. Linos repeated his proposal while drawing a blade. Ricolette sensed something dangerous behind his composed expression. His explanation became clear. If Ricolette died there, everyone would believe she orchestrated the regicide conspiracy. Linos exposed his ambitions and manipulation. After exploiting Krumfall and gaining influence, he mocked Ricolette's weakness openly. Ricolette realized Linos had nearly manipulated her entirely. His plan had almost succeeded, leaving her shaken and reflective. Linos boasted about using her to secure wealth and influence, showing he had anticipated exploiting her status and connections. Ricolette confronted him, questioning the authenticity of everything he had claimed. Linos mocked her, revealing his complete deception. He threatened to use her as a stepping stone for further schemes, intending to recruit a compliant noble for his plan. Ricolette, desperate and conflicted, acted suddenly, striking him physically to resist his manipulation and reclaim control. The strike left Linos staggered, but he laughed, claiming her actions had inadvertently enriched him further and strengthened his position. Meanwhile, Linos's subordinate arrived, concerned about movement in the palace, signaling the plot's reach was wider than previously known. They discovered a potential suspect, someone not yet apprehended, prompting the group to prepare for investigation and containment. Linos requested permission to investigate directly, aware that his involvement might be crucial in managing the escalating situation effectively. The team agreed to follow his lead, readying soldiers to accompany him, while uncertainty grew about who might be behind the continuing chaos. Linos hurried through the corridor after sensing danger nearby. Ahead, a suspicious noble approached Ricolette, while hiding hostile intentions. The noble blocked Ricolette's path and delayed her escape. Linos felt increasingly uneasy and rushed forward without hesitation. Ricolette lay trapped and frightened. Remembering Shooter and their shared experiences, she struggled to remain conscious despite fear. Linos finally arrived and spotted Ricolette beside the noble. Seeing the situation clearly, he immediately prepared to intervene. Relief appeared on Ricolette's face when she noticed Linos. The noble remained calm, confident that nobody could stop him. The noble mocked Linos and acted familiar, Linus ignored the provocation and focused entirely on Ricolette's safety. Fury erupted within Linus. He unleashed barrier power and charged forward, breaking through obstacles standing between them. The attack forced the noble backward. Linus revealed that his barrier senses had detected the intruder's presence earlier. Rubble scattered across the room as the noble stumbled away. Ricolette watched silently, while Linus advanced closer. The noble was badly injured and collapsed near the wreckage. Linus ordered Ricolette towards safety before continuing pursuit. The noble regained his composure and complained about Linus interfering again. Ricolette remained on the floor, frightened and exhausted. Drawing his sword, the noble decided to eliminate everyone present. He planned to escape immediately before reinforcements arrived. Linus sensed the danger increasing. Realizing the situation was critical, he rushed forward while Ricolette watched anxiously nearby. Before Linus could activate a barrier, another swordsman suddenly appeared. The newcomer intercepted the attack at the last moment. Steel clashed repeatedly across the room. The noble was surprised that Linus possessed swordsmanship in addition to barrier techniques. The noble struck fiercely and wounded Linus. Despite the pain, Linus maintained his footing and continued resisting, ignoring the danger around him. Linus moved toward Ricolette. He focused on treating her injuries and calming her. Enraged by their actions, the noble launched another attack. He intended to cut down both Linus and Ricolette. Linus suddenly froze as sharp objects appeared around him. The unexpected threat left him unable to react immediately. The noble seized Ricolette and discovered a hidden item she possessed. Understanding its value, he revealed his true objective. Ricolette shouted at the noble, demanding her mother's ring back. The noble grinned, holding it triumphantly, feeling finally unbound and powerful. He revealed a vial of black liquid, declaring no one could stop him anymore. His ambition and cruelty escalated rapidly. Linus and Ricolette watched in horror as the noble prepared to unleash destruction, declaring he no longer needed the country or its people. The massive enemy charged violently, laughing, attempting to crush Linus and his companions under overwhelming strength and brutal intent, threatening destruction. Linus shielded the princess while dodging debris. The enemy smashed the surrounding environment, collapsing walls and forcing them into defensive maneuvers. Rubble fell upon the attacker after a swift counterstrike. Linus targeted a weak point, striking strategically to halt aggression effectively. The antagonist's greed was revealed as he reached for a precious ring, historically tied to the princess's family, inciting urgent concern. The princess collapsed from shock and fear, trembling helplessly, while Linus observed her vulnerability, preparing to act decisively and protectively. Linus braced himself and readied magic. He prioritized defense, instructing companions to remain safe, positioning strategically for both attack and protection. The enemy continued his assault, threatening overwhelming damage. Linus calculated using magic, choosing ranged strategies rather than close combat for survival advantage. A powerful magical blast erupted from Linus, targeting the enemy's center while keeping the princess out of direct danger effectively. The attack barely affected the enemy, who laughed again, recalling previous invulnerabilities. Linus realized the fight required precise strategy and innovation. Concentrating, Linus manipulated the surrounding air, preparing a technique to weaken the enemy's advantage while maintaining control, ensuring the princess's continued safety. Linus realized his magic was completely ineffective. The giant enemy ignored every spell and continued advancing through collapsing rubble. The princess explained that the ring shooter swallowed granted temporary immunity to magic. Linus understood his situation was worsening. Recognizing the danger, the princess urged Linus to escape alone. She believed the enemy's true target was herself. The monster mocked their hopeless position. His confidence grew as he watched their fear and enjoyed their desperation. Shooter charged forward again, tearing apart the surroundings. Linus searched frantically through the debris for a usable weapon. Finding a sword, Linus quickly grabbed it. He decided to draw the enemy away from the princess. Holding the weapon tightly, Linus moved across the battlefield. Behind him, Shooter continued pursuing with murderous determination. Linus called out toward the princess, urging her to remain hidden and avoid exposing herself during the battle. Knowing her importance, Linus reminded the princess that the kingdom still needed her leadership and future guidance. The princess refused to abandon him. Despite her fear, she remained determined to help Linus survive the fight. Linus struggled to keep pace. The enemy's speed left no openings, and the princess watched in fear and helplessness nearby. Gripping his sword tightly, Linus swung at the approaching threat, but the giant's destructive force shattered surrounding barriers effortlessly. The princess shouted in panic, calling Linus's name. She feared for his life as the enemy advanced relentlessly. Shooter, the monstrous attacker, moved with terrifying speed, Linus tried to anticipate attacks while protecting both himself and the princess. The fox companion cried out in alarm. Linus prepared to counter, bracing himself for another brutal strike from Shooter. Linus leaped onto the enemy's back, holding tightly while the giant roared. The princess watched anxiously, unable to intervene. The prince swung the sword, aiming precise strikes, but Shooter continued to roar, undeterred by any attack from Linus. Linus held the blade tightly, focusing entirely on surviving. Shooter's powerful attacks made every movement critical and dangerous. The princess cried, urging Linus to stay alive. Her fear and determination showed her unwillingness to abandon him in danger. The battle reached a critical moment. Linus prepared for a decisive move, knowing the next strike could determine victory. Linus looked at his bloodied hands. The fox approached him urgently, calling out as he realized the battle's harsh cost. The fox scolded Linus, explaining the necessity of killing to protect others. Linus listened, acknowledging the grim responsibility he bore. Linus embraced the fox, resolving to grow stronger. He understood he must improve to stop enemies without killing in future. The princess apologized for the destruction around them. Linus reassured her, understanding the chaotic aftermath of their recent battle. The princess expressed gratitude toward Linus for saving the empire. Linus accepted her thanks humbly, relieved the fight had ended. Linus and the princess shared a quiet moment. The fox stayed close, ensuring Linus remained safe and supported after battle. The princess thanked Linus again, expressing joy for his protection. She reflected on how important his actions were for the country. The princess smiled warmly, recalling Linus's earlier words. His reassurance had made her feel valued and important during the crisis. She explained that his support made her feel her efforts were worthwhile. Linus listened, quietly appreciating her sincerity and gratitude. The princess continued to express heartfelt thanks, showing relief and happiness. Linus felt a renewed sense of purpose and responsibility. The princess offered Linus the ring, saying he could keep it. She smiled, bidding farewell with warmth and respect. Linus noticed a book among the debris. Concerned, he wondered about its contents, and considered the urgency of reporting it properly. Linus realized he needed to inform the king and prime minister. The discovery of the book could impact the empire. Officials gathered to examine the book. Linus watched as they read, anticipating their reaction and potential political consequences of its contents. The princess looked distressed. She faced accusations and arguments from the gathered nobles, each pointing fingers and questioning her intentions. A noble declared the princess started a rebellion. He demanded her execution to prevent weakening the empire's authority. The princess argued her innocence, explaining her signature on the order and distancing herself from the rebellion's mastermind. Another official warned about potential civil unrest if she were executed. The debate highlighted political tension and loyalty conflicts within the court. The council continued deliberating. Some officials insisted she be punished. Others questioned evidence, pointing out signs of manipulation or magic tampering. Linus observed silently, processing the political complexity. The princess's fate rested on delicate decisions, balancing justice, loyalty, and public opinion. The king asked Linus and the princess to leave. He needed time to think, acknowledging Linus's efforts with gratitude. Linus began to leave, but the king called him back, instructing him to stay and wait for further orders. Linus reflects on past failures and doubts, while realizing the courage required to lead. He considers advice from those around. He evaluates his weaknesses, understanding that relying on others, or avoiding responsibility, means he must grow stronger mentally. Linus acknowledges his emotional vulnerability, prone to panic and instability, realizing that mental fortitude matters more than physical strength. He resolves to act confidently, training himself to overcome fear, knowing repetition and discipline will eventually make courage natural. Linus recalls his humble beginnings as a slave, and feels grateful to the Basim family who nurtured his growth. He believes the Basim family's guidance works, recalling their connections to influential leaders, and gains determination to fulfill his duties. Since childhood, Linus had studied many subjects for the throne, but he realizes personal lessons of courage were never taught. The Basim mentor formally addresses him, signaling a shift in responsibility, indicating that Linus' decisions will now affect many others. Linus enters the hall with advisors and ministers, preparing to demonstrate leadership and make crucial decisions for his realm. Taking a deep breath, Linus resolves to act decisively, communicating instructions to summon all awaiting officials, embracing his newfound responsibility. After gathering everyone, Emperor Hadadada announced his decree. He refused to take Ricolette's life, despite intense political pressure. The hall erupted with outrage. Ministers condemned the decision, warning mercy toward a rebel, would encourage future unrest. Several officials demanded immediate execution. They argued that sparing Ricolet threatened authority and endangered the empire's stability. Hidedita remained calm. Producing the alleged evidence, he stopped further accusations and prepared to reveal his judgment. Ignoring protests, Hidedita burned the evidence himself. The shocked assembly could not understand his unexpected action. Standing firmly before everyone, Hidedita declared the decision final. His authority silenced many voices within the hall. Linos watched in astonishment. Even experienced ministers were stunned by the emperor's bold and unprecedented judgment. Hidedita's expression softened afterward. Linos sensed that the emperor had finally gained confidence in his convictions. Historians later remembered this moment fondly. Hidedita earned recognition as the benevolent emperor throughout the empire. This decision marked Hidedita's awakening. Supported by Linos, he began becoming the greatest ruler in imperial history. Linos objected to deciding Ricolet's future without her presence. He believed her ideals deserved respect, despite political opposition. Hidedita smiled faintly. He trusted Linos because he accepted Ricolet's beliefs, instead of judging her harshly before leaving. Hidedita entrusted Linos with their mother's ring and letter, asking him to meet Ricolet personally. Later, Linos met Ricolet. Both felt awkward discussing the proposal. Understanding the situation placed pressure upon them. Ricolet explained that noble obligations left her little freedom. She believed rejecting the engagement was impossible now. Linos carefully questioned her feelings. Ricolet admitted neither of them had much choice in the matter. An uncomfortable silence followed. Both struggled to express honest thoughts while considering the consequences of their future. Linos promised to respect Ricolet's wishes. He offered support and vowed to help with whatever she desired. Ricolet listened quietly. For the first time, someone sincerely considered her feelings rather than political expectations. Linos shared his painful past. Despite losing everything before, he learned that hope remained while living forward. Linos and Ricolet sit by a window during a storm. He reassures her that worrying about the future is natural. Ricolet looks concerned. Linos reminds her that, despite uncertainty, she has support from him and another ally by her side. A sudden thunderclap frightens Ricolet. She covers her ears, overwhelmed by the storm's intensity. Linos reacts nervously to the lightning. He acknowledges the danger but remains by her side, keeping her safe. Ricolet laughs softly, teasing Linos about lightning. She shows relief and comfort that he protects her despite being scared. She questions why he avoids using lightning magic. Linos explains the difference between his abilities and her fears. They share a light-hearted moment laughing together. Linos notices her ability to smile even under stressful circumstances. The pair continues sitting at the table. The fox-like companion observes quietly, highlighting the calm resolution after tense events. Kubota Tamotsu, focused as a barrier, shimmered around him. Lightning struck outside while he tried controlling his newfound powers carefully. Ricolet observed, amazed. The thunderstorm was visible through the barrier, yet its roar was silenced. Awe filled her eyes. Tamotsu thought about her safety. He wanted more people to witness Ricolet's smile, hoping it would brighten those around her. Ricolet blushed as he complimented her. She struggled with embarrassment, touched by the sincerity and warmth conveyed without words. Her voice faltered in surprise. Tamotsu remained steady, noting her uniqueness. She was the only one who responded so genuinely. Ricolet reflected on his advice. She considered the importance of defending her ideas and the value of encouragement in foreign lands. Memories of supporters filled her mind. People who valued her opinions had given her strength to continue, inspiring hope and persistence. She recalled painful experiences. Her parents had never assisted her. Their indifference contrasted sharply with the kindness shown by Tamotsu and others. Ricolet squeezed his hand silently. Though reconciliation with her parents was impossible, she appreciated Tamotsu's presence and acknowledgement of her struggles. A gift arrived from the emperor through an attendant. Ricolet accepted it quietly, reaffirming her commitment to care for others, despite personal hardships. Ricolet tried returning her mother's ring, but Tamotsu refused. He insisted it belonged to her family and should remain hers. Holding the ring awakened a forgotten memory. Young Ricolet admired it, believing its brilliance surpassed every star above. Her mother smiled warmly, and promised the treasured ring would become Ricolet's when she eventually married someday. Curious, her mother asked why she liked it so much. Ricolet answered that seeing it meant seeing her mother. When her mother mentioned death, Ricolet panicked. She cried desperately, valuing her mother's presence more than any treasure. Her mother comforted her gently and promised to remain beside her. Those words eased Ricolet's fear and sorrow back. In the present, Ricolet remembered something important. Her mother had called her name with genuine affection and warmth. Tamotsu noticed writing, hidden beneath the box. He carefully showed it to Ricolette, believing it contained something meaningful. Reading the inscription, Ricolette learned her mother had entrusted the ring to her beloved daughter, and prayed for protection. Tears filled Ricolette's eyes. The ring was never a meaningless keepsake, it carried her mother's promise and love. Ricolette recalled her mother's gentle smile in public. The Empress had often appeared stern, but privately her warmth was clear. Tamotsu presented a large box to Ricolette. She looked inside, noticing numerous letters carefully preserved from past events. Among the letters, she discovered a message explaining why the princess had avoided visiting after her mother's passing. The letters revealed the princess wished to shield her father from seeing her grief. Ricolette read, understanding their intent. She wondered if the letters were from her nursemaid. Each note aimed to prevent trouble and maintain peace in the palace. Ricolette saw her father's image in a drawing. The letters explained that he had been concerned about her well-being. The letters revealed that her father treasured a simple drawing of himself, created by Ricolette during her childhood, framed carefully. Tamotsu confirmed that the nursemaid had safely delivered the drawing to her father, preserving its meaning through the years. Ricolette held the portrait tenderly, realizing her father valued it deeply, even if it appeared simple to outsiders. Tears streamed down her face. The portrait, the letters, and her mother's promise all symbolized love and guidance through her life. Ricolette felt the depth of her parents' love. Tears streamed as she apologized silently, overwhelmed by their unwavering care. A cup of tea sat untouched. Ricolette reflected, grateful to her brother for providing the keepsakes that stirred her emotions. Outside, the storm cleared. Lightning and rain ceased, symbolizing a calm settling over the palace and her mind. She appeared transformed. Her composure, once shaky, returned. Tamotsu noticed a confidence and serenity unlike when their conversation had started. Ricolette considered the engagement proposal thoughtfully. Tamotsu reassured her, allowing her to decide freely, respecting her pace and choice. He took his leave, smiling. She watched him go, quietly processing her feelings, and the sense of closure settled gently. The court waited anxiously. Her family and attendants demanded news of her decision, their concern tangible in the air. Tamotsu explained that she had been given freedom to accept or reject the engagement, according to her own will. The announcement came. The princess had accepted her engagement to Linos, Dano, resolving the tension with joy and relief. Court members reacted in shock and surprise. The unexpected yet heartfelt decision rippled through the palace with energy. Ricolette reflected on her journey, the love of her parents, her mother's promises, and the support guiding her to this decision. Ricolette surprised everyone by accepting the proposal. Her attendant questioned the decision, while she calmly prepared to meet the man. Zagan was confused when Ricolette mentioned the proposal. He realized the ring he delivered carried a different meaning. Ricolette explained that giving a ring meant marriage in the empire. Zagan nervously understood how the misunderstanding happened. When Zagan asked why she accepted, Ricolette answered seriously. Her decision came from intuition rather than careful calculation. Ricolette admitted she believed happiness could be found with Zagan. The unexpected answer left him embarrassed and speechless. Zagan accepted her explanation and reassured her. He encouraged Ricolette to stop worrying about her painful past. He reminded her that becoming a slave was never her fault. His words eased a burden she carried. Ricolette revealed that Zagan always supported her ideas. His acceptance made her genuinely happy and comfortable around him, feeling embarrassed. Ricolette struggled to express herself clearly. She admitted that she found Zagan surprisingly cute and trustworthy. Ricolette finally explained her feelings completely. Around Zagan she felt relaxed, understood, and no longer needed constant caution. Ricolette felt happiness for the first time when her future was influenced by others. She appreciated Zagan's praise and support. Zagan received a message calling him elsewhere. He waved goodbye to Ricolette, who promised to see him again soon. Ricolette smiled warmly as Zagan left. She felt relief and anticipation, comforted by the security of his presence nearby. News of their marriage spread quickly. Others reacted with shock and excitement at the sudden engagement announcement. Zagan confirmed he accepted the customs of the empire. Ricolette realized she had no reason to refuse his proposal. They discussed possible renovations to accommodate the princess. Her presence would change the household and require new arrangements. Ricolette learned the engagement announcement would occur during a banquet. She felt anxious about being away most of the day. Marias noticed Ricolette distracted. She reassured everyone she was fine despite the sudden news and upcoming changes. The emperor reminded Zagan of his many achievements. Zagan modestly acknowledged the medals given for protecting the princess and empire. Zagan held a ceremonial gift, reflecting on his responsibilities. Ricolette watched with admiration and anticipation for the life ahead. During the grand banquet, Basim called Zagan forward. Standing before the gathered nobles, Zagan answered confidently and awaited judgment. Zagan stepped into the center of the hall. The nobles watched closely as he formally responded to Basim's summons. The Empire recognized Zagan's achievements and noble character. Basim announced his elevation into the nobility before everyone present. After praising his accomplishments, Basim revealed another matter. He offered Ricolette's hand in marriage to Zagan publicly, without hesitation. Zagan respectfully accepted the proposal. His answer satisfied Basim and surprised many nobles attending the ceremony. Basim celebrated the agreement, believing the marriage would strengthen relations between the Empire and Jilka Kingdom peacefully. The banquet grew livelier as Basim promised protection and support. He ordered attendants to bring Ricolette forward. Ricolette entered the hall wearing elegant formal attire. Zagan quietly admired her appearance as guests watched attentively. Standing beside Zagan, Ricolette accepted her place proudly. Together they acknowledged the future they would share. The Empire granted Zagan an honorary marquis title. Amid cheers from the crowd, the couple received everyone's support. Zagan revealed his nervousness after the ceremony. He admitted sweating and acting confidently was all an act to the court. Ricolette explained the script was prepared by her brothers and the Prime Minister. Zagan barely had any lines to memorize. Ricolette asked Zagan if he regretted the events. He shook his head, reassuring her that he fully accepted marrying her. Zagan clarified he wasn't used to the sudden formalities. Despite the unusual situation, he expressed no regrets marrying Ricolette. He explained that others might find Ricolette eccentric. Zagan, however, found her unique qualities natural and accepted them happily. Zagan shared he was accustomed to being looked at strangely. Handling eccentric princesses like Ricolette felt familiar to him. Ricolette laughed at Zagan's honesty. His words comforted her, highlighting how quickly he adapted from nervousness to sincerity. The couple finalized their agreement. They agreed to call each other by first names, pledging mutual care and affection moving forward. Ricolette and Linos arrived at the secluded mansion, admiring its grandeur. Linos felt calm, while Ricolette marveled at the quiet surroundings. The renovation work continued around them. Ricolette expressed delight in the place, feeling a surprising connection to its serene atmosphere. They were greeted by visitors outside. Paris warmly welcomed Marias and another young companion, establishing friendly bonds and an immediate sense of hospitality. The group discussed the day's plans. Marias carried luggage while everyone prepared for a brief lunch and conversation about exploring the mansion later. Marias offered to help in the kitchen. Linos and others appreciated her gesture, while Ricolette prepared ingredients and organized the meal efficiently. Linos encouraged Marias to rest, noticing her fatigue from traveling. Marias hesitated, but finally agreed, trusting his guidance and concern for her. The prepared food impressed everyone. Ricolette's careful preparation and unusual ingredients delighted guests, sparking amazement and admiration at the flavors and textures. Paris suggested showing Ricolette around the mansion later. Marias accepted the invitation, surprised but pleased, sensing warmth and camaraderie from the group. Linos observed Marias closely, concerned about her well-being. She reassured him, smiling gently and silently expressing gratitude and trust. The children pointed out the stable. Excitement grew as the group began exploring, strengthening their bonds while preparing for further adventures around the mansion. Over the next few days, Ricolette enjoyed life at the mansion. She spent time with everyone, read books, visited animals, and gradually relaxed. While resting beneath a tree, Ricolette reflected on her experiences. Linos approached her and asked how she was adjusting. Linos encouraged Ricolette to stop worrying so much and enjoy herself. He shared lunch with her beside the peaceful countryside. As they ate together, Ricolette admitted she had never experienced such freedom before. The happiness still felt unreal. Ricolette revealed that one concern remained in her mind. Before she could explain further, a metallic sound echoed nearby. The sound came from Marias. Linos explained that she was performing maintenance on his sword at the workshop. Inside the workshop, Marias worked carefully despite the heat. Sparks flew while she concentrated on repairing and refining the weapon. Ricolette entered with drinks for Marias. Seeing the dangerous work up close, she became concerned for her safety. Marias thanked Ricolette for the drink. Ricolette insisted she was no longer a princess and wanted to stay nearby. Watching the sword reminded Ricolette of a painful memory. She remembered Linos using that very blade to protect her during danger. Ricolette looked at Linos' sword and thanked Marias. She believed both the sword and Marias had helped save her life. Ricolette admitted her admiration openly. She envied Marias' skills, knowledge, and ability to support Linos in meaningful ways. Marias became flustered by the praise. Ricolette continued describing her kindness, warmth, and cheerful presence that brightened everyone around her. Ricolette explained that Maria's intelligence and calm nature helped Linos greatly. Maria's listened quietly, overwhelmed by the compliments. Unable to accept such praise, Maria's insisted that someone like her could never provide support comparable to Ricolette's position. Feeling embarrassed, Maria's apologized and returned to her work. Ricolette left the workshop while evening settled over the mansion. At dinner, Ricolette noticed Maria's was absent. Linos explained that she had gone directly to take a bath. Ricolette quietly reflected on Maria's behavior. Her thoughts confused Linos and Paris, who could not understand her concern. While soaking in the bath, Maria's replayed the conversation. She wondered why she had reacted so harshly toward Ricolette. Maria's reflected on Ricolette's kindness and fairness. The more she admired Ricolette, the more complicated her feelings became. Lost in thought inside the bath, Maria's suddenly heard a noise outside. She turned toward the door, wondering who had arrived. Paris entered the bath, carrying supplies. Seeing another girl bathing unexpectedly, she froze briefly before realizing who stood before her. Feeling embarrassed, Paris explained her visit. She wanted to help with bathing duties, though she lacked experience herself. The room became quiet. Paris waited nervously, worried she had intruded, while the other girl carefully considered her intentions. After receiving permission, Paris gently washed her hair. She apologized repeatedly, determined to avoid causing discomfort or trouble. While bathing continued, Paris noticed expensive soaps nearby. She explained they were provided because she personally liked them. The pleasant scent filled the room. Paris listened as the girl reflected on her peaceful life after rescue. The girl admitted hearing about Linos's marriage had unsettled her unexpectedly. She had believed happier days would continue. Paris remained silent and attentive. She understood the feelings were complicated, even though nothing around them had changed. The girl revealed she often wondered about Linos's future wife. Those thoughts caused uneasiness until Paris arrived. Wanting to understand completely, Paris continued helping with the bath. She listened carefully as deeper feelings surfaced. Maria's admitted her pain openly. Whenever Linos showed kindness, happiness should have followed. Yet guilt always remained. Remembering Linos's warmth and consideration, Maria's realized her admiration had deepened. The realization only intensified her self-doubt. Paris finally understood the truth. Maria's had unknowingly fallen in love with Linos, long before recognizing those feelings. Maria's reflected on Linos and Ricolette together. Seeing their future made her acknowledge reality despite lingering emotions. Unable to hold back anymore, Maria's cried openly. She believed her feelings would never be returned or fulfilled. Shocked by the confession, Paris apologized instinctively. She misunderstood and thought Maria's planned to abandon her feelings. Maria's denied that conclusion. Her tears came from confusion and regret, not from any intention to surrender. Seeing her distress, Paris embraced Maria's gently. The comforting gesture allowed some of her tension to fade. The embrace continued quietly. Maria's felt understood for the first time and gradually regained emotional stability. Thinking about Ricolette's happiness and Linos's future, Maria's accepted her feelings while choosing not to disrupt theirs. Paris reflected on Maria's loneliness. Seeing similarities between them, she searched desperately for a way to help. Gathering courage, Paris asked Maria's to face her directly. She wanted Maria's to hear an honest proposal. Although still crying, Maria's listened carefully. Paris smiled gently, hoping to stop her from blaming herself. Without hesitation, Paris suddenly suggested marriage. The unexpected proposal completely halted Maria's emotional spiral for a moment. Maria's stared blankly, unable to process what she had heard. The proposal sounded impossible and absurd. Realizing the misunderstanding, Paris panicked immediately. She struggled to explain her true meaning before confusion worsened. After calming herself, Paris clarified everything. She proposed that both of them marry Linos together someday. Maria's rejected the idea instantly. She could never imagine sharing Linos and felt guilty hearing such words. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Maria's tried leaving the bath. She feared her feelings had caused unnecessary trouble. Before Maria's could escape, Paris grabbed her hand. Determined to explain fully, she asked her to stay. Paris admitted her proposal might sound selfish. Even so, she wanted Maria's to consider her feelings carefully. She explained that Maria's self-criticism reminded her of herself. Leaving would not bring true happiness either. Maria's still hesitated. She believed Linos and Paris would live happier lives without her involvement. Smiling warmly, Paris revealed another reason. During their time together, she had grown genuinely fond of Maria's. Paris wished for everyone she loved to be happy. To her, that desire felt completely natural. She invited Maria's to seek happiness together. Rather than suffering alone, they could support one another moving forward. Marius cautiously asked whether loving Linos was still acceptable. Paris immediately encouraged her not to abandon those feelings. Finally, Paris asked Marius to support Linos alongside her. Through tears, Marius accepted and agreed wholeheartedly. Linos sat nervously after hearing an unexpected marriage proposal. Gon watched beside him while he struggled to understand the situation. Ricolette and Marius faced Linos across the table. Both appeared embarrassed, leaving Linos confused about their intentions. The discussion continued awkwardly. Ricolette tried explaining the reason behind the proposal, while Marius listened with growing tension. Linos learned that Ricolette had considered his feelings carefully. Marius gathered courage and prepared to reveal her heart. Marius finally confessed her love for Linos. Her honest feelings surprised him, causing him to freeze completely. While holding Ricolette's hand, Marius explained that Ricolette helped her understand those feelings. Linos remained shocked throughout. The two women explained previous discussions together. Ricolette had even considered leaving the house for harmony. Ricolette explained she valued everyone close to her. She refused any decision that would separate important companions. Wanting everyone happy, Ricolette asked Linos to marry Marius too. Marius supported the request with sincerity. Linos silently reflected on everything that happened before Ricolette arrived. Faced with overwhelming emotions, he considered their proposal. Marius expressed admiration for Linos. She emphasized his kindness, care, and willingness to protect everyone beyond his skills or knowledge. Linos remembered helping injured companions. Marius noted his care and apologized for unintentionally causing minor accidents during her recovery. Despite understanding his efforts, Marius felt jealous. Linos smiled, acknowledging her feelings, though their history and shared memories were stronger. With Ricolette, Linos questioned if her feelings were gratitude because he had rescued her from slavery. Marius considered the sincerity of her love carefully. He expressed self-doubt, saying others were more remarkable. Marius insisted her feelings were genuine, not dependent on his past actions or abilities. Ricolette and Marius held hands. They reflected on their lives in the household and the support they had received from others. Linos admitted his limited world experience. Marius reassured him, explaining that her feelings stemmed from meeting him and sharing special moments. She explained that falling in love with someone was special, regardless of where life or the world might take them in future. Both women requested to be with Linos. Marius asked to stay by his side, and Ricolette requested he marry her as well. Linos, surprised, admitted he had not expected such insistence. The room reflected warmth and trust as he considered their heartfelt requests. Linos hesitated, worrying about political consequences. Marius and Ricolette urged him, insisting he should marry both without hesitation. Ricolette reassured him. She confirmed that she had carefully thought and would convince her brothers, supporting whatever Linos truly desired. Marius promised future support. She explained that if burdens became too heavy, she would share them and stay alongside him. Ricolette emphasized that sharing hardships together would make everything more manageable. Holding hands, the two women reassured Linos with commitment. They described how life's happy and fun moments would be amplified with both Marius and Ricolette by his side. Linos finally understood their sincerity. He acknowledged their dedication while seeing the bond of trust between the two women. Marius reminded Linos of her position as a slave. She could not be an official wife like Ricolette, maintaining honesty. Despite this, Marius offered to be his concubine, which surprised Linos. Ricolette reacted with concern, trying to protect Marius' dignity. Marius insisted her choice was her own. She expressed happiness and contentment, affirming that she had made a personal decision freely. She promised to support Linos and Ricolette continuously. All three prepared for the future together, forming a balanced household with mutual trust. Marius happily agreed to stay by Linos' side officially. Her expression reflected relief and excitement, solidifying her devotion. Ricolette embraced Marius joyfully. Both women expressed happiness and emotional relief, while Linos observed, smiling at their bond. Linos reflected on the moment. Seeing the women's happiness, he thought the situation almost resembled them getting married together, deepening mutual trust. Linos Dake Bassam stood in the imperial palace's magnificent church. Observing the grandeur and serenity of the hall, he prepared for a private ceremony, attended only by close friends and family, creating an intimate atmosphere of joy. As the ceremony proceeded, Linos noticed Quina, carrying flowers, stepping forward unexpectedly and bringing a surprising presence to the event. Quina offered her congratulations, her smile bright and sincere, acknowledging the honor she received from His Highness for participating. The couple invited Quina to visit freely, promising tea and conversation, ensuring she felt welcome and appreciated by everyone present. Noble family members waved as they departed. while Linos expressed heartfelt gratitude for allowing them to use the church. Suggestions for another ceremony next year were discussed lightly, with Linos and friends laughing, enjoying the happiness surrounding the wedding. Queena's brother insisted that she deserved joy, emphasizing that nothing should prevent her from feeling happy and fulfilled during the celebrations. Linos and the bride were guided back by her family, sharing laughter and warmth, embracing the happiness of uniting two lives. As they walked, Linos reassured the bride he would always strive to make her happy, honoring the trust her brothers placed in him. The bride expressed gratitude to Linos, thanking him sincerely for taking her as his wife. Their backs turned toward the palace garden. She admitted her happiness leaving the castle, realizing she never imagined feeling this joy beyond its walls. Smiling warmly at Linos, friends and companions gathered around, helping remove the wedding dress carefully, while jokingly discussing how long the process could take. A brief superstition about the groom changing before the bride was mentioned, and laughter mixed with light concern from the group. Ricolette reassured everyone she had accounted for the superstition, calming any worries, and maintained her cheerful composure. Maria stepped forward, offering to assist, and Linos observed the group coordinating, seeing the bride surrounded by care and attentiveness. Preparations continued, with Quina and others making sure every detail was ready, ensuring the bride would feel comfortable and appreciated. Linos waited patiently, watching the process, noting the laughter and cooperation of his friends and family in the serene palace courtyard. The group reflected on the time needed for the bride's preparation, sharing light-hearted remarks about changing out of elaborate wedding clothes. Finally, attention returned to the bride, and Linos observed her radiant presence, impressed and reminded of her beauty and the happiness she brought. Ricolette revealed a dress she had secretly prepared. Linos and everyone else were surprised by the unexpected change. Embarrassed by the attention, Ricolette accepted Linos's gratitude while friends gathered nearby, ready to witness another meaningful moment. Before their friends Linos and Ricolette renewed their vows, promising to cherish each other through health and hardship. Afterward, they relaxed together. Ricolette reflected on her parents, believing they would have been happy for them. Linos served tea and shared memories from the Basim household. Ricolette enjoyed the drink and peaceful atmosphere. As evening approached, Linos suggested resting. Ricolette suddenly became flustered, realizing what spending the night together meant. Both became nervous. Neither knew how to respond naturally, and the conversation turned awkward despite their sincerity. After finishing their tea, they quietly headed toward the bedroom, carrying equal amounts of anticipation and uncertainty. Lying beside each other, silence filled the room. Their racing hearts made it difficult to find words. Wanting to ease the tension, Ricolette asked about Linos's time with the Basim family, beginning a calmer conversation. Linos agreed to share his story, though it was difficult to recall, beginning from the day he was put up for sale at the slave market. He described how his master and magic teacher were present that day, observing the chaos and the surprising discovery about Miss Errol's personality. Linos reflected while lying down. His retelling brought comfort and nostalgia, and he smiled at the memory of those unexpected moments. Ricolette, exhausted from the day's events, fell asleep beside him, her breathing calm and serene, bringing quiet to the room. Linos thought about the past, hoping everyone who had influenced him was watching over him somewhere, sharing in his peaceful moment. He imagined how his parents would have celebrated this day if alive, and felt a mixture of longing and gratitude for their guidance. Simone gently called for him, interrupting his thoughts, reminding him that he needed to wake up and rejoin the present. He noticed the concern of friends around him, ensuring he was all right, and acknowledging that today had been overwhelming yet joyful. Linos received congratulations from his friends and family, reminders that he was now a married man with responsibilities and happiness ahead. The news spread quickly. Linos had married 2 wives. Laughter, shock, and celebration filled the room as the story concluded. Errol reminded Linos that both Ricolette and Marias depended on him. Her blunt words embarrassed everyone nearby immediately. Linos smiled and accepted her advice. He promised himself he would protect their happiness and future together. The atmosphere shifted into celebration. Friends gathered around food and drinks, laughing loudly, while congratulating Linos again. The next morning, Ricolette woke first. She noticed Linos sleeping peacefully and wondered whether he was dreaming. Remembering the previous night, Ricolette realized she had fallen asleep unexpectedly and felt deeply embarrassed after Linos awoke. Ricolette lowered her head repeatedly and apologized to Linos. She felt responsible for recent events and could not calm herself. Linos gently reassured Ricolette and explained that unexpected situations happened often. He encouraged patience as they continued forward. While resting beside him, Ricolette remembered falling asleep earlier. Embarrassment replaced her worries as Linos laughed softly nearby. Linos shared a dream about the Basim family celebrating happily together. Ricolette listened carefully and felt touched deeply. After hearing the story, Ricolette embraced Linos warmly. She felt relieved knowing his treasured memories remained meaningful. Ricolette suddenly pulled Linos closer while emotions lingered. Their private moment ended when servants interrupted unexpectedly nearby. As they walked together afterward, a kitsune companion noticed their awkward behavior. Ricolette became increasingly embarrassed again. Discussion shifted toward marriage gifts and formal reports. Linos realized several important duties still required attention soon. Ricolette wished to accompany Linos during future visits. He explained another influential kitsune had previously helped him. Linos visited the respected kitsune and formally announced his marriage. He offered gifts and received warm approval. Linos presented larger gifts to the kitsune leader. The unexpected generosity surprised her greatly and immediately improved her mood. The kitsune praised Linos enthusiastically before asking about changes in his brides. Linos became confused by the question, seeking clarification. Linos listened carefully. The kitsune explained a special divine blessing connected to marriage and growth. The blessing allowed understanding animal speech and improved knowledge. Linos realized Ricolette could gain remarkable benefits later. Although impressed, Linos felt the blessing sounded excessively powerful. The kitsune urged him to accept reality quickly. Their discussion shifted toward the upcoming coronation. Linos prepared to attend while hoping the ceremony proceeded smoothly. At the Grand Castle, nobles gathered as the coronation began. Linos and Ricolette observed the historic occasion. The future king stood solemnly before the assembly. Responsibility and determination were visible throughout his composed expression. After receiving the crown, the new ruler stepped forward confidently. The hall watched as authority settled upon him. Following the ceremony, the newly crowned king greeted Linos personally. Their reunion marked the beginning of cooperation. Ricolette reflected on her first coronation experience. She felt nervous, but Linos and the king reassured her quietly beside him. The king commented on Ricolette's changed demeanor. Linos agreed, noting she seemed more confident and composed compared to months ago. Ricolette explained her transformation resulted from support from Linos and others. The king acknowledged her growth, smiling with approval. The king prepared to discuss a serious matter with Linos. He explained he had something important he wished to assign. Linos was asked to take over the Krumfall fief. The king described the situation, and previous fief's lord committing suicide. The king expressed concern over bloodshed. He explained he wished to forgive the rebels, while maintaining order across the kingdom. He clarified that the people to be pardoned were low-born and would now manage the Krumfall fief. Responsibilities shifted carefully. Linos admitted being an outsider from Ueka. The king reassured him that the prime minister would guide governance effectively. The king instructed Linos to win the hearts of the people. The prime minister would handle administrative duties, easing Linos's burden. Ricolette encouraged Linos, noting his capability. He smiled, reassured by her support, ready to take on his new responsibilities confidently. The king advised Linos to relax. He had time before officially beginning his responsibilities as the new honorary marquis. Ricolette encouraged Linos to stay calm. She promised to support him alongside May, which reassured him gradually. They decided to head home together. Walking through the grand palace, Linos kept watch while Ricolette observed the surroundings. Linos noticed a strange, large flying creature pass by. He determined it posed no immediate threat, though curiosity remained. The creature revealed itself as a massive dragon. It announced it had finally found Linos, signaling an impending confrontation. At dinner, Linos sat with Paris, Gon, and Ilimo. Their discussion shifted toward old friendships and memorable encounters together. Paris asked how Linos met Gon. Curious about their history, everyone listened while recalling adventures beyond kingdoms and cities. The conversation turned toward Lenoir Forest. They remembered its wildlife, valuable prey, and rare creatures living there peacefully. Linos explained meeting Gon and Alemo there. Remembering those events made everyone reflect on companions encountered during travels. He recalled discovering an injured baby dragon. The small creature was wounded badly and struggling to survive alone. After examining the creature, Linos healed its injuries carefully. The frightened hatchling slowly calmed and accepted his help. The baby dragon soon became attached to Linos. Despite suffering earlier, it showed trust and followed him. Linos learned the creature was called Lars. Unsure where its parents were, he considered possible ways forward. Together with Gon and Ilimo, Linos discussed returning Lars safely. The dangerous forest was unsuitable for hatchlings. Before reaching a decision, a sudden disturbance erupted nearby. Startled, Linus and his companions prepared for danger. The disturbance revealed its source. A gigantic bird appeared overhead, releasing powerful magic. Linus protected Lars while observing carefully. As the creature approached, Linus realized the truth. The enormous bird was Lars's mother searching desperately nearby. The reunion ended peacefully. Lars returned safely to its mother, who misunderstood earlier events, but eventually calmed down. Back in the present, everyone laughed at the memory. Linus admitted the encounter remained unforgettable and dangerous. A knock interrupted their gathering. One of the girls opened the door, then suddenly froze after seeing someone. Linus noticed a young elf girl standing at his doorway. She looked nervous, carried luggage, and asked to meet him. Before anyone understood the situation, the girl rushed forward and hugged Linus tightly. Her excitement shocked everyone nearby. Linus quickly pulled away and denied knowing her. The confused girl remained attached while others watched suspiciously. The girl introduced herself as Ferris from the Yucca Mountains. She searched for Linus and needed a place. Ferris explained that she had heard stories about Linus from her family. After finding him, she followed him. When questioned about the impossible journey, Ferris casually revealed that she flew across the distance to arrive. Linus apologized and explained he could not allow an unknown stranger to stay inside his residence permanently. Ferris finally realized Linus truly did not recognize her. Her hopeful expression faded into confusion and disappointment. Linus kindly offered to help her return home, despite the inconvenience. Ferris immediately burst into tears. While crying, Ferris revealed she had worked hard learning human language and manners. Suddenly, her stomach growled loudly. Ferris devoured food happily, finishing an enormous amount. Her excitement surprised everyone while Linus and Paris tried to contain the situation. Paris scolded Ferris for eating all the food. Linus apologized to his wives, realizing the situation was escalating rapidly. Linus introduced his wives to Ferris. She wiped her mouth, observing them curiously, unsure how to react to their presence. Linus allowed Ferris to stay for the night since it was late. He explained she could not live permanently there. Ferris felt betrayed when Lars lied to her. Tears streamed down her face, revealing her emotional turmoil and confusion. Ferris learned she was Lars's older sister. The revelation shocked her, while Linus tried to process the dragon-sibling connection. Linus asked everyone to calmly discuss Ferris staying. The group deliberated carefully. Acknowledging Ferris's arrival changed their household dynamics significantly. Paris, Linus, and the others debated whether Ferris could stay. Everyone worried about consequences, yet some recognized her childlike innocence and vulnerability. Linus expressed his desire for Ferris to remain. He considered her presence meaningful, connecting with her personality and efforts to adapt. Ferris happily accepted her new role. She reminded the group of herself, learning to enjoy cooking, interacting, and settling into the household. Ferris reflected on leaving her hometown. She felt uneasy leaving family, but considered herself fortunate to stay with Linus. Paris hoped Ferris could feel at ease living with them. Linus's wives shared understanding from their own experiences. Paris suggested apologizing together to Ferris for scolding her. Ferris felt conflicted, wondering how to respond after her mistakes. Linus explained having a friend her age would benefit both Ferris and Paris. Everyone considered the household dynamics carefully. Ferris impatiently urged Linus to hurry. She eagerly anticipated joining the group, excited to interact and participate in household life. Ferris apologized and prepared to leave. Linus, Paris, and the others tried to reassure her, showing patience and understanding. Ferris tearfully apologized for barging in and causing chaos. She promised to repay for food and disruption. Ferris reflected on meeting Linus after leaving the village. She felt a sense of familiarity and happiness at progress. Ferris discovered her bag was missing. She looked confused and worried while holding another object, unsure what happened next. Ferris grabbed her bag back, holding hands with Paris. The two girls laughed, bonding and forming a closer friendship. Linus reminded Ferris to eat less. She blushed and promised to control herself, planning to need less food after transforming. Ferris cheerfully claimed strength and her ability to fly in her true form. Linus smiled, acknowledging her enthusiasm and excitement. Ferris thanked everyone for letting her stay. The group laughed together, anticipating lively days ahead, planning rides, and buying more food. Linus received troubling news from Marquess Basim about the Crumfall fief. The land was declared uninhabitable, leaving Linus concerned. Greymont explained Crumfall was a coastal fief with a port town. Linus realized the challenges his new responsibility entailed immediately. The damage came from salty sea winds and pirate attacks. Farmland was destroyed, and the fishing industry collapsed across Crumfall. Linus and Rico questioned the fate of the soldiers. All previous military expeditions had been wiped out, leaving the fief defenseless. Marquis Basim admitted information was incomplete. He urged caution, suggesting Linus could act faster than the army to assess the situation. Greymont announced a forthcoming amnesty for those who attacked. Linus and Rico were instructed to wait while the decision was formalized. Officials clarified that those loyal to Ricolet would be released, but they could not remain in the capital. Linus understood the delicate politics. Marcus Basim advised patience. Reinforcements and officials would be sent soon, ensuring the fief would not remain in chaos indefinitely. Linus and Rico expressed gratitude. They prepared to observe the situation carefully, realizing the responsibility awaiting them in Crumpfall. Villagers and soldiers gathered, awaiting orders. Linus, as the new barrier master, would oversee rebuilding efforts and secure the fief against further threats. Linus and Rico arrived at the fief and were greeted by the villagers. Everyone was amazed to see them, showing relief and joy. Ricolet personally welcomed the villagers, expressing happiness that all who were pardoned had survived. The community felt safe and grateful. She recognized specific villagers, including Parton, Popia, and Bias. She noted some were hurt or thinner, but relieved they were alive. Linus reassured Ricolet and the villagers that he would help protect them. Bias, who had guarded her since childhood, introduced himself. Linus suggested discussing future plans over a meal. Villagers felt relieved and excited, understanding they owed no immediate gratitude for their safety. Everyone enjoyed a feast. The villagers expressed joy at the food, and Linus appreciated the chance to gather and plan. Linus explained he had been tasked with managing the Crumpfall fief. Villagers listened carefully, understanding the importance of his role and guidance. Linus outlined priorities for rebuilding and securing the fief. The villagers prepared to take action while enjoying their meal together. He asked for volunteers to help with rebuilding. The villagers agreed willingly, motivated by gratitude and determination to restore their home. Ricolet encouraged careful planning and teamwork. She reminded everyone of the lessons learned and expressed hope for a difficult but successful future. The villagers immediately volunteered to follow Ricolet. Their loyalty moved her deeply, and tears filled her eyes unexpectedly. Parton advised everyone to recover their strength first. Ricolet thanked them sincerely, while Linus scheduled their reunion 1 month later. The gathering ended with cheerful toasts. Spirits rose as everyone celebrated their new future and shared renewed hope together. Preparations began quickly. Supplies, wagons, and provisions were organized carefully, while Linus praised the villagers for their efficiency. A familiar woman suddenly appeared near the caravan. Ricolet recognized Quina, her former maid, and greeted her warmly. Quina explained that Crumpfall was her hometown. Wanting to help its recovery, she obtained permission to join. With preparations complete, the group assembled beside the wagons. Linus confirmed everyone was ready, and cheers followed. Linus Dake entered the quiet town, observing empty streets and abandoned stalls. The village showed signs of neglect and fear. Carriages rumbled through snow-covered roads. Linus noticed the town gate guarded. Some villagers had fled, leaving only a few behind. Linus and Ricolet surveyed survivors, noting their anxiety. They aimed to reassure townsfolk and maintain order amidst lingering tension. They reached the Crumpfall mansion. Servants formally welcomed them, bowing in deference. The building symbolized authority and refuge amidst chaos. Officials inside updated Linus and Ricolet on the general situation. They expressed relief at their safe arrival and presence. Documents detailing the fief's condition were handed over. Linus reviewed them carefully, planning next steps to secure the territory. The papers were vague. Linus questioned the officials and demanded clarity, ensuring nothing important was overlooked regarding bandits and attacks. Ricolet asserted authority, confronting servants. She reminded them that inaction was unacceptable, emphasizing their responsibility to report critical information. They recounted the town's devastation: buildings burned, dead scattered. Linus understood immediate action was required to prevent further disaster. Reports indicated roughly 100 bandits encamped west of town. Linus and Ricolet prepared strategies to defend villagers and the area. The officials abruptly departed, leaving the fief entirely under Linus's control. Responsibility for defending the troubled territory became his. Some residents feared abandonment after the army's withdrawal. Linus remained calm, assuring everyone the situation could have been worse. Ricolet organized the townspeople immediately. Volunteers accepted various tasks, preparing supplies, camps, and support systems for coming challenges. While reviewing maps and reports, Linus focused on the bandit threat. Ricolet reminded him to eat properly. Late into the evening, Linus studied documents and terrain. He requested Ricolet's help to formulate an effective plan. Comparing information carefully, they estimated enemy numbers and monster activity. The unusual situation suggested a capable leader. Linos proposed investigating the forest directly. He believed observing conditions firsthand would reveal opportunities unavailable through reports alone. The following day, Linos traveled toward the forest carrying maps. He examined routes, terrain, and strategic locations carefully. Several companions joined the expedition. Linos explained that swift action was necessary before the bandits strengthened their position. Confident in his barrier abilities, Linos advanced deeper into the wilderness. The group prepared to confront looming dangers. Linos predicted the bandits would lower their guard while marching. He decided to strike their base during the opportunity. Some companions expected a simple ambush. Linos instead proposed targeting the ambushers first and reducing enemy numbers strategically. After studying movements, the group realized the bandits were advancing toward the army. They hurried to intercept events. Riding through narrow paths, Linos and his companions suddenly spotted enemy forces ahead. Surprise spread across the group. Linos immediately activated a large barrier technique. Thick fog spread across the battlefield, concealing movements and confusing enemies. The allies charged through the mist. Linos instructed everyone to focus on eliminating bandits while searching for their leader. One bandit produced a strange item and used it without hesitation. His appearance began changing unnaturally before them. The transformation completed, creating a gigantic muscular figure. The sudden appearance shocked Linos and the surrounding fighters. The monster-like leader revealed himself openly. Both allies and enemies recognized him as the true commander of the bandits. Realizing the danger, Linos ordered everyone to retreat. He stepped forward alone, determined to confront the powerful leader. Linos confronted the transformed leader directly. The monster boasted about destroying villages, showing no regret for the suffering caused. The leader claimed he acted freely because death was near. He declared Crumful finished and beyond saving. Angered by the confession, Linos challenged his reasoning. He condemned the destruction of homes and innocent lives. The monster revealed his past hardships. He believed abandoned fishermen and starving families had been betrayed by society. Using his speed, Linos struck decisively. The attack landed before the monster could react, shocking the transformed leader. The leader collapsed. Watching the outcome, Linos reflected that earlier intervention might have prevented the tragedy entirely. With the battle over, the bandits scattered. Linos considered the operation successful because no allies were lost. While returning, Linos noticed a strange reaction coming from deeper within the forest, and decided to investigate. A cheerful Kurokan girl named Ferris suddenly appeared. She insisted on helping Linos despite his obvious concern. Linos allowed Ferris to accompany him, but warned her to escape if danger appeared. Together they advanced onward. Linos and Ferris carefully approached a dangerous mountain area, sensing a potential bandit hideout nearby. They moved cautiously together. They discovered a surprisingly grand structure for a bandit hideout, confirming the presence of someone important inside, yet no humans could be detected. Inside the building, the main hall was empty. Linos suspected that the bandits scattered after their leader's defeat, leaving the place deserted. They explored further, inspecting strange magical circles on the floor. Linos tried to interpret their purpose, but could not fully understand the magic. They approached a large door as soft whispers reached their ears. Ferris prepared herself, anticipating possible remaining bandits behind it. Linos and Ferris opened the door and were surprised to find a woman relaxing inside, waiting for them. She appeared unconcerned by their arrival. The woman introduced herself, hovering gracefully, while Linos observed her carefully. Ferris warned him about her dangerous aura and identity. Linos reassured Ferris, explaining that all bandits had already been captured. The woman expressed disbelief, realizing her expectations were mistaken. Suddenly, the woman became agitated, questioning Linos's actions. Ferris braced herself, unsure how he would respond to the unexpected confrontation. Linos remained calm, protecting Ferris while addressing the woman's concerns. The tension escalated, leaving the trio in a precarious standoff. Ferris suddenly leaped forward and struck a strange monster. Her powerful attack shocked everyone. While Haruto watched carefully nearby, the monster crashed into the ground and disappeared. Ferris scolded Haruto for standing still during the dangerous fight. After defeating the creature, Ferris calmly explained her strength. Haruto accepted her abilities and continued following her guidance. While exploring the academy grounds, Ferris sensed unusual presences nearby. She identified 2 suspicious locations and investigated further. The pair entered an old storeroom. Haruto stayed alert, while Ferris searched carefully for clues about disturbances. A loud noise came from a cage. Inside sat a strange winged creature resembling a cat, surprising both explorers. Haruto recognized the creature as a rare Gerillian cub. Someone had likely kidnapped it for illegal trading. Ferris used her special ability to understand the cub, She gently carried the cage and listened carefully. The cub revealed its tragic past. During its kidnapping, its mother tried protecting it but lost her life. Wanting to help, Ferris communicated telepathically with the cub. She opened the cage, preparing to reunite it safely. Following the cub's guidance, Ferris sensed another presence. The cub scratched a nearby door, leading everyone forward. Haruto and Ferris opened the room and discovered an unconscious girl lying inside. The unexpected sight alarmed them. Ferris suspected the girl had also been kidnapped. Haruto quickly realized they could not leave her behind. After checking the area carefully, Ferris confirmed no other victims remained. The rescued girl became their priority. They carried the girl back safely. Meanwhile, the rescued cub received care while everyone discussed the bandits' crimes. The girl remained asleep as the others watched over her. Ferris wondered whether she was a beast folk. After resting comfortably, the girl finally woke up. Haruto and the others felt relieved by her recovery. Haruto introduced himself and explained how they found her. The girl listened carefully but remained cautious. Instead of expressing gratitude, the girl questioned their actions. She doubted whether strangers deserved her trust. The rescued girl demanded answers before sharing anything. Her guarded attitude hinted at a difficult past ahead. Continued, acting rude toward her rescuers. Ferris suddenly stepped forward, grabbed her and prepared to teach respect. Ferris delivered a strict punishment. Terrified, Ruara repeatedly apologized and promised to cooperate with everyone from now on. After calming down, Ruara finally introduced herself. She revealed she was the daughter of Poseidon, king of the seas. Linos listened as the princess explained her identity. The discussion revealed she was connected to Poseidon, the ruler of oceans. The princess clarified she was not kidnapped. After reaching land, she encountered a succubus and followed unexpected events. Linos noticed her avoiding details. She shifted attention elsewhere, admitting hunger, while delaying the explanation everyone expected. The investigation continued carefully. Linos asked about her connection with the succubus, while others observed her reaction closely. The princess explained she met the succubus accidentally. She accepted an invitation and became involved with hidden activities. She described a large fish school she controlled. The succubus likely saw value in using those creatures. After hearing the explanation, Linos and his companions criticized her actions. The fish had caused serious trouble. The princess admitted her control remained weak. Returning the fish safely proved difficult after reaching the shore. A companion offered tea and reassurance. Linos redirected the discussion and asked why she left home. The princess revealed her reasons. Burdened by royal duties, she became curious about land and traveled there alone. The princess admitted she had run away from home. She openly confessed that she truly hated her assigned duties. She explained her responsibility as a priestess. Her role involved offering songs and dances to the ocean god. Embarrassed by the topic, the princess hesitated. The others waited patiently while she struggled to continue explaining. Unable to hide it anymore, she loudly confessed. Singing was her greatest weakness, and she disliked it intensely. The revelation surprised everyone. Instead of mocking her, the group became curious and wanted to hear her voice. After repeated encouragement, the princess reluctantly agreed. She prepared herself and finally began singing before everyone. Her song echoed through the room. Linos noticed the melody resembled a style he remembered from Japan. Recognizing the similarity, Linos demonstrated a traditional enrollment performance. The unusual singing immediately caught everyone's attention. The companions listened with amazement. Linos explained that Inca was a unique style, unlike anything they knew. Excited by the performance, the princess rushed toward Linos. She eagerly begged him to teach that singing style. Ruara eagerly asked Linos to teach her singing. Rico agreed, but only if Ruara accepted responsibility first. Rico proposed a condition. Linos immediately understood the idea and listened carefully to her suggestion. Linos declared that he would teach Ruara. In return, she had to apologize and help rebuild the damaged town. Ruara protested at first, feeling the demand was unfair. Linos calmly waited for her final decision. After struggling with the choice, Ruara finally accepted. She agreed to take responsibility for the trouble caused. The group discussed the affected town called Kairik. Linos asked Rico for information about the location. Rico recalled hearing one important detail. The village chief there was said to be a member of the Sea Folk. When Linos asked Ruara about the Sea Folk, she admitted she knew nothing about them, despite her origin. Ferris reassured Ruara that she would not travel alone. Linos decided everyone would accompany her to Kairik together. Linus arrived in Kairik with Quora and their companions. The streets seemed unusually empty, revealing the town's declining condition. As they walked further, Linus learned many residents had left. Economic problems had weakened Krumfall fief significantly recently. Looking across the town, Linus noticed a large mansion. He realized it belonged to the gatekeeper mentioned earlier. The group entered the mansion and met a servant. Nearby residents watched cautiously, distrusting the fief lord's authority. Inside, Linus met Marcel, Kyrique's mayor. Marcel formally introduced himself and welcomed the newly appointed interim lord. Marcel expected representatives instead of Linus himself. Nevertheless, Linus requested direct information about the town's current situation. Linus explained reports alone were insufficient. He preferred examining conditions personally before making decisions regarding future improvements. Marcel observed Linus carefully and sensed responsibility within him. Both understood continuing inaction would only worsen problems. The discussion shifted toward dangerous Asura fish. These creatures damaged nets, boats, and ruined valuable catches quickly. Marcel explained solving the fish problem would help greatly. However, Kyrique still faced several serious challenges beyond that. Linus learned the fleeing villagers caused abandoned fields, starvation, and attacks on scattered merfolk towns. Bandits emerged from chaos. Marcel assured Linus the captured bandits were jailed. Linus realized that abnormal fish had caused internal fights amongst residents. The mayor explained bandits were a constant initial problem. Linus understood controlling crime was the first priority for the town. Linus and companions prepared to leave the mansion. They were guided to see first-hand conditions and understand the town's hardships. Linus wanted everyone to witness damage caused. The group moved cautiously, preparing to inspect the affected areas around Kyrique. He emphasized responsibility, saying facing consequences and not fleeing was the first step. Companions silently acknowledged Linus's resolve and leadership. Linus reassured them that forgiveness depended on others, but facing problems directly was essential. Quara and the maid followed determinedly. The trio stepped outside. Linus promised support beside them as they walked together, preparing for the town's difficult inspection journey. Ruara was shocked as they approached the harbor. The sea appeared unusually dark and ominous, reflecting the ecological damage nearby. Marcel warned the group to stay back. The water was black due to the overwhelming number of Asura fish. Linus and companions realized the sheer number of Asura prevented fishing, threatening the ocean ecosystem and worsening the town's food crisis. Ruara reflected on responsibility. Accepting consequences was necessary, but she feared forgiveness might not come from those affected. Ruara admitted her fault. The Asura had gathered due to her actions. She apologized sincerely to Linus and Marcel. Linus and Marcel acknowledged her honesty. Ruara hadn't anticipated such severe damage. She grasped her hands tightly, trembling from guilt. Ruara begged for a chance to help restore the town. She vowed to do her best and take responsibility fully. She bowed deeply, repeatedly apologizing. Linus and Marcel observed her determination, seeing her commitment to correct the harm caused. Linus insisted she was one of them. He encouraged collaboration, emphasizing restoring the town together as friends and responsible leaders. He asked if she had a plan. Linus made a heartfelt request for her to help, despite knowing it was bold. Linus asked Marcel if gathering people could succeed. He admitted uncertainty but urged trying and requested the mayor's assistance. Linus promised support. They could provide food, pay, and shelter to volunteers. Marcel would coordinate through his connections efficiently. Marcel spread requests across the region and used store connections to recruit workers. Everyone agreed to use every available resource. Linus learned Don had been interviewing many residents for months. Those investigations revealed problems only specific local experts understood. One merchant offered 10 trusted workers immediately. Linus and his companions were shocked by the unexpected amount of support. After gathering enough volunteers, Linus celebrated enthusiastically. Their recruitment target had been achieved, marking an important first success. As crowds gathered in town again, residents noticed unusual activity. Linus prepared his next plan while momentum continued growing. Lino served freshly cooked Asura to the gathered residents. The unusual dish surprised everyone and attracted immediate attention today. The townspeople carefully tasted the meal. Its flavor impressed them greatly, while Linos observed their reactions with satisfaction. As discussions continued, Linos explained that more Asura remained. The listeners became interested in his upcoming plan. Basim considered the situation seriously. Large amounts of fish still required processing, and everyone expected assistance soon. Lenos met with the workers near the harbor. He asked what tasks needed organizing for efficiency. Standing before a crowd, Linos thanked everyone for gathering. He announced the beginning of the Asura operation. Linos assigned duties according to individual skills. Strong workers would catch fish, while others prepared ingredients. He emphasized urgency because the fish spoiled quickly. The crowd responded enthusiastically and prepared for work. Acting as interim lord, Linos encouraged everyone to do their best. His determination inspired confidence throughout. After organizing the workforce, Linos revealed sealed fire magic explosives. They would help eliminate Asura efficiently and safely. Linos prepared to depart with Ferris. He encouraged confidence and reminded the team that failure was acceptable, just proceed carefully. Linos instructed Ferris to fly over the ocean. He planned to throw the fire magic spheres into the deep waters. The pair approached the targeted rocks. Linos signaled Ferris and prepared the spheres while the crowd watched in anticipation. Linos began tossing spheres into the sea. Ferris ensured flight stability, keeping the objects aimed accurately toward the designated spot. Sealed fire magic spheres exploded in the water. Basim instructed the townspeople to start collecting fish, displaced by the blasts, immediately. More explosions followed. Residents scrambled to gather Asura from the sea, amazed at how quickly the fish were being driven ashore. Children helped alongside adults. Ferris carried spheres, while Linos coordinated distribution, ensuring the townspeople could keep up with the rapid pace. Linos managed the operation efficiently. Everyone worked together, throwing and gathering spheres, maintaining rhythm, and keeping safety in mind during chaos. Basim observed, impressed by the teamwork. The citizens started believing that this complicated plan might actually succeed without major problems. Linos identified Ulrain approaching. He quickly warned the townspeople, ensuring everyone evacuated the water to prevent danger from the enormous fish. Basim led fishermen onto boats. Linos prepared magic support, while everyone focused on capturing the dangerous Ulrain together. Ferris eagerly descended toward the sea. Linos noticed Marcel San joining the operation, carrying equipment and helping the fishermen. Basim demonstrated remarkable skill with his blade. The townspeople admired his experience, realizing he had once fished professionally. Ruara watched the battle anxiously. Nearby, Linos and others confronted massive Ulrain emerging from the water unexpectedly. The coastal town gradually returned to peace. Residents gathered happily, celebrating their successful harvest and restored safety. Linos approached Ruara on the rocks. He praised her efforts and offered food, while the sea calmed completely. Ruara revealed injured hands from overworking. Linos prepared healing magic, concerned that she had pushed herself too hard. Ruara thanked Linos sincerely. She admitted that his guidance prevented her from running away during difficult circumstances. Looking over the peaceful shoreline, Ruara reflected that staying had allowed her to witness happiness and unity. Ruara tasted the prepared meal. Overcome with emotion, she found it delicious and finally allowed herself to cry. Meiki called for Linos and Basim. She prepared a new project using barrier magic for preserving the Asura efficiently. Inside the workshop, Linos and Basim observed the barrier-dried Asura. May explained this method could create a new sustainable fish industry. Linos asked if fine-tuning the barrier was needed. May confirmed, emphasizing consistent quality to benefit both the town and its economy. Basim became emotional seeing the work. He addressed Linos respectfully, feeling grateful for his guidance and support during this important project. Basim expressed deep gratitude to Linos for arriving. His words conveyed appreciation for both leadership and active involvement in the effort. Linos acknowledged Basim's offer of continued support. Both leaders established mutual respect and a promise to assist each other whenever necessary. Basim prepared to ask Linos an important question. Linos listened attentively, ready to respond and consider the request seriously. Linos received a challenge from Basim at night. Basim insisted on a test of skill, requesting that Linos hold his liquor. Linos lay sprawled across the table, exhausted from drinking, bottles scattered. His head throbbed, struggling to recall the previous chaotic night. Despite his hangover, Linos listened to advice about Tohotsu town. He planned to recover and set up a protective barrier quickly. He returned to the village after completing his mission, surprising the locals. Everyone noticed his efforts and the efficiency he brought. Linos explained improvements around the Krumfall fief, noting that villages increased productivity. The villagers appreciated his efforts, bringing stability and order. The discussion turned serious as Linos and companions addressed barren farmland. Salt contamination prevented growth, requiring long-term solutions beyond temporary food aid. They brainstormed ways to improve agriculture. Linos acknowledged the value of creative ideas from his companions, recognizing their contributions for village improvement. Their teamwork lifted spirits. Everyone reflected on the difficulty of making people happy during tough times, but remained motivated to act. The group shared laughter and camaraderie. Linos felt their unity strengthen as small successes reminded them of collective responsibility and joy. One companion experimented with stones infused with magic. Linos considered how these stones could be used strategically to provide village protection. Finally, the group applied mana to the stones, creating barriers. Linos prepared the village defenses, ensuring safety from monsters and natural threats. Linos infused mana into a stone. The stone changed color immediately, proving his idea worked and encouraging further experimentation. Ferris eagerly grabbed the stone before anyone stopped her. Linos watched nervously while she prepared an unexpected test. Ferris handed the mana-filled stone to May, confident in Linos's magic. She believed everything would work perfectly. The moment the stone activated, a powerful reaction shook the area. Linos quickly realized something had gone wrong. After the commotion settled, everyone examined the results. The stone functioned, but required careful adjustments and testing. Linos proposed creating stones with different durations. Such products could be sold and provide practical benefits throughout towns. Later, Rico returned to the earlier discussion concerning the future development plans for the Krumfall fief. Linos explained that conversations in Tohotsu village inspired a new strategy. His companions carefully listened to every detail. Instead of waiting years for farmland recovery, Linos planned economic expansion that could create jobs and growth. The proposal impressed many villagers. May imagined the town becoming stronger while opportunities increased for local families. Linos presented his plans to the ruler. Approval was given to manage the fief, aiming to transform it into a paradise. He proposed building a hotel near Kairik, using distant, peaceful beaches. This would attract visitors and encourage tourism effectively. Linos added plans for local cuisine and port expansion. These steps aimed to support both trade and hospitality growth. The ruler expressed full confidence, leaving Linos to implement his vision. Permission included both management and creative control over strategies. Discussions continued regarding the sale of magic stones. Support was granted, while ensuring food and basic needs would be maintained. With approval, Linos felt responsible yet confident. Careful planning would maximize benefits for the fief economy and citizens simultaneously. Attention shifted to administrative oversight. Observing the fief's operations would ensure policies were followed correctly, while Linos executed other duties. The castle felt dull in comparison to the busy villages. Mei and companions eagerly anticipated seeing results from the stones. Linos quietly left the castle to inspect the first customers. Villagers eagerly gathered, curious about the magical stones and their effects. The day ended successfully. The Krumfall house felt alive again. Linos reflected on the tiring work but appreciated the progress made. Linos and companions returned to the village, calling out cheerfully, unaware of the emergency awaiting them inside. Linos realized a serious problem. Kairik and Tohotsu villages had been attacked by monsters, demanding immediate action. Linos learned that powerful monsters were attacking Kairik and Tohotsu. The barrier was damaged, and he worried immediately greatly. The report identified the monsters as Geryuan. Hundreds attacked both towns, confirming the threat was serious and dangerous. Linos investigated possible causes. The unusual coordinated attack suggested the Geryuan shared a purpose and clear objective. Realizing the danger, Linos decided to visit Tohotsu first. The recently rebuilt town needed protection and reassurance. Before leaving, Linos entrusted house matters to Lila. He promised to rest later after resolving matters. After arriving in Tohotsu, Linos and Marcel met Carl, the town chief, who welcomed them anxiously there. Carl thanked Linos because the barrier prevented casualties. Linos apologized, but Carl appreciated his efforts greatly. Wanting stronger protection, Linos immediately requested permission to reinforce the barrier while reviewing the attack scene. Carl explained that 100 Geryuan attacked together. Emergency measures protected residents, but resources remained limited. Marcel revealed Kairik faced an even larger assault. Despite severe barrier damage, preparation prevented devastating losses. Linos confirmed that only Geryuan attacked both towns. He realized careful preparation was not enough. Barrier needed further reinforcement. He considered why so many Geryuan gathered. Linos suspected unusual coordination and intelligence behind their attacks on Kairik. The team discussed possibilities. The Asura were likely responsible indirectly, linking the attacks to recent events and unusual occurrences. Processing Asura and fish products may have reached the Geryuan habitat. This explained their sudden movement toward nearby towns. Linos examined a glowing map, showing Geryuan locations the monsters moved toward Kairik, requiring immediate action to drive them away. Time was critical. Linos instructed Carl to come along. They began strategizing to manage the incoming threat effectively together. They arrived at Kairik. Residents recognized Linos and Marcel, preparing defenses. Immediate action was necessary as the Geryuan approached. Linos supervised preparations, gates closed, bridges raised and fires lit. He noticed the monsters were intelligent and moving in formation. The largest Geryon led the pack. Linos realized it was their leader. He planned to reinforce and strengthen the barrier for defense. Linos rushed forward, commanding Marcel and Karl to protect townsfolk. He braced to harden the barrier, preparing for the Geryuan assault. The Geryuan leader charged at incredible speed. Linos narrowly avoided the attack, realizing the monster was far stronger. The leader used magic against him. Linos countered with barrier magic, preventing the beast from approaching Kyrique. More hidden Geryuan suddenly appeared nearby. Linos understood the monsters had prepared an ambush around the battlefield. Remembering Geryuan resembled cats, Linos created a catnip barrier. The monsters immediately became calm and distracted. Only the giant leader resisted completely. While the others relaxed, the massive Geryon continued watching Linos carefully. Linos strengthened his barrier further and confronted the leader directly. The beast's attacks could no longer threaten him. Standing atop the leader, Linos realized communication was possible. He offered mercy and requested the Geryon surrender. To everyone's surprise, the leader spoke. It admitted defeat, explaining that Geryon were intelligent creatures, despite appearances. The leader introduced itself and questioned Linos. The surrounding Geryon stopped fighting, waiting for their leader's decision. Impressed by Linos' strength, the Geryon pledged loyalty. The leader promised peace and informed nearby brethren accordingly. After gaining the Geryon leader's trust, Linos asked why they attacked towns, despite never causing similar incidents before. The leader explained that delicious food scents drifted from town daily, unable to resist. The Geryon approached repeatedly. Marcel and the others agreed. Sharing some fish was acceptable. They preferred cooperation, rather than continued conflict. The leader admitted cooked food aromas were impossible to find through hunting. The unique scent attracted every Geryon. The next day, Linos welcomed them to hunt nearby. However, he never expected such a large gathering. Following directions from the town chief, numerous Geryon arrived at Linos' residence, leaving everyone shocked and confused. Linos learned that Errol had made an agreement with nearby Geryon monsters. They would stay peacefully near the estate. The fishing industry improved steadily. Errol cared for the monsters, while Linos explained their behavior and future usefulness. With fishing profits increasing, Linos focused on solving farmland problems. Errol eagerly wished to inspect the affected lands. Linos noticed Errol's interest immediately. Remembering her thoughtful nature, he decided she should accompany the upcoming inspection. Encouraged by Linos, Errol gladly accepted. She promised to contribute useful observations and support the investigation carefully. The group traveled toward distant villages. Farmers explained that seawater had flowed upriver, damaging fields for years. Villagers described earlier hardships, failed leadership, rebellion, and departures weakened the community before recent assistance arrived there. Approaching the farmlands, Linos observed salt covering the ground. Even among mountains, traces of seawater remained. From a higher viewpoint, the group finally saw Nitsuka village's farmland. Vast areas appeared pale and damaged. Studying the devastated fields, Linos and Errol gathered information carefully together. They prepared plans to restore productivity. Linos observed the farmland's extent. The salt damage covered the entire area, leaving the ground white and unproductive for planting. The villagers expressed concern. They had tried many methods, but the soil remained unworkable, begging Linos for guidance and a solution. Linos explained the first step: breakwaters would stop seawater, and irrigation channels needed blocking to prevent further contamination upriver. He pointed to a map. A new river channel would be dug from a clean water source near Taipan village. Linos divided the villagers into teams. One built channels, one dug reservoir pits, and one constructed breakwaters to protect farmland. Errol and Linos coordinated the work. Villagers were motivated to contribute, knowing that their efforts would restore productivity to their fields. The next day, reinforcements arrived. Linos greeted them, including the Geryon allies, ready to assist with heavy labor efficiently. Errol helped distribute fertilizer and manage preparations. The unusual companions, including magical creatures, made the work faster and more organized. Linos led efforts in moving soil for breakwaters. Despite the cold and strenuous labor, the team worked energetically together. After hours of effort, the salt removal was nearly complete. Linos encouraged the villagers, ready to oversee the final stages carefully. Linos unveiled the final stage of his plan. Using barrier magic, he created artificial rainfall to soak the fields. Throughout the night, rainwater gathered and spread across the farmland. Villagers watched hopefully as the restoration progressed steadily. While resting, Linus discussed the village's future. He suggested that former residents might someday return and rebuild. The villagers reflected on lost friends and family. Though uncertain, they welcomed the possibility of working together again. Several days later, Linus and Errol inspected the fields. A farmer carefully examined the soil's changing condition. The farmer held fresh earth in his hands. The salt was gone, and fertile soil had returned. Joy spread through the village immediately. Families celebrated, grateful that crops could finally be grown once more. Linus accepted their thanks modestly. He reminded everyone that recovery would take time, despite the successful restoration. Linus proposed working together for a great harvest festival. The villagers gladly agreed and shook hands with him. The restored farmland stretched across the valley. With renewed hope, the village looked forward to a prosperous future. Linus inspected the harvest and found unusually large vegetables. He realized the village fields had produced far beyond expectations. The villagers gathered happily around the crops. Thanks to everyone's effort, the harvest promised prosperity and a festival. While celebrating the success, Linus suddenly heard that King Linus had arrived. The unexpected visit caught him off guard. The king explained that he came to inspect the newly completed hotel. Linus hurried over, surprised by the visit. Beside the king stood a young noblewoman. Seeing her presence, Linus froze briefly while trying to understand. The king noticed Linus acting strangely and looked confused. Linus quickly regained composure and welcomed the important guests. Inside the hotel, Linus explained how support from the empire helped accelerate construction and improve the project. The visitors praised the development. They were pleased that tourism plans progressed smoothly and looked forward to exploring. Linus humbly credited others for the achievement. The guests appreciated his attitude and enjoyed the comfortable atmosphere. When asked about special treatment, Linus refused politely. He preferred treating the king and companions like normal guests. Linus guided the emperor and princess through Crumfall. They were surprised by how lively and prosperous the town appeared. The group arrived at the newly completed hotel. Its grand appearance immediately impressed the emperor and princess greatly. Rikuchet welcomed the visitors at the entrance. Linus explained the hotel was designed mainly for ordinary travelers. Inside the magnificent building, Rikuchet expressed surprise. She wished she had known earlier about their arrival. Linus showed the guests a luxurious room. Large windows revealed a beautiful ocean view beyond the balcony. From above, they watched the beach together. Rikuchet reflected on her brother while observing the peaceful scenery. The emperor noticed changes in Rikuchet's brother. She felt relieved that someone now supported him sincerely. That evening, everyone gathered for dinner. The hotel staff proudly served dishes, prepared from carefully selected recipes. The emperor praised the hotel and food. Linus listened politely, while ensuring his guests remained comfortable throughout. Before departing, the emperor promised to return next year. Afterward, Linus discussed important merchant association matters with him. After the emperor departed, Riko questioned Linus privately. She sensed he was hiding plans for another project. During dinner, Linus revealed his idea. He wanted to open a large store in the imperial capital. The others quickly understood the concept. A busy residential district had already been selected for construction. When asked how he found the location, Linus hesitated. The question made Riko immediately suspicious. The truth came out gradually. Linus had received information from Makaina, a woman running a brothel. After hearing the full explanation, everyone relaxed. The establishment functioned more like a high-class social salon. Excited by the idea, the group discussed opportunities. The new store could introduce many products and cultures. Linus also planned to hire slaves there. He hoped to improve their lives through stable employment. Riko suddenly became quiet and troubled. Linus noticed her expression and asked what was bothering her. Embarrassed, Riko finally revealed her concern. She worried Linus might grow attached to a female slave. Riko and the others stared silently at Linus. His explanation only made them more suspicious than before. Ignoring the misunderstanding, Linus focused on business. He planned to visit the slave market the next day. Before leaving, Linus received support from Riko. She promised to pass along a message to her brother. Just as Riko prepared to leave, Linus stopped her. He realized there was something he had forgotten. Linus invited Riko to accompany him. Concealing her identity, she agreed and followed him through town. At the market, they met Maris, a slave trader. Linus recognized him from a previous encounter. Maris asked about a former slave. Linus and Riko proudly explained she had become indispensable to them. Satisfied with the answer, Maris discussed the day's auction. The market would begin shortly afterward. Before the event started, Maris offered another opportunity. He invited them to inspect his available slaves first. Linus accepted the invitation without hesitation together with Riko. he headed deeper into the slave market. Linos visited a slave market with Gon. He searched for literate workers who could help with calculations and future tasks. The merchant presented 5 female slaves. Linos carefully observed them, hoping to find someone useful rather than strong. Among them, Linos noticed a rabbit folk mother and daughter. Their unusual situation immediately caught his attention and concern. After hearing their background, Linos became interested. He approached the rabbit folk pair and prepared a simple test. Linos handed the daughter a math problem. The young rabbit folk calmly read the paper and began solving it. The girl finished quickly and correctly. Linos praised her efforts, while the adults watched with surprise and admiration. Impressed by her abilities, Linos decided to buy both mother and daughter. The merchant happily announced the price. The merchant demanded 50,000 gold. Linos immediately questioned the amount and began negotiating for a better deal. The merchant lowered the price to 25,000 gold. Linos continued bargaining, refusing to accept the offer immediately. While the merchant worried about losing profit, Linos pushed further. The negotiation continued as both sides sought agreement. After persistent bargaining, Linos reduced the price to 10,000 gold. The merchant reluctantly accepted and completed the contract. The rabbit folk introduced themselves as Sonia and Ange. Linos welcomed them, while Ricolette rewarded the merchant generously. Before leaving, the merchant suggested visiting the main auction hall. Curious, Linos agreed to take a look. Linos left Sonia and Angie waiting safely. He followed the merchant toward the larger auction area nearby. The merchant explained that criminal slaves were being auctioned. Linos listened carefully while approaching the crowded hall. Inside, Linos saw 3 catfolk displayed for sale. Their appearance immediately caught his attention and concern. As the auction continued, Linos noticed the catfolk seemed familiar. He began observing them more closely. Linos considered leaving, but Ricolette encouraged him to stay. Reluctantly, he remained to watch the bidding. The bidding started at 5,000 gold. Linos focused on the catfolk while evaluating their situation carefully. When the price increased, Linos unexpectedly joined the auction. He raised his bid to 10,000 gold. Linos won the auction for 10,000 gold. The 3 catfolk immediately recognized him and felt relieved. The catfolk excitedly reacted to Linos's appearance. They believed their difficult situation had finally come to an end. Linos reminded them he was now their owner. Embarrassed, the catfolk quickly behaved more respectfully toward him. The 3 introduced themselves as Uriel, Willis, and Shira. They thanked Linos for purchasing and rescuing them. Everyone moved to an inn and shared a meal. Linos listened while Willis began explaining their journey. Willis traveled widely seeking experience and approval. Along the way, he faced dangers, monsters, and dishonest people. The group eventually accepted jobs in a town. Each catfolk worked hard and earned recognition from locals. Willis described their occupations and achievements. Linos and Ricolette were impressed by their efforts and abilities. The story reached its turning point. Willis revealed a conflict with a lord who targeted Shira unfairly. After hearing everything, the group praised Linos's kindness. The catfolk were surprised to learn Ricolette was his wife. Ricolette quietly revealed part of her noble background. The catfolk listened carefully, while Linos remained thoughtful about it. After the meal, Linos explained the work he planned. Everyone listened attentively, ready to support his business. The catfolk eagerly accepted their responsibilities. Sonia and Angie also volunteered to help with sales and customers. Linos showed them their future workplace. He explained the living arrangements and assured everyone they would be comfortable. The group arrived at the plaza. They admired the large building and the market stalls prepared nearby. Ricolette suggested matching uniforms for the catfolk. The idea excited the group and boosted their enthusiasm. Willis thanked Linos for changing their lives. As they discussed future goals, everyone looked forward to new opportunities. Baron Grogoriel urgently informed Baron Jono that something extraordinary had happened in Krumfall, shocking everyone gathered there. Grogoriel explained that Krumfall's ruined land had somehow transformed into a vast and productive granary almost overnight. He further reported that visitors increased greatly, new buildings appeared, and the town looked completely different. Now as Grogoriel continued describing busy streets and opening shops, Jono realized the Krumfall they knew was gone. The nobles fell silent before discussing Barsam's activities, fearing their people would suffer if ignored longer. Learning residents were relocating. Jono proposed taking Krumfall's harvest and territory before conditions worsened further. Confidently, Jono revealed he already had a plan and prepared to explain it to everyone. Jono visited General Lafayette, presenting himself politely while seeking military assistance for his upcoming scheme. To gain sympathy, Grogoriel claimed bandits attacked him during travel and threatened future journeys through forests. Gragoriel exaggerated the danger, while Lafayette promised investigations and stronger security before making any decisions. General Lafayette agreed to lend soldiers for only 3 days. Jono and Gragoriel happily accepted the limited support. After leaving the meeting, Jono and Gragoriel celebrated their success, while Lafayette remained suspicious of their intentions. Meanwhile, Linos visited a shop and checked on Sonia, who was managing work smoothly without difficulties. Sonia impressed Linos with her sales skills, while her daughter helped attract customers and promote products. She carefully recommended a barrier stone that matched the customer's needs, despite the customer's limited budget. Sonia explained that the barrier stone provided affordable protection, making it a better investment than hiring mercenaries. The shop continued prospering. Sonia happily reported that customers appreciated their purchases and business remained successful. Seeing their dedication, Linos believed they would soon become trustworthy enough to gain their freedom. After finishing work, Angie noticed her mother's injured eye. Sonia hid the reason and shared her happiness. Angie eagerly greeted Linos and proudly joined her mother, determined to keep working hard together. After leaving the shop, Linos carried supplies through town and noticed Angie happily watching from the entrance. Linos met Willis, Rico, and Shira, who proudly wore new uniforms while managing the growing business. The workers explained their duties, handling inventory, customer requests, and sales while attracting more visitors daily. Willis enthusiastically recommended seasonal vegetables to shoppers, helping customers discover fresh products available in town. Local residents praised the shop's popularity. Linos realized their delivery system would soon become essential. While discussing vegetables, Linos heard rumors about many soldiers leaving the castle and became concerned. At the same time, Baron Jono and Gragoriel led armed soldiers through the forest toward Crumfell. The nobles established a temporary camp and waited patiently while preparing for the next day's operation. Over dinner, Jono confidently declared victory certain and insisted nothing could interfere with his strategy. Jono revealed the plan to infiltrate Crumfell at night and assassinate Barsom before anyone reacted. Jono refined his scheme, planning to use unrelated corpses as fake bandits and fabricate evidence against Barsom. The conspirators rehearsed a false report claiming bandits attacked them before fleeing directly to Barsom's mansion. Jono expanded the lie further, intending to accuse Barsom of secretly leading criminals and dying during battle. Although Gragoriel worried about Prince Vialis, Jono remained confident that rewards and authority awaited them. The nobles discussed political advantages, believing Barsom's removal would strengthen their influence and expand their territories. Meanwhile, Linos reviewed troubling information, while Jono's group confirmed Barsom remained inside Crumfall and prepared their attack. Late at night, Bias rushed to Linos's mansion and reported that Imperial Army troops were approaching through the forest nearby. Bias explained he had secretly positioned soldiers beforehand. Linos realized someone influential within the Empire was targeting him directly. As Linos prepared to respond, Meiji and the others arrived. They sensed danger and gathered despite the hour. Linos confirmed the mansion was not the target. The enemy formation suggested they intended to strike him personally. A strategy meeting began immediately. Linos ordered troops deployed around town to block enemy forces before entry. Studying a map, Linos identified the forest as the best observation point and planned barrier reinforcements there. Additional plans followed. Ferris and Ruara would deliver messages while allies at sea prepared to cut retreats. The group accepted their assignments confidently. Linos reviewed routes carefully, ensuring every unit understood its responsibility completely. After final discussions, everyone checked positions and distances, orders were clear, and the operation prepared smoothly. With preparations complete, Linos strengthened barriers and planned controlled rainfall to delay the Imperial Army's advance further. The Imperial Army advanced through the forest. Rain concealed movement sounds, and commanders believed favorable weather supported their operation. As the rain stopped, Commander Kunijin praised the sunrise and prepared troops, believing victory and progress awaited ahead. Before marching, a soldier urgently requested permission to report important information that could affect the army's movement. The soldier warned that muddy terrain would weaken formations. He suggested delaying the advance until conditions improved. Drawing from battlefield experience, he explained collapsing formations could trigger widespread losses before reaching their destination safely. Kunijin dismissed the concerns. He trusted formal training over intuition and ignored warnings about approaching Sea Tribe forces. Confident in his judgment, Kunijin declared the enemy weak and insisted the battle would end before sunrise. Rejecting all objections, Kunijin reminded everyone of his authority and ordered the entire army to advance immediately. The commanders celebrated prematurely. Convinced victory was guaranteed, they marched forward believing the battle was already won. Far away, Linos observed their slow progress on the map, and confirmed everything was proceeding exactly as planned. Linos ended the rainfall at the perfect moment, hidden positions were secured, and every allied force awaited the signal. After confirming preparations, Linos activated a powerful barrier technique and created a bright spectacle above the battlefield. The brilliant light exploded across the sky. Both armies noticed immediately as the long-awaited attack signal appeared. Bias led the charge. While enemy commanders hesitated in confusion, Krumfall's forces launched their assault first. The attackers targeted enemy horses. Bias remembered Linus's warning that Imperial troops carried barrier stones for protection. The Imperial formation collapsed quickly. Horses stumbled, soldiers lost footing, and commanders finally ordered a retreat. Retreat became difficult. Barrier stones unexpectedly failed, enemy attacks intensified, and confusion spread throughout the withdrawing ranks. From afar, Linos absorbed the magic stored within barrier stones. This weakened enemies while strengthening allied advantages. Linos then released monster allies into battle. Powerful beasts advanced together and pressed the retreating army relentlessly. Seeing monsters everywhere and barrier stones rendered useless, the Imperial commanders realized their entire strategy had failed. After the successful ambush, Linos checked the battlefield. The enemy was broken, and allied forces reported favorable results. Meanwhile, the defeated commanders argued bitterly. A surviving officer declared the operation had completely failed because earlier warnings were ignored. The officer condemned their leadership for abandoning soldiers and horses. Faced with disaster, the commanders considered surrender or death. Linos read the enemy's surrender letter and immediately recognized the names involved. He suspected hidden motives behind their sudden decision. After reviewing the details, Linos identified the former administrators responsible for earlier troubles in Krumfall and understood their intentions. Linos decided to meet the surrendering force, personally. He arranged rooms at Krumfall and prepared for negotiations there. As the delegation arrived, Linos maintained security. The surrendering soldiers appeared surrounded by powerful beasts and vigilant guards. The commander introduced himself as Kunijin and formally presented the surrender proposal. Linos carefully observed his behavior and attitude. Kunijin explained the unusual circumstances and requested assistance. Linos listened calmly, believing important information remained undisclosed by others. During the meeting, bound prisoners were brought forward. Linos immediately recognized Baron Jono and Commander O'Shea there. Baron Gregorial loudly protested, while the prisoners argued among themselves. Kunijin remained silent, allowing Linos to judge. The ordinary soldiers became frightened as commanders were removed. Many worried their surrender would still end badly. Seeing their panic, Linos stepped forward and demanded silence. He assured everyone there was nothing to fear. Linos explained that he had been the ambush target. He promised treatment for the wounded and assured soldiers. The surrendered soldiers admitted they followed orders unwillingly. Linos decided only the three masterminds would face punishment. Linos believed the soldiers never truly hated Krumfall. He accepted their surrender and offered them another chance. He ordered his assistants to prepare warm meals. The exhausted soldiers finally relaxed after hearing his decision. After settling the situation, Linos planned his next steps. He intended to inspect nearby towns and soldiers. Later, the captured conspirators were brought before him. Linos prepared to question them about their actions. Facing the prisoners, Linos explained their motive clearly. They had tried to seize Krumfall through deception. The former administrators became angry after their scheme was exposed. Linos remained calm and continued presenting facts. Looking at the prisoners, Linos realized he could have suffered the same fate if mistakes occurred. Linos condemned their greed and selfish decisions. He pitied the injured soldiers who suffered because of them. Linos questioned Kunijin about the army's numbers and casualties. The commander realized he had neglected his soldiers. One prisoner tried intimidating Linos with threats and status. Linos remained unfazed and challenged him directly. Linos warned the conspirators against resistance. He arranged strict confinement and prepared reports for higher authorities. After the tense meeting ended, Linos thanked everyone. He invited exhausted workers and soldiers to rest. Linos visited Tohotsu and checked the recovering soldiers. Warm rooms and proper care improved their condition. At Kairik, local leaders coordinated support efforts. The surrendered soldiers gradually calmed and accepted their situation. Returning home, Linos reflected on the outcome. He felt grateful for the reliable companions around him. Finally, Linos rested after resolving the crisis. His companions praised his efforts as he peacefully relaxed. Linos arrived at the palace and met Prince Orland and La Fayence. They welcomed him warmly and discussed troubling news from Krumfall. Inside a library, Linos learned that imperial troops had pursued him. Reports suggested influential nobles secretly manipulated information. The Prime Minister arrived and joined the meeting. They discussed injured soldiers and possible solutions for the growing crisis. Linos revealed that O'Shea had raised an army. The Prime Minister was shocked and realized the situation was serious. Further investigation showed false reports had targeted Linos. Lafayette worried because Ricolette was still staying in Crumful, accepting responsibility. The Prime Minister apologized sincerely. Linos remained calm and focused on resolving the consequences peacefully. Linos requested mercy for accompanying soldiers. He believed ordinary troops suffered most and should not receive punishment. The meeting concluded successfully. Lafayette thanked Linos for coming, and everyone prepared to continue their duties elsewhere. Before leaving, the Prime Minister asked how O'Shea had been defeated. Linos agreed to explain the battle. Linos described O'Shea's mistakes and reckless tactics. The Prime Minister listened carefully, hoping future campaigns would avoid similar failures. Linos explained that Gerzwan launched an assault at the worst moment. The Imperial army collapsed after suffering attacks from multiple directions. The Prime Minister listened carefully as Linos credited Kunijin for helping survivors retreat safely and maintain order afterward. Elsewhere, O'Shea and his companions spent a sleepless night. Fear of punishment left them exhausted and anxious. Commander Lafayette visited unexpectedly. The worried nobles were surprised when they received treatment far gentler than expected. Lafayette confronted O'Shea about his actions. O'Shea admitted responsibility and understood his reckless decision created serious consequences. Lafayette asked why O'Shea believed he lost. Kunijin observed quietly while Linos watched the discussion unfold. The commander revealed the true cause. O'Shea moved the army without permission and ignored proper authority. Lafayette also accepted blame. He admitted that weak supervision allowed the situation to worsen before anyone intervened. The surviving officer thanked Lafayette for speaking fairly. Future decisions regarding O'Shea and Kunijin were entrusted to him. Lafayette announced the final judgment. O'Shea would retire from military service, while further punishment would remain under royal review. Lafayette asked Linos to accept the settlement. He emphasized that wounded soldiers were already receiving care and support. To everyone's surprise, Lafayette bowed deeply. He personally apologized for the misconduct committed by his subordinates. Linos accepted the apology and encouraged Lafayette to rise. The two men reached a respectful understanding together. Before departing, Lafayette promised future assistance. Linos thanked him, appreciating his sincerity and willingness to help. The meeting ended peacefully. Lafayette gathered everyone and prepared to escort the soldiers back to the capital. Watching him leave, Linos admired Lafayette's leadership. His conduct reflected the qualities expected from an outstanding commander. The group discussed the lessons learned. They recognized the importance of discipline, emotional control, and responsible leadership. 1 week later, new reports arrived. O'Shea had retired from service and moved to Kesharina for recovery. Kunijin also requested retirement. Although concerns remained, his request was approved under careful supervision and observation. Lafayette explained that trusted individuals would oversee the retired officers. Attention then shifted toward Jono and Gregoriel. Lafayette sympathized with the nobles' situation. Replacing Jono and Gregoriel would create additional complications for the administration. Reviewing recent reports, Lafayette praised Honorary Marquis Barsom. Linos' achievements in leadership had left a strong impression. Linos recalled Lafayette's concern for ordinary soldiers. That compassion convinced him that the commander truly valued people. The discussion ended positively. Both men agreed that reliable allies were precious, and Linos felt blessed by fortune. A young beastkin child sat imprisoned in a cell. Suddenly she noticed movement outside and recognized her parents being escorted away. The child desperately called after them. Her parents briefly looked back, but guards forced them onward without stopping. Tears streamed down her face as the prison gate closed. She begged not to be abandoned and waited helplessly. An unfamiliar beastkin approached the cell and explained that her parents were about to face execution for crimes. The visitor accused the child of providing the herbs used by her parents, making her appear suspicious. With a cruel expression, the beastkin blamed the child for creating medicine that supposedly caused countless deaths nationwide. The accusations continued relentlessly. The child was told her actions led to executions, suffering, and endless misfortune. That night, the painful memories returned as a nightmare. The child repeatedly apologized while trapped in guilt. Years later, Maisei awoke in a comfortable room. The same nightmare continued haunting her every night. As May sat quietly on her bed, memories of being called the god of plague resurfaced once again. The harvest festival arrived and the town became lively. Paris prepared fresh bread while May hurriedly got ready. Workers busily organized ingredients and supplies. The growing population increased festival participation, making everyone work even harder. Mayday rushed to the preparation area and apologized for arriving late. The workers welcomed her warmly and continued. A friend noticed May looked exhausted. May hid her worries, blaming the cold weather and skipped meals. Concerned villagers offered May warm food and encouraged her to rest. They hoped proper meals restored strength. Meanwhile, villagers celebrated a successful harvest. Improved soil and careful farming produced crops exceeding all expectations. Workers praised May's research efforts and contributions. They believed her dedication played an important role today. Marcel arrived with additional helpers after fishing work ended. Their support greatly accelerated transportation and preparation efforts. People from neighboring territories also contributed supplies. Their cooperation ensured enough food and resources for celebrations. The festival grounds filled with excitement as decorations appeared. Everyone eagerly prepared for the festivities ahead. Paris announced lunchtime, and hungry workers gathered immediately. The cheerful atmosphere reflected the community's successful teamwork. Rico sat quietly on a hill overlooking the festival. Watching the celebration from afar filled her with happiness. Linus found Rico resting alone and shared food with her. Together, they observed the lively gathering below. Rico watched humans, beastmen, adventurers, and monsters working together. The peaceful cooperation deeply moved her heart. Looking over the festival grounds, Rico wished similar harmony could spread throughout many other places in the world. A familiar companion suddenly appeared and praised the idea. The unexpected arrival surprised both Rico and Linus. The visitor brought exciting news about a new main store opening. Linus immediately became interested in hearing more. Meanwhile, villagers gathered around May. Her growing popularity attracted many people who wanted to speak with her. Old fears resurfaced within May's mind. She worried that her presence might eventually bring trouble to others. The villagers immediately rejected her concerns. They sincerely believed May had always helped and supported everyone. One villager thanked May for protecting the fields. Others expressed gratitude for making the harvest festival possible. The children's gift overwhelmed May. Seeing the beautiful vegetables they grew together brought tears to her eyes. May thanked everyone while crying. The villagers encouraged her warmly and promised to continue learning from her. Watching May smile again relieved Linus and Rico. Linus encouraged everyone to enjoy the festival until evening. The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Their excitement reflected how much May meant to the village and its future. As night approached, May remained on the hillside. Linus noticed her lingering alone and approached carefully. May hesitated before speaking. She questioned whether someone like her deserved to remain beside her master. Remembering her past, May confessed her guilt. Despite receiving kindness today, she still blamed herself for tragedy. Linus gently guided May through the festival lights. He reminded her that everyone's sincere feelings had reached her. He explained that the May standing there now helped people, while the nightmares reflected painful memories, not reality. Under the night sky, Linus asked May what she truly wanted. The question left her speechless. After reflecting on everyone's kindness, May finally found her answer. She decided to dedicate her knowledge to helping others. Linus supported May's decision wholeheartedly. He promised that both he and Rico would help her succeed. Suddenly, May's expression changed. Before anyone understood what happened, her body lost strength and collapsed unexpectedly. Rico and Linus rushed home carrying May. Concern spread quickly as they immediately called for medical help. The doctor examined May and found no serious danger. He concluded that exhaustion from overworking caused her collapse. Rico blamed herself for not noticing May's condition sooner. Linus encouraged her to rest as well. Rico worried she had burdened May through her dependence. Linus reassured her that they genuinely cared together. As May rested peacefully, memories surfaced within a dream. She found herself reliving scenes from childhood again. In the dream, May saw her mother smiling warmly. Her mother urged her to continue living and moving forward. May suddenly awoke from the dream. A sharp headache lingered, leaving her confused by the vivid memory. Macy remembered her mother's final words. Looking at her sleeping companions, she realized she was no longer alone. May accepted her mother's wish and resolved to keep living. The precious people around her strengthened that determination. When Maysep opened her eyes, Linus and Rico immediately rushed over. Their concern touched her deeply. Maysep apologized for worrying everyone. She felt unusually clear-headed, as though a long-standing burden had disappeared. Linus quietly reflected on May's recovery. He suspected her self-blame had been the true source of suffering. Smiling gently, May declared the harvest festival had changed her life. Surrounded by friends, she embraced a brighter future. Linos, Rico, and Gon searched a forest for a rare vanilla tree. Despite checking carefully, they still found nothing. The group continued walking through the forest. Linos reflected on their busy shop while Rico remained focused searching. They discussed the mysterious vanilla scent. Linos explained that a bird carried the fragrance, guiding their investigation. Rico consulted a plant encyclopedia. The nearby bird suggested the scent source should exist somewhere inside the forest. Linos thought about May's remarkable talent with plants. Her growing knowledge greatly supported their expanding business operations. Rico admired May and Rico's dedication to learning. Suddenly, she noticed a bird near a massive tree. Believing the tree was responsible, they examined its fruits, bark, leaves, and roots, but discovered no scent. After failing to find clues, Linos and Rico rested beside a lake and enjoyed freshly caught fish. While eating, they heard an unfamiliar sound nearby. The peaceful break quickly turned into another unexpected discovery. A timid fairy dragon appeared before them. Linos recognized the rare creature and wondered why it approached. Linos offered the fairy dragon a fish. The creature happily accepted it, surprising everyone with its unusual appetite. While examining the dragon, Rico noticed one damaged wing. Linos attempted healing magic, but the injury remained. Linos carefully continued healing. The fairy dragon stayed calm, and its injured wing gradually recovered to full condition. After confirming the dragon could fly again, Linos and Rico prepared to return home and leave safely. Back in town, Linos arrived with the fairy dragon. Felice immediately noticed another rare creature accompanying him. Felice learned Linos had healed the dragon. Because of that kindness, the grateful creature followed him home. Another companion examined the fairy dragon closely. Its many wings revealed exceptional talent compared to ordinary members. The group discussed the dragon's condition. They concluded its natural speed likely helped it survive danger. Communication became difficult when emotions rose. The fairy dragon encouraged Linos to improve his communication abilities. Linos finally sensed images and thoughts from the dragon. Through dragon magic, they established successful telepathic communication. Linos asked Shinjo about its injuries. The fairy dragon admitted leaving home because it disliked constant studying. The others reacted with surprise. Shinjo explained its duty involved serving an important dragon king and family. Rico realized Shinjo's wounds came from breaking through a protective barrier while escaping from its homeland. Shinjo described releasing a vanilla fragrance to attract prey. The scent spread from its wings during hunting. Linos and Rico finally understood everything. The mysterious vanilla scent they searched for came from Shinjo itself. Linos worried about consequences. However, the group believed the Dragon King would probably forgive Shinjo's mistake. Felice wondered whether their household had room for another companion. The growing collection of creatures amused everyone. Realizing Shinjo's fragrance had commercial value, Linos immediately considered new products for the family shop. The scent could improve baked goods and cosmetics. Excited by the possibilities, everyone supported keeping Shinjo. As discussions continued, they considered giving Shinjo a proper household name and welcoming it permanently. While everyone discussed Shinjo's future, Rico quietly reflected on her studies. Inspired by recent events, she made a decision. Gathering her courage, Rico approached Linos and announced her desire to attend the university in the imperial capital. Paris suddenly revealed her wish to attend the capital university. Linos, Ricolette, and Mady were surprised by her unexpected decision. Paris explained that traveling had shown her how little she knew. She wanted knowledge and growth worthy of family expectations. Linos supported Paris's dream immediately. However, May reminded everyone that admission required passing a difficult university entrance examination. May confidently promised intensive tutoring. Under guidance from Meiji and Ricolette, Paris studied tirelessly for the upcoming test. Months later, Paris succeeded brilliantly. She earned high honors in the entrance examination and entered the prestigious university. While visiting the university, Linos met Sayano. Their reunion was interrupted when Sayano revealed a royal letter. The letter contained only a brief invitation. Its lack of details made Linos and Ricolette uneasy about matters. Accepting the invitation, Linos traveled to the royal palace. The extravagant audience hall suggested an extremely important meeting. Inside the grand hall, Ricolette sensed unusual tension. Linos realized powerful individuals had already gathered before them. A distinguished elf entered and called Linos by name, recognizing the visitor. Everyone understood the meeting's significance. The mysterious elf greeted Linos warmly. Ricolette noticed their familiarity, while others watched the unexpected reunion with curiosity. The elf addressed Linos as family. Although the atmosphere remained formal, his attitude suggested a personal connection. After brief greetings, The elf revealed another purpose behind the invitation. He wished to discuss a confidential request. The elf introduced Yuri, a minister from the Nisa Principality. Yuri prepared himself before presenting his urgent appeal. Yuri begged Linos to save Nisa. Despite its reputation as a strong nation, a serious crisis threatened survival. He explained that Nisa's farmlands had suffered devastating damage. Agricultural production declined, placing the entire country in danger. When Linos asked about the cause, Yuri hesitated. The answer shocked everyone gathered inside the audience hall. Yuri revealed that countless monsters had appeared. Their overwhelming presence was destroying fields and devastating valuable crops. Linos suggested hunting the creatures. Yuri explained that the deer were sacred animals protected by religious traditions. Hearing the restrictions, Linos considered the situation carefully. He questioned whether eliminating the sacred deer remained impossible. Ricolette questioned why Linos had been chosen. She suspected the request involved more than simple farmland problems. The king revealed his suspicions. He believed someone had artificially caused the deer outbreak and wanted Linos investigating. Linos accepted the personal request. Yuri expressed gratitude and promised that further information would be delivered later. As Linos prepared to leave, the king stopped him. He invited Linos and Ricolette somewhere private. The king led them deeper into the palace. He hinted that another important matter remained undisclosed. Inside a private room, a woman appeared. The king revealed that Tonzent was carrying his child. The unexpected announcement shocked Linos and Ricolette. They finally understood the king's true reason for summoning them. The king requested Linos's barrier protection. With an heir expected, potential threats against Tonzent would increase greatly. Afterward, the king discussed Nisa again. A secret letter revealed demons were secretly destabilizing the allied nation. The king explained his decision carefully. Supporting Nisa meant eliminating the demons and restoring stability to farmland. The king entrusted both missions to Linos. As family and ally, he believed nobody else was more suitable. Linos finally understood the king's intentions. He accepted the requests and promised to support both important matters. Back home, Linos informed everyone about his departure. The group discussed the situation and preparations carefully. Linos asked Ferris to accompany him. Excited by the opportunity, Ferris immediately agreed to join the journey. After hearing the news, Ferris celebrated enthusiastically. The prospect of traveling to a new country thrilled her greatly. Linos and his companions arrived near the Principality of Nisa, a dwarf nation surrounded by mountains, forests, rivers, and mines. The group discussed Nisa's importance. Its weapon production supported nearby allies, and any shortage could affect regional stability. While traveling through the forest, Linos carried supplies with his magic bag. His companions followed the narrow path. Ferris explained that she wanted to experience new places personally. The journey allowed her to learn beyond singing. The party rested beneath large trees. They shared food, recovered their energy, and prepared for the road ahead. Continuing through the forest, they discovered unusual flowers. Linos identified dangerous plants and warned everyone to stay careful. Using a map, the group approached Nisa. They noticed strange signs nearby and wondered about local wildlife activity. After leaving the forest, they overlooked a wide valley. Large numbers of deer gathered below unexpectedly, alarming Linos. Ferris suddenly heard distant cries for help. The group immediately became alert and searched for the source. Following Ferris, they reached villagers struggling with aggressive deer. A mysterious plant seemed connected to the disturbance. The villagers tried stopping a desperate man from attacking a deer. They feared the animals were sacred messengers of gods. Ignoring the warnings, the man swung his axe. Linos rushed forward as a dark substance was sliced away. The attack failed to harm the deer. Instead, the strange creature fled while the villagers watched in shock. Linos arrived too late to prevent the incident. To help, he offered supplies and food to the starving villagers. The villagers gratefully accepted the aid. Linos then asked questions about Nisa and the worsening food shortage. They explained that the castle was ahead, but famine had left towns without enough food or lodging. Linos jokingly told the villagers to blame him if punishment came. His kindness eased their worries immediately. A curious boy asked about Linos. The villagers thanked him again, relieved that his supplies could sustain them. The villagers revealed that conditions had deteriorated over the last 2 years, despite occasional aid from abroad. They explained that imported supplies once maintained stability, but deliveries had become scarce, forcing everyone to prepare. As they continued toward Nisa, Ferris complained about the overwhelming number of deer. Linos prioritized meeting the ruler first. Upon entering Nisa, Linos noticed silent streets. The famous sounds of blacksmith forges had nearly disappeared completely. The group headed toward the castle. Linos planned to report the crisis and discuss possible solutions with leaders. Castle staff warmly welcomed Linos. News of Lord Basim's envoy had spread, and everyone awaited his arrival. The reception impressed the group. Ferris realized the nation's situation must be serious to receive such treatment. Officials arranged accommodations and thanked Linos for bringing supplies. They prepared a meeting with the Duke afterward. The group entered the national warehouse. Vast storage halls stood mostly empty, revealing the severity of shortages. Boxes from Linos's magic storage quickly filled the warehouse. Officials were astonished by the enormous amount provided. Linos encouraged them to request additional supplies whenever needed. He understood that rebuilding farms would require time. The officials immediately organized distribution efforts. Soldiers were summoned, and supplies were sorted to support struggling regions. The warehouse workers thanked Linos repeatedly. His supplies would save countless lives, and they promised generous hospitality. During the welcoming banquet, the group sampled local dishes. Unfortunately, the food tasted terrible, despite everyone's good intentions. Linos decided the nation's food problems needed immediate attention. Solving shortages became as important as stopping the monsters. Meanwhile, Ricolette and May received new swimsuits. Excited by the gift, they hurried to try them on. When Ricolette showed her swimsuit, May was stunned by how impressive she looked. The outfit immediately drew attention. Kubota Tamotsu prepared breakfast using the supplies he received after arriving in the new world. The unfamiliar ingredients were transformed into a delicious meal, surprising the elf companions who tasted his cooking. They realized the problem was not the ingredients, but how they were prepared. Tamotsu's cooking impressed the others and showed his ability to adapt his previous knowledge to his new life. After the meal, he continued his journey while considering how his skills could help people around him. Tamotsu was brought to the royal audience chamber after his achievements became known. He entered the grand palace with his companions and prepared himself to meet important figures who wanted to hear about his actions. Inside the palace, Tamotsu felt nervous as he approached the throne room. The guards announced his arrival, and the atmosphere became serious as he stood before the king of the Nisa Principality. King Aimon of Nisa welcomed Tamotsu and expressed gratitude toward Marquis Barsam for providing great support from afar. The meeting showed that Tamotsu's efforts had gained attention among the kingdom's leaders. Tamotsu humbly accepted the king's appreciation while listening to the discussion about future matters. King Aimon acknowledged his situation and explained that more details would be discussed later. After the audience ended, Tamotsu and his companions prepared to leave the throne room. The king allowed them to depart while arrangements were made for further conversations. While walking through the palace, Tamotsu noticed a young elf girl nearby. His curiosity grew as he wondered about her presence and whether she had a connection to the matters being discussed. The girl introduced herself as Lady Nisa Gart Konadi and greeted Tamotsu politely. She explained that her father wished to speak with Marquis Barsam about an important matter. Tamotsu followed Lady Nisa through the palace corridors. Although he had already met her before briefly, he remained cautious because new discussions involving nobles could bring unexpected challenges. Lady Nisa brought Kubota Tamotsu to meet her father, who was suffering from a mysterious illness. Tamotsu was surprised to see the condition of the nobleman, realizing the situation was more serious than expected. The sick nobleman apologized for troubling Tamotsu and explained that only a few people knew about his condition. He had hidden his illness because of his position and responsibilities. Lady Nisa revealed that her father had been affected by the illness for over a year. Other members of the noble family were also suffering from similar symptoms, causing concern throughout the kingdom. Tamotsu learned that several dukes had experienced the same strange disease. Their bodies became weak, their movements slowed, and they suffered from constant pain that made daily activities difficult. The noble family had already tried healing magic multiple times, but the effects only lasted temporarily before the illness returned. Tamotsu began investigating why normal treatments failed. Tamotsu suspected that the illness was intentionally caused by someone. The family believed that poison or a harmful force was involved, and they requested his barrier abilities to protect the nobleman. Lady Nisa asked Tamotsu to create a barrier that could block anyone with harmful intentions and prevent poison from reaching her father. Tamotsu accepted the request and prepared to use his unique skill. The nobleman explained that he had heard about Tamotsu's work protecting the emperor with barriers. This reputation convinced him that Tamotsu might be able to solve the mysterious illness. Tamotsu considered the possibility that the problem was connected to the deer god's wrath. He realized the situation might involve something beyond ordinary medicine or magic. The group discussed the importance of the deer and their protection over the kingdom. Tamotsu understood that reducing their numbers had caused problems, and the mystery behind the illness became more complicated. Kubota Tomotsu realized that his actions might have affected the recovery of the kingdom. While hearing the explanation from King Aimon, he remembered the past incident where the Jika kingdom was destroyed by the resurrected demon king. King Aimon explained that the most important matter was calming the deer god's anger. Lady Nisa worried about the future of the country and asked Tomotsu to reconsider the situation carefully. Tomotsu decided to investigate the problem with his own method. After thanking everyone, he prepared to leave the royal chamber while thinking about a possible solution using his barrier abilities. Lady Nisa followed Tomotsu and apologized for not properly thanking him earlier. She requested that he stay a little longer because more information was needed. Outside the palace, Tomotsu met Yuri and another person connected to the investigation. He became curious about their involvement and listened to their explanation about the current crisis. Tomotsu learned that the damage caused by the deer could no longer be ignored. The nobles believed the deer had to be eliminated because they were causing serious problems for the kingdom. Tomotsu questioned the plan to exterminate the deer. Instead of destroying them, he was asked to create a barrier around the affected area to protect the land. Lady Nisa showed Tomotsu a field that had been protected by the royal family. The area was one of the few places that had not been damaged by the deer's actions. Tomotsu examined the field and suspected that poison might have spread there. He connected the strange illness affecting the nobles with the condition of the land. A mysterious hooded person arrived and introduced himself after hearing the discussion. Tomotsu continued gathering information, realizing that the problem involved more secrets than expected. Kubota Tomotsu learned more about Dr. Rikonai, a researcher who developed special water purification methods for the country. The process of creating weapons from mineral resources had polluted the water, becoming a serious national issue. Dr. Rikonai explained that his research was connected to the kingdom's past actions. Tomotsu understood that the doctor had protected many people and provided support by creating a research facility for them. Tomotsu and Dr. Rikonai discussed working together to save the Nisa Principality from its current crisis. Tomotsu agreed to share information and use his barrier abilities to help restore the damaged land. After examining the area, Tomotsu believed the situation could be controlled. He planned to place barriers around the fields and villages, while continuing to investigate the cause of the problems. Later, Tomotsu and his companions returned to the village area. He prepared to set up protective barriers, but the peaceful situation suddenly changed when an unexpected event occurred. The villagers reported that the deer had become aggressive and were appearing inside the castle fields. Tomotsu and everyone nearby were shocked because the deer had never behaved this way before. Tomotsu checked his barrier and found that it had no problems. The strange behavior of the deer remained unexplained, making him realize that the crisis involving the deer god was becoming more dangerous.